Drink my and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth. earth together.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And a global namaste to everyone. Here we are at Healing Our Earth today with a very, very special program all lined up for you. We have special guests who are joining us from around the world. And today we're going to take you on a journey. It's a very special journey, a journey into the Himalayan Samarpan meditation. Now, this is a meditation technique that I've been practicing for over 20 years. And today we have experts, people who are practitioners, and also, I would say, facilitators who teach about this meditation, who are joining us here today from all over the world, from Japan to USA to Singapore to India, and right through to, of course, our UK. So today, before we start off, it's Hani Kalaria here, joining you today, taking you on this journey today. And at the same time, let's start off with a special prayer, because what an auspicious day today is. So let's start with the Guru Vandana, and I would like to also perhaps invite Hitendra Rana, all the way from USA, who is now actually our Healing Our Earth host as well, co-host here today. He will
Global Namaste.
A global namaste, Hitendra, all the way from the USA. I would like to request you, perhaps after I do my Guru Vandana, perhaps if you could do a special prayer for us, and then we can begin our whole program. Would that be okay?
Yes, that will be fine. Thank you.
Fantastic. So with this, today we're going to be speaking about a very special guru. I wouldn't even say it's a guru. I would say it's a Sadguru. A Sadguru is a guru of the gurus. And today we're going to find out a little bit about his life journey. His name is Shiv Krupanand Swamiji. I would say His Holiness Sri Shiv Krupanand Swamiji, because he is a really amazing Guruji who transforms lives. He transforms positive. I mean, he just oozes with positivity. And wherever we go, we hear about miracles that are taking place around the world with people who are on this particular path. So today, let's find out a little bit more about that. But with that, let's pay a little bit of respect and honor this wonderful, unique soul who has been sent to us on this earth to bless so many lives. So with that, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Om Shanti, 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 and welcome, Global Namaste, to all our Healing Our Earth viewers out there from around the world, from over 140 countries who are joining us here today. Hitendraji, may I request you to start off with a lovely prayer, and then maybe we can move on to our first guest.
Yes. What a beautiful beginning, Haniji, with Guru Avahan. I would like to connect through our Guru to the divine, who is without form, without any shape. Omkara. Omkaram bindu sayuktam nityam dhyayanti yoginah kamadam mokshadam chaiva Om Karaya Namo Namaha. Global Namaste from my soul to your soul. This is Hitendra Rana from USA, and we welcome every divine soul who are here today and who are still going to watch this program later on. Today, we are going to talk about the global family that has been created by our master, our guru, our Sadguru, Sri Shiv Krupananda Swamiji, as introduced by Haniji. He was an ordinary man. he spent 16 years of his life in Himalayas, meeting one after another different gurus. And he realized that the God that I was searching, I found nowhere else as a giant entity, but it is an ordinary person like you and me. And that person was Shiv Baba, his guru. When Swamiji met him coincidentally, without any planning or anything, then he realized that the person who was coming in my dream when I was 5-year-old is the same person that I'm standing in front of. And that happened in Nepal, far away from his hometown in India. Then he realized within 3 days that Guru, Shiv Baba, gave all his life's spiritual wealth to this Gurudev, Shiv Kripananda Swamiji, whom we call Baba Swami. And he looks something very similar to the photo I have behind me. But today, we are going to meet all the people who are member of this global family and who are going to share how Samarpan meditation, Himalayan Samarpan meditation, as it comes from Himalaya, is so powerful that it can bring inner transformation in anybody's life, regardless of your background, your culture, your nationality, your race, religion, skin color, lifestyle, whatever you talk. You are just a pure soul. Guru is also another elevated, enlightened soul who can connect us with the Supreme Soul. And that is what we are going to learn from the different stories, different way, different information coming from different countries. Let us go. I will pass it to Haniji.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Hitendraji. That was so very well explained as well. So we have now set the scene of what we're going to be going through. So before we start anything, we're going to travel all the way to Japan to meet a very special lady. Her name is Nalini Toshniwal, and she's a Kathak dance artist. She's also had over 30 years experience in the field of dance. I think she is absolutely amazing. What a creative character she is. And not just that, she also teaches yoga. She's a yoga teacher. As you can see right now behind her, you can see a little bit of Nalini ji here, all the way from Japan. Hello, Nalini ji. Global namaste to you. I think you're on mute.
Namaste.
Namaste. I just want to share a little bit about you because I know that you have an amazing journey in Japan where you teach yoga. You've been meditating and doing Samarpan meditation for many years, I believe since 2004 or so. And you've also been spreading Indian art and culture and Kathak, the knowledge of this all around Japan where you're based. I know you've worked on many projects and also worked with the one and only, Birju Maharaj ji. What an honor to work with such an amazing dance expert. And he's my wonderful role model when it comes to classical dance. I know are also a yoga teacher in Acharya of Samarpan meditation as well, because you teach about meditation and Samarpan meditation especially. And I believe that you have a center in Japan, which I feel I would love to travel to one day and join you and learn about. Wonderful. Tell us a little bit today. First of all, I just want to say a very big welcome to you. I know you're an artistic director of Ruchika Indian Dance Academy, and I know that you also run the Indian Yoga Meditation Center in Japan. So I just wanted to welcome you here on Healing Our Earth, a global namaste again. Please tell us what made you go into the world of Samarpan meditation.
Sure. Namaste, coming from Japan. Konnichiwa to everyone. Well, it's my pleasure to be part of Samarpan family for almost 20 years now. And first of all, I thank organizers, Healing of Earth and Hitendra Bhai, for inviting us, including us, me and the Japan Center into this project. So as Honey, you asked me that the journey, Samarpan journey, Japan. So let's start from the beginning, 2004. It was June 13th, 2004, when the first time Swamiji, Puja Swamiji, Sadhguru Swamiji, he landed in Japan. That was the first day when I met him. And as you know, that when we meet some saint, some gurus, and we are a little bit anxious how we have to behave, what we have to do, what we have to do for them. But I tell you, he was here with few of Samarpan family members, and he stayed for 10 to 12 days with us. And those 2 weeks, they just passed like a dream. It was like a dream come true for both me and my husband Rajesh, and it just passed like a dream because it was my chance to meet a saint, to serve him, to learn from him, and to watch him all the time.
What
And it is
Nalini ji, because we talk about wonderful saints, and sometimes when you connect with these saints, especially in the West, we don't understand the concept of gurus, and we don't understand the concept of a saint sometimes, like where we learn spiritual wisdom from. What made you feel that this was this was a saint and this was a special guru?
Very good question, because you see, gurus, I am a Kathak dancer, and we learn that Guru Shishya Parampara. Guru is supreme. We pray to Guru, we say thanks to Guru, and for us, like one and only one Guru. But then it's a music world, it's an art world, it's that world. And when it comes to the spirituality, we have met gurus who are called Brahmins, and they come to our home time to time occasionally, and we meet them. But there is no discussion going on, nothing going on. When he stood there and I saw him, I understood that this is someone very special, because Rajesh had already met him in Navsari, and he had interaction with him. For me, this was the first time I was just seeing him. And it was amazing. When he came our home in 2 weeks, I could see that his simplicity and no complaint attitude. And he was so polite that it was so mesmerizing, It could only be said, because as you said that Pandit Birju Maharaj, we had a chance that he stayed with us. And then I realized that this teacher, who is the guru of the whole world, he's the master of Kathak, and he's so polite. He's so, this more you write, more you become sweet, you are down to earth. So you can really see him, and you could see that he is a saint. And then he lived with us for 2 weeks, and we observed him, we watched him. And I just telling Honey and everyone that I learned physics and math from the class 9th, and I've done masters in physics. So that energy, that idea of energy was there from the very beginning. It's energy, it's gravity, it's energy grid, conservation of energy, there are particles. So this was always in my mind, that what is this that's holding the whole thing up? There has to be something else in this space and earth and all those things. So then, you go on with the life and you forget in that journey. But then it came back again in Japan, and I went to a few places, but I was not satisfied. And this Swamiji came home, and the first sentence he said that I'm not asking you to leave anything. And whatever he explained about the chakras, about the Atma Bhav, Sharir Bhav, about the Kundalini, about the energy we have, about the body who has given all these things. So I understood this is what I was looking for. This is the real thing.
Nalini, what I find very interesting is you come from a physics background, and there are many people who are very logical, and they tend to find that, spirituality is maybe woo-woo, it's like they say everything has a scientific explanation, etc. But you have an amazing background in physics, which
Yes.
is very scientific based, and then also spiritual thing and creativity, because you teach yoga as well, and then also you're a dancer. You've got an amazing combination of these 3 different areas. To overcome the physical side of things like physics and scientific side, and for you to accept the spiritual side, what did you feel within you that this is it?
I feel totally complete, because when I started yoga, I thought, yes, this is a good thing. Then I have physics, then I had math, and my Kathak is totally scientific because it's very mathematical dance. And then something was missing. And when I met Swamiji and I understood this spirituality, that it's mind and body, and yoga teaches us Ashtanga Yoga, and everything was in a circle. It was complete. Now I totally understand that beginners, how they really struggle to understand meditation, because meditation is very simple, and especially Samarpan meditation, when Swamiji said you don't have to do anything, and that people don't understand. Unless I do anything, how do I get something? You know, so not doing something.
We are so
Yeah,
used to so much
simple things are always difficult, but whatever he said in those 2 weeks, slowly, it went inside, and I completely understood what is Sharir Bhav, what is Atma Bhav. When he says that self-realization, you should have check yourself like Atma Sakshatkar Karo. Then he said Atma Bhav, that you should have self-knowledge, and the third comes our Samadhan, that is satisfaction. What are these 3 points? What is Sharir Bhav, this, and the chakra, everything fell at the places, and the whole puzzle was complete. So I understood that how difficult it is. Maybe it was easy for me because I, being a science student or Kathak dancer, we understand the Guru Shishya Parampara, and we understand all the value of a Guru. But how difficult it is for the beginners, because they don't have no idea of, first thing, what is a Guru? How you stand in front of a Guru. Just giving an example, my teacher, my dance teacher used to come in the class, and sometimes I'm just standing with my gurus on, and he's just telling me stories of with his teacher and all that, and 1 hour passed, and he said, Nalini, okay, we'll have a class tomorrow now. Okay, Guruji, that's it. No question asked, because you cannot ask a question to a Guru whom you have totally devoted, or you totally samarpit, you know, that's the exact word, samarpan. So we understand that.
To share with the audience here, you know, sometimes when people say, well, why would you just listen to somebody, you know, just, you know, why, how could you just have full faith? You know, sometimes people call it blind faith, but actually when you're having a connection, there's some kind of a soul to soul connection that takes place between the two of you. And at the same time, the knowledge that they have, we appreciate the fact that they have spiritual knowledge that we can learn from and grow from, and that's why that respect comes as well, isn't it? It's not just blind faith. It's about the fact that, you know, every guru, even in dancing, we have a guru, a siksha, you know, type of understanding that a guru passes on knowledge, and you always give that respect. So in the same way, there's a spiritual guru where we give respect to them as well. So just to help the Western world understand that it's not about just following somebody blindly, it's about having this wonderful connection together.
Wonderful connection. You're very right, honey, because connection, as I tell my students, you come to the class, you first take for a few classes and decide that I am going to be your teacher. Once you decide that there should be no barrier in between. When there is no barrier, I don't have to give you, you will take everything on your own. That's what Guruji says. There should be no barrier. Then all knowledge comes to us. So this barrier is kintu parantu, but, when, why, these questions should be there once we decided that he is my Guru, he is the ultimate for me. Maybe other people have other gurus, and I understand the energy flow in him, and I am totally samarpit, I am totally dedicated, and I understand. Then there will be no barrier. Then you don't have to worry anything about. That's what he says, and then we understand.
Yeah, the important part here is if anybody was following the path and tried to practice this, just give it a try by giving a full, like Samarpan means surrendering. We're not talking about surrendering yourself, or surrendering your negativities, your past, your thoughts that are preventing you from growing on a spiritual level or raising your consciousness levels. And Nalini ji, I really wondered, you know, you come from Japan. And I know we have a lot of Japanese meditators as well who meditate and do Samarpan meditation. People believe that Samarpan meditation, it's an Eastern philosophy, it's an Eastern, comes from India, etc. Yet there are people from all cultures around the world who are practicing this particular technique. How do you overcome cultural and language barriers when you're teaching the Japanese community?
Yeah. That's again a very good question, because living in Japan, language is a barrier. Definitely, it was very difficult for us, because it's easy in UK, in other countries, you don't have language. English you speak, there are many Indians who understand. Number one, we have very few Indians here, and then Japanese don't understand English, but they are keen. Once they get interested, they want to learn more, because there is a Zen meditation. is in their history, and they know that. They have not, very few people are practicing, but they understand there is a meditation is something which is there.
So they see
But,
the benefits, they see the benefit of it, do they?
yeah, they benefit of it, but that Zen has a very different technique.
Yeah.
And Samarpan has a very different technique. But what happened in their history in past 20, 30 years, there was some guru had come and they suddenly decided that it's all these things are cult. So they just stop, they know they want to learn and they just stop themselves. No, it might be dangerous, might be cult, or might be some religion. Then what happened in last 10 years when the yoga became a regular thing, yoga became popular in Japan. Yoga means Ashtanga. And that brings the seventh number is meditation. And the concept of meditation started coming again. They started listening to us again. Earlier they would say, sorry, it's okay. And that's done. But now that they're forgetting that past experience and they understand, because yoga people don't have deep information of meditation, but they say for relaxation, do the meditation. So meditation, relaxation, that's everybody understand, but that's only 20%. We need another 80% benefit comes when a teacher explains what chakras are. And I understand because I'm a yoga teacher, my thinking is that this Ashtanga is the main thing. Like Swamiji says, even you are young, but if you're not healthy, you cannot do meditation. It's not that young people can do, old people can do. You also have to be physically fit to do these things. That comes from that Ashtanga 8-point Yam, Niyam, and you slowly build up, then comes Pratyahar, then you control your focus and meditation becomes easy. But that's not all. It means connecting with the nature. And when you connect with the nature, those 5 elements, and nature, and slowly you don't have to then think that why it is so simple. You slowly start thinking, the process of learning meditation becomes so short because you understand our surrounding, you understand around me there is a nature and I'm a part of nature. That is my main idea of teaching here, and I give the lectures of mind and body harmony and how mentally if you are sick, the body gets sick. When you are 1% sick, body gets 80% sick. But how to control that? There comes these chakras are helpful, and other things we connect with the nature, we connect with the 5 elements, and we start with Yam, Niyam and regularity. Then we come to how regular you have to be. Yeah.
Is this the kind of things that you would teach people, like, let's say, because these people, let's say we come from Japanese background, let's say Brazilian background, Indian background, yes, Chinese background. If everybody comes together, I think there's this kind of a humanitarian angle to this, isn't there? Because it's about connecting with, like, the 5 elements is for everybody to appreciate. Yes. It's not just for a particular type of a style, yeah? But I was going to say also, Nalini ji, we're going to come to an end because I understand we have our next guest coming through. So I just wanted, would you like to maybe share one of your highlights or some highlights of your work that you may have done in Japan, or any memorable moments that you may have?
Yeah, the time is short. Just like to say that you were asking about Japan for the beginners last 3 years, because I always wanted to do something for the beginners, was not getting any idea. But in COVID 3 years, I really got a very good idea to start the videos. And I made the 45 days videos in Japanese and in English. And Hitendra Bhai was very supportive that we run those 45 videos in America too. And in Japan, we ran those 45 days videos for 2 times, 3 times, and some people are still listening to it. So when you talked about language, this barrier was a little bit, we tried to help them because they were a 5-minute video, but you listen one day before and you decide, okay, today what she's saying, I have to follow this. Because 45 days is a long time. Very few people continue 45 days. People give up because there's no support. People give up because questions come in your mind and there's no one to answer you. But that was one thing we did to break the barrier of the language. And as you said, that's some experience coming into my mind. I would like to relate with when Pujya Swamiji was here. And we had planned some lectures and a retreat. So lectures went very well. Well, it was hard to convince people to come and join the lectures and meditation, you can understand. And all the time, Swamiji were watching me. And then finally he said, Nalini, you stop trying so hard because I'm not looking for quantity. I'm just looking for a quality. If two of you, me and my husband, he was talking about Rajesh and me, if you two understand what I have come to give you, that what is Samarpan method, what is Samarpan path, and what meditation is Samarpan, then my work is done in the Far East where I was supposed to come. And that day I realized, being a dance performer, that we always worry about how many people are watching us. Are there people to see the drama dance or something? Will there be only 10 people? And from that day onwards, I have stopped thinking about it. Even two people smile watching me, my work is done. So I understood that feeling. And the retreat, it was 3 days retreat. And the third day, everything went smooth. But on the third day, there was on the news, there was a typhoon was supposed to hit Japan, all over the Japan. And me and Rajesh were so worried that and Swamiji has planned outdoor activities on the third day in the garden. So we went to him and we asked him, is it possible, should we change the venue, not do it outside, somewhere inside? He said, why? I said, because there is a typhoon conditions are there and there's going to be very heavy rain, and I think we cannot go and sit outside. He smiled, and exact words, kal ka kal dekhenge. You know how he says, kal ka kal dekhenge, don't worry about today, we'll see it tomorrow. And me and Rajesh are thinking, why? I think for him it's the first time in Japan, he doesn't understand how typhoon works, here. Typhoon means don't go out. And it's really hard, it starts and it destroys so many things. But to our surprise, next day morning when we checked the news, it was heavy rain all over the Japan, but our area, Osaka, no rain, no wind, no flights were cancelled here.
No typhoon.
No typhoon in this particular area, Osaka area. Next day, Swamiji was smiling. We all went out. There are pictures I have shared with you. If you will just show them, you're sitting there.
Yes, I'm going to have
anytime. And we finished all activities what he had planned. And then Japanese were really convinced. Now you asked that how you know that he is a saint. That was convincing that yes, he has power.
With the weather as well. The weather.
And he kept saying everyone that I am the nature and nothing can go against nature. And we all understood that what he's saying, we start looking, like he said, you'll start connecting with a guru from outside for the physical body. Oh, he's small, he's big, he's this. He said, you don't see what energy is flowing through me. But it was just a beginning. Later, we attended many retreats, many Chaitanya Mahotsav in India and Goa. And slowly,
but I'm so sorry, but we have to move on to our next guest. But I was such lovely, interesting stories that you're sharing with us. I love the bit. I just want to finish off with that last bit that you just shared, that even the weather stopped. A big typhoon was going to take place in Japan. Swamiji was going to go there, do a special, talk and Shabir. And, he said, don't worry about the weather. Don't worry, everything will be fine. And suddenly, everybody was worried and actually nothing happened, in that place. So something I just wanted the audience members to understand, that when you're connecting consciousness, when you're connecting to the universal principle, let's call it, you kind of connect with the elements of the universe as well. And somehow these higher souls that we talk about with saints and higher gurus, they tend to have this kind of a connection with the weather. We know this even in South America and places, Red Indians, etc., who would do special drums and things like that to get the rain to come, etc. So there was some real natural connection. So I think that's a very beautiful experience that you've shared there, Nalini ji, and what a lovely interview there as well. I want to wish you the best of luck in Japan and, keep the wonderful work up. I just want the audience to understand you can be a scientist, you can be a creative individual, and you can be teaching spiritual things, like our wonderful.
Actually, it makes sense when I think about it. It makes you complete. So I'm so happy.
We're very happy to see. Well, thank you very much. I hope you join us again in the future, Nalini ji. Good luck and keep us informed about how things are going in Japan. And we're now going to be moving all the way from Japan to Singapore because we have a really, really amazing lady who's joining us all the way from there with a very beautiful smile. Hello and a global namaste, Lavanya ji.
Hi, honey. How are you? Thank you for
very well. What a lovely, peaceful sounding Lavanya. Let me give a little bit of a background about this wonderful lady to our audiences. Lavanya is all the way from Singapore. She actually, I have to say, she calls herself a creative prana. So creative entrepreneur, a creative prana, which I think is great. Her full name is Lavanya Kanatas. And today we're going to be talking a little bit about all the international Samarpan retreats and events that are normally organized. Now, she has got a decade of experience as a copywriter, a creative lead in advertising, tech, publishing, and digital marketing. And she currently provides digital marketing and content creation services for small businesses. She's one of the co-founders of Journey to Inner Peace, which is a holistic platform that produces spiritual related content, products, and experiences. I would love to come in and experience one of those. And for her, she's been doing meditation, Samarpan meditation for many years. And actually that gave her a huge turn in her career. And let's find out a little bit more about what she's been doing. I think from what I understand, she does the most beautiful retreat centers and events, international retreats. And one day I want to go to Singapore and enjoy one of these international retreats with you, Lavanya ji. So first of all, welcome to our Healing Our Earth. Can you tell us a little bit about your journey as well? Because every single guest of ours has a special connection to Samarpan meditation. And will you be able to just share a little bit about that before we move on and discuss about your work and Samarpan?
Yeah, sure, honey. Thank you for the introduction. Welcome, everyone. My name is Lavanya. I am from Singapore, but currently I'm from India at the moment from the office. But my journey started about 10 years back when I was 25. There are a couple of entry points into meditation. Mine was actually problems. So I was in a space in my life where I was looking for solutions, any kind of solutions to answer a lot of life problems and etc. And long story short, it was my uncle, who's also very involved in Samarpan meditation, who kind of suggested, why don't you try meditation? At that immediate point, I thought, what has meditation got to do with this? You know, and also being the free-spirited person I am, I wasn't so sure if it would work out for me, but something told me to just try it out and then see what happens. So I actually went for meditation. On one of the days when I went into the center, I saw a picture of Swamiji, and it's the one with the saffron robes where he's sitting in a Shirdi Sai Baba pose. And when I looked into his eyes, I felt something inside me move, because his eyes were so powerful. I felt like they were full of truth, and I felt something, some resonance I felt. And then I went on to meditate. I felt good, but the magic happened during an 8-day discourse that I sat down for. On the first day, he was explaining all the principles, like what is God, what is Sadguru, what is universal energy, blah, 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 blah. And I felt like he's telling me everything that I've known. And I didn't quite know that from anyone else around me, but here he was telling me. And then at one point, I felt like I know this soul. And then I felt like I had come home. And then my eyes automatically closed and I went into meditation. So that was like my first connection, where I felt like I've known this for a long time. And
what do you think that is? Because a lot of people who are on the meditation path tend to feel that. They feel some kind of a soul connection. It's like we've come home or something like that, it feels like. Yeah. What do you think is the reason behind that? Why do you think that most of the people who are on the Samarpan path share that similar story, that when I came there, I just felt at home? Something told me inside.
Yeah, I think we're just, like how you have TV series and dramas and to be continued. I think that's the to be continued for us in this life.
Oh, you say from life after life. So from your point of view, is a karmic connection where, because we're reborn, we must have had some connections with Swamiji in the previous lives, and we are connecting. And so that's the reason. So this is just something for our audience members to understand, that if people are sharing a certain area of this, that we just felt a connection, which I was one of those. It's normally because if you believe in the law of karma, then it's a karmic thing where you would have had connections with these gurus in the past, or the guru in the past. And that's why you feel like it's like a friend, it's like a family, member. You feel, oh, I know you for years, it's like, oh, my friend.
It's time, let's go, let's get together.
Yes, please carry on. Yes.
No, but I've realized that was then, and now over the years, it's become more, that feeling is even more stronger. That especially when we're involved with the work and etc. I've understood, because like I said, my life took a huge turn. So from commercial advertising, it just became more about Samarpan actually. So I do stuff for clients, but a lot of my work now is in this area. And maybe 7 or 8 years back, so 2 years after I started, I had this huge feeling that I would love to do this volunteer work, whatever we were doing for Samarpan meditation events, to do that for permanently, to do that because it gave me something. And now after 8 years, I feel like I was meant to do this.
Yes, it's like a purpose. It's a purpose. And the work that you have done is probably changing so many people's lives, because you're using your creative skills. You're using your inner nature, whatever you have, whatever God has blessed you with, your knowledge. You're using that to help, to help make changes in people's lives and transform their lives through the knowledge that you share, through your creativity, which is amazing. And Lavanya, from the work that you're doing, you also do lots of international retreats and events, etc. Can you share a little bit with our viewers about what are Samarpan events? What kind of events are organized? What kind of international retreats are organized? Can you give us a little bit of an insight into that world?
Yes, I can. Do you mind if I share my screen?
Oh, yes, please go ahead. Yes, you're able to share the screen. No problems at all.
Let me see.
So whilst Lavanya Ji is going to be sharing her screen, we'll be finding out a little bit more about these wonderful retreats. It's really important for us to understand that Samarpan has become quite a worldwide phenomenon, because within 20 years, it's almost in every single country around the world. So there is something very special about this technique. So please go ahead, Lavanya Ji.
Yeah, so can you see my screen?
Absolutely, yes.
So this is something that I prepared so that I can share with everybody.
Yes, please go ahead. It's all yours now. Please make your little presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, so basically, I think I already talked about my backstory. This is where I came in 2013, and I was in advertising. And then I attended an IR, and Swamiji said he wanted to come to Singapore. And so that sort of started my involvement. The brief to sort of get this event going was that it needs to have an international appeal, not so guru focused and something different. So for me, I was like, how do we do that? And that was like a brief for me. And so one of the things that we were looking at is how do we relate to everyday people? So I was in Singapore. We're looking at everyday people in Singapore, 18 to 65 years old. They have some interest in spirituality. So what we then came up with was, okay, let's show people themselves, and with like contemporary design. So this was actually one of the first events that we did. At least for me, this was one of my first events in this journey. It was Journey to Inner Peace, a meditation event that happened in Australia, Singapore, and Malaysia. This was back in 2015. Then it happened in 2016 under the same name in Malaysia and Sri Lanka. About 800 people attended the Singapore event in 2015. This event also had an exhibition, a calming down process before Swamiji enters, so that everyone is ready to receive, because not everybody knows, I guess, or how to be in that state, especially new people. So this was for everyone in Singapore. It's a free event. And this event, almost like many international events that I've been part of, they were run by a lot of international meditators from all over the world. So it was never really just a Singapore effort. It was people from all over. This is Journey to Inner Peace, Singapore 2015-2016. You can see Swamiji there in the middle in that chair. We had to learn how to create that chair itself. Everything was new for the team in Singapore. We had no idea what chair size, what, etc. So we found out everything. The chair was constructed. These are the people who attended. Right below, on the right, you can see some of our meditators. They are familiar faces. They came from all over to actually run this event. Guruma was also here for that event. So that's 2015. And that was the exhibition there as well. This is 2016, a year later. That was one of the highlights to see Swamiji on that huge digital billboard. It's like CBD, and you see him just on screen. That was one big moment for me. And similarly, this was also for all people in Singapore. And bottom right, you can also see international meditators who have come to help set up the event. That's J2IP 2015, 2016. Another event, I would say, which was also interesting to observe and see it happen, was Peace in One's World. This was in 2017 to 2019. It happened for 3 years consecutively. And this was an online event. So there was a thought that for Yoga Day, we see a lot of yoga related stuff. Can we then promote meditation? So there was a team formed, and this event also happened across for 3 years. It was a global online meditation event. It was run under different countries. So Samarpan, Australia for 1 year, Samarpan, Germany for 1 year, and then another country for another year. Again, the working team was an international team. So this was kind of how it looked like. People joined online. On the top, you can see people joining in from India. And then below on the bottom left, people are joining from Tanzania. And then on the right is Nepal. So we did this for 3 years. People joined in from everywhere around the world. So this is Peace in One's World. Second event. The third and most recent event that we've had is actually Being One, an international retreat in Singapore. This international retreat happened after 3 years. So it's very special because for a lot of us, we were not connected to this kind of collectivity due to Corona and etc. So this was much awaited. What you're looking at is actually the group photo of all participants. They are from all over the world, from India, from Australia, Tanzania, UK, Canada, Asia, Singapore. And this is probably one, like we have a lot of localized retreats in each country, but this is an international retreat that happened in another country. Generally, this international retreat happens in India, in Goa Ashram. So this was the recent one. And this was also really run by an international team, not only the host country. So Singapore did all the logistics, all the venue finding, but the whole program was done by everyone. This was some of the highlights of Being One International Retreat. Yoga was there. The usual session, country sessions with Swamiji was there. In the middle, you can see people holding up some poncho because it was raining. So fun activities, there's spontaneous fun activities. Swamiji's discourse was there. Painting workshops were there by Heike, a meditator from Australia. And so when I say international team, these are the people that were prominent there. You can also see Hitendra Ranaji singing. He's there. Amrish Ji from Gurutattva, he's there. Girish Bokraji is there. Maitri was doing yoga, Maitri from Australia. Myself, I was hosting. And all the other people that you see, they are all international meditators. So these were some of the highlights. These events are generally by all, for all, from my experience in working for these events. They are very inclusive and we try to be relatable. There's one more thing, can I touch on, if there's time?
Just yeah, we've got a few minutes, just a few minutes, please. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So one thing I've realized that, yes, we are, in Singapore, Malaysia, UK, and etc., and we are catering to the international audience. But the other slow growing thing that I'm also observing is that there are localized events that people are also taking more initiative to help relate to international people. So for example, this was a next day English translation session that happened during the Shirdi discourse. Swamiji's discourse was 6 to 8, I guess, or 6 to 9 in the evening. Next day in the morning, these sessions used to happen, where one of our meditators, Sheetal, would go through the points from before, the day before, and answer any questions. So I'm also seeing a lot of that recently, where we try to cater to people if it's a very localized event. It's not new, it's been there. Currently I'm in Dandi Ashram for the Deep Meditation Practicum. And I'm also very happy to announce that right now, the fire ceremony workshop that used to happen only in Hindi is also happening with English translation. So it's a double session that he's taking. And we have a sadhak called, or meditator called Mohit. He does the English translation. These are all our overseas participants who are there. And finally, I can't play this video because then we'll be get flagged, but you can see that there's a mass dance that we have done here for some Afrobeat song. So people are becoming very warm towards cultures, and I feel like boundaries are blurring, so that more souls can be touched and we are all together as one. And so I'm really excited for what's to come.
Wow. Amazing, because at the end of the day, it's these retreats and events that bring all the souls together. It helps to create beautiful friendships, good bonding, and of course, learning and exchanging of culture as well as the spiritual knowledge. And it's wonderful. Would you like to stop the? Was there anything else that you needed to share here? Okay, that was a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much, Lavanya ji. Thank you so much. I just wanted to share with, of course, with our global international audiences as well, that wherever you are and wherever you're based, there will always be a center somewhere nearby. I'm going to invite Hitendraji actually to come on board and perhaps join us. Maybe he has one or two questions also that he may wish to ask, or any comments. So Hitendraji, hello.
Hello, how are you? Good to see Lavanya and Honey together on this screen.
Actually, yes, it's been some time.
It has been some time, and it's so beautiful, Lavanya ji, to see how you've developed your creativity. Before we move on to our next guest, which is Amrish Modak,
I would like
to ask Hitendraji if there's any comments with the international retreat or events that we should be sharing, or a video that you may wish to share regarding the forthcoming events that we are organizing. That would be wonderful to share if you wish to.
Thank you very much, Haniji. First of all, I want to say thank you to both Nalini ji for setting up the stage for starting this program. It is like sun rising in the east and moving all the way to west. That is how I felt. And such a late time for them in Japan, still she is awake. And she came to join us in this program on Healing Our Earth. So thank you very much, Nalini ji. What a commitment.
Peace, true happiness, and overall harmony are what we all seek and deserve. Can we achieve these in our fast-paced, stressful modern times? There is an exciting opportunity coming up soon to explore this possibility. Gurutattva, in association with Sri Rupananda Swami Foundation of America, is hosting an introductory meditation workshop called Living in Harmony with Himalayan Samarpan Meditation. Find out how powerful, ancient meditation practice can benefit everyone in current times. Learn how to practice it on your own with guided instructions during the workshop. Our vision being that the world is one family, hence this event is free for everyone, irrespective of race, religion, lifestyle or nationality. It will be hosted online globally at 10:30 a.m. New York, 3:30 p.m. London, 7:30 p.m. Dubai, 9 p.m. Mumbai, and correspondingly in other time zones. This short 1.5 hour session can pave way for a big difference in life to bring wellness, balance, peace, and harmony. Many a times, people find it hard to start or sustain any daily meditation practice on their own. Realizing this, we will also offer a free immersion program for 45 days after the workshop. It is for all those who wish to develop a habit of regular meditation. This well-structured program will provide support by sharing useful resources and tips, answering spiritual questions, sending reminders for group meditations, and more. We have received great testimonials from participants in our past immersion programs. Detailed information about this program will be shared during the introduction workshop. So do take advantage of this unique opportunity. RSVP now for the Living in Harmony workshop by either scanning the QR code or using the Register Now link that has been provided. You will receive online details via email one day before the workshop. If you have any questions or issues, simply visit our website at samarpanmeditationusa.org. Look forward to seeing you on Sunday, February 12th. Wishing you the best always. Thank you.
Thank you very
Wow,
much. For sharing this
amazing. Thank
video.
you, Hitendraji, for sharing that. Just wanted to share with our audiences that, you know, we have got a wonderful introduction to meditation that's being organized, especially for all our Healing Our Earth members, audience members, and any of your friends and family that may wish to find out more. So if you are interested, stay tuned in. We will be sharing also, again, how you can get involved. On the 12th of February, we have an introduction for you. And after then, if you are interested to, and you think this is something you'd like to learn a little bit more about and practice perhaps, then we have, as you saw in the video, from the USA, Samarpan Trust and organization, they have organized a 45 days immersion program where you will be supported all the way. You will get little buddies as well to help you along. If you've got any questions, we will be there to support you. So Hitendraji, what a wonderful, wonderful collective effort there. And
Yes,
Lavanya,
I want to say one more thing. I want to say one more thing, that today, what you are going to see in these 4 hours of program is just the appetizer. You are learning and getting inspired that meditation can bring so much change in my life, inner transformation and everything. But what I want to bring to your attention is a youth ambassador like Lavanya. She is a young person, young member of our Samarpan family, and she is enjoying her life. She is making herself feeling at home and fulfilling, as if she is fulfilling her purpose of life, you know. So if we can get that from such a young member of our Samarpan family, probably some of you may connect with people like her. Some of you may connect with the people who are coming next, who are bringing you a lot of wisdom and knowledge about how medically and scientifically Samarpan meditation can help you in your life. So we are going to watch all that thing today. Thank you very much, Lavanya, to see you again, and looking forward to work with you again and again in the future.
Likewise. Thank you for the
Thank you,
opportunity.
Hitendraji, as well, and Lavanya ji. Thank you for your lovely words of wisdom and also words of appreciation, which I think you're amazing at. You know, you really like to capture the most beautiful things about each person that you meet, and I love that. That's such a fantastic skill you have. So thank you for that, Hitendraji. Lavanya ji, thank you very much. A global namaste to you. Keep up the great work with all the events and retreats that you're organizing. And of course, to our audience members, if you ever decide to try out the Samarpan meditation, you'll get also an opportunity to go to any of these places, whether it's USA, Singapore, Japan, to all these wonderful international retreats and you know, events if you wish to ever join us. So thank you, Lavanya ji. Enjoy, best of luck for your creativity, and keep up the great work and keep transforming lives through the wonderful work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for connecting with me, James.
Thank you. We now move on to all the way to India, all the way from Singapore. So we went to Japan, and from Japan we went to Singapore. From Singapore we go all the way to India, and we have a very special guest who's joining us now. His name is Mr. Amrish Modak. He is Swamiji's, Shiv Kripanand Swamiji's son, the youngest son. I've had the privilege and an honor of meeting him from a very young age, when he was very, very young. And currently he is doing such amazing global international work that even I'm absolutely amazed at the kind of work that's being done, humanitarian work by this one young gentleman. So I would like to invite Amrish Modak to join us on air. And if he's not here yet, we will be joining, he will be joining us very soon.
Honey,
I also want...
Honey, global namaste. I think I can't see Amrish ji here, but if there is one ID here which says India Niche Dham Studio.
Yes, that's the one. Yes.
Okay, so he's here and he will ask them unmute, and here we go, take it over, and everything is going fantastic. We have got lots of people tapped into our social media. So well done, Honey and Hitendra ji there, and here we come.
Thank you.
I just want to let our audience and Haniji know that there is a special program going on at the Dandi Ashram, and Amrish ji is required to be there, but he has been kind enough to record the message that he wants to share, and he is going, we will be able to connect with his information through Nijdam Studio. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for clarifying that, Hitendra. So, as you know, yes, there is a very special event happening today. If you're somebody who watches MATV, there's a really wonderful event that's happening today. It's all about meditation, it's about farmers, it's about some wonderful information that Swamiji tends to help. What Swamiji tends to support are spiritual knowledge for the commercial industry, for the law industry, for the farming industry. He helps people from all different cultures and all different social statuses to work on various types of different programs. So one of the programs that he's working on at the moment is a farming. It's all to do with the knowledge for the farming industry, spiritual growth, meditation, and how to really evolve if you're working in that industry. So I would like to invite the wonderful studio, which is from India, who's going to be playing a special message for us from Amrish Modak ji. Would you like to play the message for us, please?
Probably we may need to make them co-host. Amrish.
You're on mute there? Yes. You're on mute. Thank you. Can you unmute, please? We need you to, thank you. We do not hear the sound at the moment. Would you be able to put the audio on for us, please?
So when you connect and share screen, will you please join the audio at the bottom? Hitendra ji, maybe you can call them, and if you can ask them to join the audio at the bottom. Honey, you and Hitendra ji, meanwhile, you can tell us more about it, because people are excited about all the facilities and all the meditation that you produce.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yes. So at the moment, we have a very special recording that's going to be shared with you. But meanwhile, let's ask Hitendra ji to come and join us. And we're going to talk a little bit more about what's coming up today, what you're going to gain, what are the benefits of today's event and today's program. So
honey, Hitendra ji is actually connecting to India, because that's going to be a fantastic recording from the Niche Dham studio. Honey, while we are on here, I noticed when Nalini started from Japan, and to be in Japan and the journey that she has had was a fantastic one. You, of course, are a dancer. I wasn't aware that everybody was related to dance. And what wonderful that dance and meditation goes very much hand in hand. Maybe we can ask Nalini just to come back again and...
Yes. Nalini ji, please come and join us again. And Nalini ji, one thing I always like to share is Swamiji talks a lot about how creativity tends to enhance when you meditate. It just tends to, the consciousness tends to flow through you, and you, for some reason, become more creative. What do you think about that? How do you find that happen for you?
Really, same experience. Since we started meditation 20 years, I told you about. When I go on the stage, I'm totally in a different level. I'm totally in a different place. I just don't remember who is around me, who are sitting in the front. That never happened before. So you are so much at peace with yourself that you know that you're doing, this is just something as artistic things comes out on the stage. It's amazing. Even I see that I'm getting better and better every day, and I'm doing connecting more and without even expecting anything from the audience or from the surroundings. That expectation has totally gone, and more creativity has come up, and you feel totally at peace with everything around you, and you feel so happy. You feel so happy, actually.
Nalini ji, what you just shared just now, very important for all the dancers, dance academies, students of any type of dance actually, or music or singing or any creative area. You find that you become immersed in your work. You forget about all the expectations of, oh, how many audience members are coming to watch me, how many people are following me on social media, you forget all of that. You get so immersed in your art and your creativity that nothing else really matters. It becomes meditation in itself.
Meditation itself, yeah, it's totally focused, and you understand that this is what I want to be, because this is meditation. You ask the question, who I am, what I want to be, what's my existence here, what I'm doing, whatever I'm doing, 2, 3 things, my thing. What's my connection? Am I doing it for just to gain something, or just to show something, or just for my own satisfaction? Then you realize that it's for my satisfaction. So that feeling is really amazing.
And Nalini,
I'm very happy.
honey, I want to ask Nalini one question. I think we might have a sound. Let's play that and see.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, please play. Studio, you can play that over. Okay, we still don't have a sound. So while you are connecting, you need to join the audio before you propagate. So if you can stop the screen share, try it again with joining the sound, which is at the bottom left. Studio, if you are reading me, can you try? Yes. And you can stop the screen share. Let me just, yes. So, honey, I wanted to ask Nalini, it was exciting to me. Number one, do the Japanese follow them there as well? And also I can see Rajesh, who I believe is linked with Nalini. Rajesh, if you can unmute, we also like to have your views, because as a couple, you have made this organization famous in Japan. So Nalini, do the Japanese follow the meditation, Samarpan meditation? And Rajesh can tell us a bit more about it. Over to you, honey.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so as we shared before, Nalini ji, we talked about the Japanese community also learning about meditation and coming and joining. I'm sure that you've also taught dance to them as well along the way, for creative work. But how do you find, because Swamiji always talks about the religion of humanity, and he always says, if we don't look at color, we don't look at creed, we don't look at religion, you just look at soul-to-soul connection.
Soul-to-soul, exactly.
And tell us a little bit more. Maybe Rajesh ji, you can share. Are you both meditators, regular meditators?
Yeah, one thing is, before Rajesh explains you his views, that we, for last 20 years, we are very, dedicatedly doing Sunday meditation, regular meditation every week. And that's a plus point. The family, people who are coming here are for 10 years, they've been coming here. And after meditation, we all sit together, we discuss. Every time we sit together, we discuss few things. We discuss Swamiji's messages, we discuss those sandesh, and we discuss many other things. People have some questions, because some are meditating every day and they ask questions. Today this happened. So we are here to explain. So that thing is, I think, very important, that any center have to continue that. Support people are there. We also have information. We read a lot. And then they keep coming every week, because now we've become like a family. So that's important.
I think
so Rajesh can tell you more.
Yeah, thank you, Rajesh. Just wanted to share whilst you're mentioning that to our viewers as well. Okay, we're talking about centers, and what centers means in Samarpan journey is there are centers that are set up in different parts of the world. So if you were in London, you may have East London, North London, you know, Leicester. So there'll be centers, somebody's running the center where you can go on a regular basis and once a week perhaps meditate together in collectivity. In that way, you stay connected to other meditators, the spiritual community. And what Nalini ji has just shared with us is a very important point, is there are sometimes little teachings and little extracts that are read of what Swamiji teaches, so that we could continuously learn new things about spiritual growth, etc. And it helps us along the path. So I just wanted to share that. So if you join us by any chance on the 12th of February, to find out a bit more about the meditation, or you decide to then join us for the 45 days immersion program, you will then be guided across to your nearest centers, where you can then continue your program if you wish to on a once a week basis. So thank you for that very good point, Nalini ji. Very nice, thank you. And Rajesh, sorry, you were going to mention. So what does it feel like then, from the humanity point of view? You've both been meditating together. How has it been helping you with that? You're on a mute at the moment.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So as Nalini told that focus has increased very much, many folds since we started meditation. So we can really focus on the things what we are doing, whether it is business or sports or maybe Nalini's activities like dance and yoga or other things. And also what we are doing is here, as you know, the language challenge is there. So everyday messages come from Swamiji, and that are translated first into English, and then they are translated into Japanese. It is communicated to all the sadhaks here. And then when they come on the weekly meditation session, they put up questions, and we try to discuss and come across an answer which is satisfying to all. So that is, it is very good to interact with them after the meditation. So we have that session every week.
That's brilliant. I love what you just said there, because what I found is I want to congratulate you and your team, because you spend time on translating the work as well, because of course every country has to have translations and not everybody understands the English or the Hindi, so you have to kind of translate in the local language. So I just wanted to congratulate all these Samarpan sadhaks and disciples who tend to give their time on a voluntary basis to do this kind of work to help transform people's lives.
Honey, and furthermore, let's thank Rajesh and Nalini, because it's midnight there in Japan. They're on a different time zone. So how dedicated, and Samarpan means dedication. Honey, I've got one idea.
Yes.
Bihag and Naimisha are here.
Yes.
Why don't we take their session while India, because that video is very important, for it comes right from the main source. So if we can go to Bihag and Naimisha, and see if we can bring their session. And Nalini and Rajesh, both here at Healing Our Earth and Samarpan organization, Gurutattva, we are very proud of you. And keep on awake. We are here right through till morning for your time zone. Honey, take over.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, dear Neil. So just wanted to say a very big thank you to Neil Kumar as well, who is actually the brainchild behind this Healing Our Earth. So although he's a very humble gentleman, he works in the background, but he makes sure everything's working together. And he encourages people like ourselves, to bring out the best in ourselves, especially hosting in these kinds of programs, meeting some wonderful people along our journey. So Neil Kumarji, thank you very much as well for your lovely work that you're doing with Healing Our Earth. We now move on all the way to either it's USA or India. Now, I say that because this beautiful couple that I know, and I've known for many, many years, travel from USA to India, and I have to find out where they are at this moment in time. But originally from India, I would say my mentors as well, a really fantastic couple who have been supporting my spiritual growth journey along the way for many, many years. I'd like to really invite Nimisha Ben and Bihag Bhai Lalaji to come and join us. A global namaste to both of you. I believe you're on mute at the moment, and whilst they sort that out, I'm going to do a quick little introduction to these two lovely couple, this couple.
One minute, I will just remove the virtual background.
Yes.
So that, you know, yeah, this is creating the problem. One of us disappearing on and off. Right.
No problems. Whilst you're doing that, let me introduce you here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So we have a workshop facilitator, Mr. Bihag Lalaji. He has a bachelor and a master's in engineering. He's also been leading various workshops with 50 to 15,000 participants in India and overseas. So he's amazing. We're so proud to have him here today. He has also conducted workshops for corporates, colleges, schools, and non-profit organizations. And he teaches people about the Samarpan knowledge and Samarpan topics. He's also worked with people like Rotary Club, and I wanted to say thank you for that because I'm a Rotarian myself. And he's also conducted workshops in India, Africa, UK, USA, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, and the list just goes on and on and on. And with more than 40 years of experience in IT, systems, and human development, he has retired from the large corporate work that he's been doing as a vice president in 2011. And since then, he's been sharing this spiritual knowledge with thousands of people around the world. With that, we have the co-facilitator, what I say, Shiv Shakti, you know, that both come together and they work together in a very beautiful manner. So we have the co-facilitator, and this is Nimisha Lalaji, who is also a science graduate with a diploma in DMLT. And after retiring from Mumbai Municipal Corporation, she has been active in I would say the publishing field because she writes beautifully. She has been a publisher of Madhu Chaitanya, which is a bi-monthly magazine of course, of Samarpan meditation too. She's also written and published a book, which I have read, which it's a book of, I would say, pearls of wisdom in there. You know, she's shared such amazing things in her book, so which was beautiful. She's a writer in various magazines and newspapers as well. And she was also the participant of the first ever workshop of Swami Shivkripanand Swamiji, who is, of course, the founder of Samarpan Meditation in Mumbai in 1999. So she's been on a journey, both husband and wife have been on a journey since that time, and they have devoted their time significantly to this work, especially to spread the knowledge of Samarpan meditation and to help transform lives. What I have to say about Nimisha Ben and Nimisha Lalaji is that she is a teacher of pranic healing as well, and she studied Reiki, Vipassana, Art of Living, and she is just absolutely incredible. So I would like to now say a very big warm welcome and a global namaste to both of you.
Thank you, namaste.
And thank you for jumping the queue. I always do for a reason. You know,
we have been here since right from the first interview. So really we are enjoying the journey with all our other friends, Lavanya and Nalini Ben and all that. And of course Rajesh Bhai.
Yes, we've got such lovely people, and this it's a family, isn't it? It's like our own family that we've met, but we just live in different parts of the world, but yes, we're so connected to each other, don't we? Which
at soul level we're all connected. So
yes. And you both look very beautiful. If anybody knew how old both of you were, they'll never believe that. Meditation, it's a meditation that keeps you looking so young, 20 years younger than both of you are. So, Nimisha Ben and Bihag Baiji, you have today a special presentation for us called Detox Your Mind, especially using Samarpan meditation techniques. And I believe you have a presentation lined up for us today. Before then, tell us a little bit about, I don't know if you're going to be sharing a bit about your journey, but I would love to find out a bit more about just both of you, maybe a quick little summary about how you got involved in Swamiji's work and how you have been a very a big integral part of his journey right from the beginning. Can you share a little bit about this, please?
Sure, Naimisha will summarize that.
Thank you very much, Honey. And I really appreciate all our listener that I am also a science student, and not believing immediately whatever somebody says. And I was a healer at the same time when I met Swamiji in 1999. First time he had been to Mumbai, and here there was a very small first Swamiji's shibir was there. And hardly we were very few people, 20-25 people were there. And I was very much interested to awaken my Kundalini energy, because I was doing all other healing and the energy, knowledge and everything was there. So I wanted to do that, and very keen for this. And then we went for just out of curiosity, we went to attend the Shibir. And that time Swamiji, third day when Swamiji started teaching us meditation, the slowly he just took us to the higher chakra, from lower to higher chakras. And as we he just asked us to surrender your Agya chakra. That means that whatever knowledge you have, you just have to let go and just receive the pure energy. And suddenly my Kundalini Shakti that just arise, and it just stopped at Agya chakra. It could not go up.
Yeah.
And
how did you feel, Nimisha?
Because what happened, no, I was also not knowing. I was just whatever guided by Swamiji, I used to do that. And mentally, we were just surrendering everything, all the chakras, or whatever we have, that everything he said, this, you surrender. And but as we are very intellectual people, so we cannot logically, we want to know what is the really thing. And so our logic was always there. But as soon as the energy, because we were in a Swamiji's aura, we were very near to Swamiji. So his aura was so strong and very powerful. So in that, our energy, my energy just rised up, and it just stuck at Agya chakra. It could not go up, could not go down. I just, all my knowledge, I used it mentally that something should happen, but I could not even move my hand from nothing, not even my, I just lost the control from my physical body. And then I surrendered to Swamiji and I prayed to him. And then Swamiji saw that so because see, everything we have done is on a mental level, that whatever you do, you will get the results. So always we were doing something, but here nothing I had done. I was just sitting and following his guidance, and this thing happened. And then Swamiji understood my position. He came to me, he put his hand on the top of my Sastra chakra. And I just was sitting, and within no time, all blockages just opened up, and I just went into the trance. And it was a very blissful experience for me. And I never had such experience, because I was also doing meditation for so many times, but I was doing meditation. Here I have done nothing, and it happened. So that was the first thing happened. Swamiji used to say that in Hindi, he said, it ghatit hota hai, yani ki it is happening. But then you don't have to do meditation. Meditation happens. So it was not intellectually understood by me, but I experienced such things, the blissful experience in his presence. And from that, I just left everything, whatever I was doing, and I surrendered to him. And I felt that I got my master in my life, and I will continue the journey with him. So today, after 23 years, I'm still with Swamiji's work, and we started, so that time time he said that I don't know he will come back because he used to stay in east of India, that is Arunachal Pradesh. So he was not staying in Bombay. But we said that here, please come here. Lots of people are waiting for you. And his time also came, and everything happened. And he came to Bombay again. And we started, first I used to teach in Navsari, that is in Gujarat. So I wanted him to take it to Gujarat because many seekers, Pranic healers, they want to learn this side. So the first time we went in 2000, 8 January 2000 to Navsari with Swamiji, and we had a shibir for 8 days, and then it started like all the doors open, and the first we have started the first center, first Swamiji's ashram. Everything started from Navsari, and today it is just globally everywhere. It has spread heart to heart, because see, he never said that you use somebody to market something. But we have never done this, but it is heart to heart. So if I like it, I understood, I received the energy, I felt it, my transformation happened, I told other person. So like that, the whole family, just now whatever we are saying, the whole family has happened because of the, we received the energy. The energy is a love energy, the pure energy.
Yeah,
and that energy just make us there's a string
becomes a
between all of
channel,
us.
doesn't it? It helps you to become the channel to help to share and to also inspire other people. Nimisha, that was really amazing because your story was beautiful. You're a pranic healer, which is really important for people to understand that you're a healer. So you already understood the language of energies. And when you went and met Swamiji, you know, the fact that the clearance took place for you, the Kundalini arose, as you said, awakening took place, and you actually felt that. So you had quite a lot of very profound experiences right at the beginning. And you also, just like all the rest of our guests who mentioned that when you connected with Swamiji, you felt that he was the one who's going to help you to continue your spiritual growth. So everyone has some kind of a connection, that karmic connection with them, you know, somehow. And you also mentioned, which was very important just now, the fact that you encouraged Swamiji because he was from the Himalayas and he had this knowledge, but he wasn't sharing it with everybody. So I have to congratulate both of you as a couple and yourself as well for coming on board and encouraging Swamiji to share this with society. And since he came on board, and I think you organized some shibirs in Mumbai as well, so that he started sharing this knowledge, and suddenly transformation started taking place, like a candle lighting, all these different candles everywhere.
That's true. That's true.
So it was beautiful. It's a lovely, I just want to congratulate you for taking that initiative. And I think it takes a very pure soul to do great work like that. So both of you must have done lots of good punya, as we say, good great work for you to be.
But one thing I will tell you, that if you are ready, the Sadguru will come in your life and he will light your lamp. So that is the very important thing. So keep faith in him, keep faith in Almighty, to whom you are believing, and that will really help you. The proper time, proper person, proper guru will come in your life, and your life will become like a blossom of flowers, like cherry blossom. It's all the way, our creative energy just comes up. And this is here, you can see, is one of the paintings and art which really has happened with me. I was not a very artist, but started and it happens.
Yes, so let me share this with the audience members so they know that lovely painting that you can see behind Bihag Bhaiji and of course Nimisha at the back. This was painted by Nimisha. I believe somebody's talking at the moment. Can you please mute if there's anybody who's logged on? If you could mute, please. Thank you. So with that, I just wanted to say that this is something that you mentioned. The creativity starts flowing by itself, and you start becoming like a poet or a singer or a dancer or a, you know, like a painter, like you have become, which is fantastic. Very shortly, I know that Bihag Bhai, Bihag Lalaji will be also sharing a presentation. But if it's okay, I believe that we've also got Liz coming on board just to share a little bit about creativity that you shared, Nimishaben. And then we have both of you coming back again as well to join us. But before we do ask you to come on, Nimishaben, you talked about Swamiji being, your background is science. And there are many people out there who are our listeners and viewers out there who actually are very scientific and don't believe in the language of, let's say, energy. How would you share with those people who are more scientific based, more, they ask a lot of questions, more mental based? What would you say to them? Is there any tips or advice you could give to them so they can understand this a little bit better?
That will come in our presentation.
in short, I will tell you that energy, see, you can feel the energy with your hands. So if you want to feel now, you can do it now. All the listener can do now also, that you just have to activate your hands like this and this little bit here, because the energy is everywhere, but you can feel with your hands. So now what you do, just do not touch your hand and just bring your hands to near to your both the hands, and take a deep breath in and out. Take a deep breath in and out. Be aware with your tip of your fingers and center of your palm, and slowly just bring them nearer, 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 and then little take it apart. Very slow motion. You just be with your energy. Inhale deeply, exhale slowly. Be with that energy and feel the energy in your hands. So when you will do like this, you will feel some pulling, something tingling, some effect you will get. Even you can keep one hand steady and rotate the other one. And you just can go slowly rotate and even reverse both the hand you can feel, and then slowly you can feel the energy like this. You will feel the energy ball like. So this energy is continuously flowing from our body. Each and every cell of our physical body, it emits the energy, and that energy remains with us. So you can feel this energy, and that is the experience. If we, whatever we say about the energy, you can only give some or other words for the guidance to that. But unless you will not experience, you will. So you try it, and whenever you sit and calm and quietly, you can feel this energy. Thank you.
Oh, that is wonderful. Thank you so much, Nimishaben. So beautiful. When I could start feeling this ball of energy.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
yeah, you can. And that is
like you're practicing this. It's amazing. It's really fun to do when you know this. Excuse me. So, but I always find, there are a lot of questions that people say, oh, there is a scientific reasoning to that, or there's a scientific explanation. It's not spiritual. They consider spiritual things, which is something they cannot see, they cannot smell, it's something that doesn't exist. Whereas in our world, there is levels of consciousness. Yes. And the more you raise your consciousness levels, the more you'll be able to start going to the invisible realm and start being able to connect to that. So I just want to share that with our viewers. If you are somebody who's never done meditation before, do not believe in it, etc., I think the only advice I could give you is that perhaps you should just try it. This is exactly what Swamiji had spoken to me about and said, look, just try it. I was very, very busy all the time and I had no time for meditation. And I did my meditation for 45 days and it made all the difference. My whole life changed after then. So you have to give yourself a chance to at least try it out, I think. So thank you so much, Nimishaben and Bihar. We're going to be inviting you back again. I believe that Liz and
one more point. In 2001, when we had been to UK, the first time we met Honey. And, she's still the same. What she was there in 2001. So after so many years, she's still the same. And it's all because of her regular meditation.
Oh, thank you. See, the meditation does
so now you can see the growth. She became a doctor And she has done so many things in her life. And now even she's glowing. Her aura is glowing like a sparkling, like a sun on the earth. So that's why you started this healing the Mother Earth.
Yeah,
That's a reason.
I get inspired from beautiful people like yourself, and I get really, really inspired, when I see people's lives transforming and I see things doing, it gives me joy, somehow. And as we pass through life from the young teenage years to the, young adults to older adults, let's say, we learn new things, our mind expands a bit more, we become a bit more understanding about things. So I say to everyone out there, just enjoy the journey. There's always going to be growth. And Bihagba and Nimisha, thank you for your lovely share and messages and lovely information there. We'll get you back in very shortly, in 15 to 20 minutes. And meanwhile, we're going all the way to UK and in Wales, where I'd like to invite this gorgeous lady, Liz Jardin, to come and join us and speak to us.
Liz.
Hi. Oh, it's so lovely to see you. So many people, so many friends.
It's a long time.
After 20 years.
I know.
Well, sorry, our ladies and gentlemen who are watching right now globally, we have a kind of a social thing happening here. So you can see there's a very good, like a family bonding that takes place here. Thank you. I'm sure you'll get a chance to talk a little bit more as well. But Liz Jardin is going to be sharing a little bit about creativity and Samarpan meditation. And Liz, before I say anything, first of all, a global namaste to you and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Thank you.
And I just want to do a bit of an introduction about who you are as a gorgeous, lovely person that you are. Again, Liz is somebody who I've known for many, many years. She's from Wales. She's a singer, songwriter who found her creative inspiration ignited, after experiencing a Kundalini awakening. And this was through the founder and the teaching of the Himalayan Samarpan meditation. She's also practiced and shared this kind of a meditation for 21 years, exactly the same amount of years as me, because we both started our journey together. And she facilitates weekly meditation sessions in Wales. These are weekly meditation sessions. And this includes also holding these meditations in the Welsh Parliament, which is fantastic, where she manages to also support the executive teams there. Her passion is to share this life-changing meditation in ways that can be easily understood and accessed, of course, by everyone, really. And at the same time, Liz loves to share and make music with others, which I think is fantastic because I understand what she's about, because I love my creativity as well. She believes music can unite us in a collective experience. It has the capacity to open our hearts. And when imbued with the high vibrations of a spiritual practice, such as, of course, this Samarpan meditation, it can lead us to deeper experiences of our soul. What a beautiful thing to say there, Liz, even writing in such a poetic manner. So, Liz, today, tell us a little bit about your journey so that we can move on and share a little bit about the music and the creativity about Samarpan meditation.
Yes, certainly. Thank you so much for inviting me, honey. And it is lovely to hear everybody else talking. I think everyone experiences in different ways, don't they? The awakening of this, just what's inside of us. Nimisha and her painting, Nalini and her dancing. And for me, it's been singing. And yeah, it's been almost 22 years now in July that I've been doing this meditation, and through a series of synchronicities really that led me to experience the meditation in July 2001 when Swamiji came to the UK. It was his second visit, but I hadn't met him the first time, and he spent time in Cardiff in Wales, just down the road from me. I mean, how synchronistic is that? And Bihag, I think Nimisha, you were there too. I remember Bihag explaining, just sit and experience, and that was all I needed, because actually the entire first evening was in Hindi. So only those few words of introduction, but actually it was enough. Because all the time that Swamiji was speaking, I just felt those vibrations in my body and had a really strong sense, like others have said, that I'd found what I was seeking, what I was aching for, and I'd come home. And it was that unsettling underlying feeling of constantly searching that disappeared. It was like, I know I found something that that will take me where I want to go, wherever that is. It will take me there. And it was a really strong feeling. It was just this kind of subtle knowing, and I didn't really understand it in my head. But over the course of the 8 days, Swamiji cleared each chakra, one each day. And with each clearing, I had new experiences, new spiritual experiences and realizations, really. And it was just extraordinary. Swamiji was raising our Kundalini energy every day. And I just felt my awareness and understanding opening up. Nothing I was doing, it was just happening. We were given the mantra meditation and encouraged to sit with it for 45 days, at least to try it. Well, 22 years later, and I still meditate pretty much every day, at least once. I would miss it on the odd occasion when I don't get to manage to fit it in, but it is a really important thing. And I've never stopped feeling the benefits of it and seeing this steady progress within me that's just been so positive, really. So that's kind of how it started. Bihag will know that.
It's amazing because it's beautiful, because every person that I've spoken to, again, every single special guest who's joined us today, everyone has said that there was some kind of a knowing straight away. There was a knowing, and it wasn't sure how, but there's a little feeling inside saying, oh, I feel at home here. And it's a karmic, it's some kind of karmic connection, as we would say, for people who believe in the karmic laws. But, from that, I understand that we find that meditation makes us more creative. Something happens because all our chakras tend to cleanse, or some kind of cleansing, but activation takes place as well, where blocks get dissolved and energy enhances, and some kind of consciousness, creative consciousness takes place where we start becoming more creative. And that creativity is not you mechanically doing, it's a feeling that just comes through, like a writing or painting. There's some energy that comes through. Can you tell us a little bit more about how can we explain this to our audience members, that how does meditation make you more creative, and what actually takes place, do you think?
Yeah, my own experience is that, as you said, there is this clearing that's going on. It's like we're this well of water, and we've created all this mud at the bottom. And over the course of time with the meditation, obviously Swamiji does a really big work of cleansing and clearing our aura when we're in front of him, when we're sitting in his presence, or when we're watching his videos, or even just connecting through the meditation. We get this cleansing going on. And as the chakras gradually cleanse, as our energy is rising, as we become cleaner, like that well is getting cleared out, the pipes are getting cleared out, and it just uncovers what was already there, because we're all creative at that soul level. We just cover it up with stuff, don't we? Not everybody does. Honey, you've used your creativity enormously. But if, like me, I was very shy as a child, and although I was brought up in a very musical family, my brother is extremely gifted musically. I used to listen to my mum singing harmonies in church, and I learned how to sing harmonies from her just listening and being in that environment. But being very shy, I just squashed it down and found it very hard to express myself. And all these things in life kind of can come and cover over our feeling of having courage to do things that we know we can, perhaps inside, or maybe we don't even know we can, but it's there because at a soul level we are expressive, we are creative, we are completely free of any limitations, aren't we? And it's just touching that. And I think when I when I experienced what Swamiji gave to me and my experiences afterwards through meditation, and how I was feeling and how I was progressing and feeling like I was going from a life of negative thoughts to more positive thoughts, and then even those positive thoughts became kind of, I don't even need those really. It just, life is positive even when the challenges come. I feel stronger, I feel more able. In that experience, it just gives you the courage, you know, to and the gratitude really, and the feelings develop inside with meditation. I've seen that happen in so many people, that people become softer. I became softer, the feelings develop, and then all I want to do is just be grateful, and the words just seem to tumble as I, you know, within about 6 months of meditating through that period, and over the next few years particularly, I'd be walking the dog in nature and the words would just be tumbling poetically, the music would be tumbling out of me, and it was all through this sense of gratitude. And I think that's something that meditation kind of turns your life upside down from this negative thought process that we tend to have learnt, haven't we, in life, yes, to a more positive way of thinking that then just frees up this creativity. I think sometimes
that's what you just said. I just wanted to share that, of course, with our audience members, the fact that it tends to, you know, the positivity tends to just flow. It's like this blissful feeling, a joyful feeling. And when meditation, the more meditation you tend to do, the more the pure energy tends to kind of flow around, which then tends to help us to become more creative as well automatically. And you mentioned another very important point. It's within you anyway. It's within each one of us. That creativity is there for everyone. It just needs to be uncovered. It just needs to, you know, come out and flow out. So that's a very beautiful thing. And meditation is one of those ways to help that flow take place, which is really important as well. So what kind of things, how did you find yourself becoming more creative? You mentioned that we got a chance to also work on some really fantastic things, like, you know, record some albums, spiritual albums. I know I don't know how I got into that, but I had so much fun recording. It happened, the same thing happened to me. I just started writing and I felt like singing. But what happened to you, and what was your journey? And can you share a little bit about how you got involved in the album that you recorded, and what song did you sing?
Yeah, so we had an opportunity. There a lovely gentleman called Richard who had the skills to be able to record and produce the music, which was wonderful. And so we kind of all got together in his living room and he'd set it all up. He had a bit of tech equipment from the school where he worked, and it was just remarkable, really, because considering we were all otherwise very amateur at it, there was such a good feeling, and it flowed incredibly well. We spent a good 3 or 4 hours individually, and then together a small group, perhaps about 12 or 14 of us, recording some choral parts and the songs that had come out of people's hearts in Samarpan. And interestingly, every time, you know, Richard's mother also sang on, Hazel sang, every time Richard would say to her, "We need something else here, we need another song," she'd have it. It would just appear, another song would be created. And I remember him saying also that, you know, he plays a lot of instruments, he's very skilled, and he plays the violin amongst other things, guitar and piano. He hadn't played the violin for years, but he said when he picked it up to play for this, it just flowed as if he'd done it yesterday. He said that it was really easy. And it's another experience of, you know, life can be like that at times. And when we get connected to the vibration, it flows. And the journey is learning how to stay connected. Yeah.
And what is it that we're connecting to, that we say, we say that, we're connecting to something. What is it that we're connecting to actually at that moment? So somebody who regularly meditates, what is it that what is a connection that becomes stronger for them?
It's about the vibrations are there all the time. I mean, Swamiji does a very specific work for us that it's very hard to do for ourselves. It can take lifetimes. It can take a lifetime of yoga to get yourself to right up to clear the crown. Swamiji can do that straight away for us because of his high level and because of the job that he's been given to do by all the gurus in the Himalayas that he spent many years with. So he does that initial work. And then as we meditate, I think my experience is I learned how to be more aware of that connection that my husband said it like this. He said it's like living on batteries your whole life and then getting connected to the mains power. And it's kind of what Swamiji does. But then Swamiji says we have to then go and switch the lights on. So we get the power regularly, and that's the meditation. The power, the vibration, there's vibrations throughout the universe. This vibration is very high. We're tapping into something that is beyond our own ability. We get connected to it because of Swamiji's level and because of what he's doing for us, which is the reason why I feel so grateful for that. But then, although it's always there for us, then we have to learn to switch our brains off and our effort off and open ourselves to it. And that's regular meditation helps us to do that. The daily practice helps us to keep connecting for that period. And then over time, you feel the vibrations more and more through the day, and it spreads through the day until it becomes a constant presence for you. And I have times when it's not, when I'm focused on other things, but it's always there when I turn my attention there. And it's like cutting a path through the jungle, that over time you keep cutting and it's clear. And then there comes a day when you think, I can run through that jungle because it's there, So that's regular meditation, and that's what Swamiji asks us to do. Just meditate.
Yeah, that's a really good point again that you just shared at the end here as well, that it's like it's everywhere. The energy is there anyway. You just and it's what Swamiji also teaches, the fact that it's everything's there for you. It's just for you to be able to understand, become more aware, and to help to connect to that energy. So most of us have disconnected, unfortunately, with the way we live our lifestyles right now, the way our fast-paced, living style now, the cities, the jungles, the concrete jungles, all these things that take place right now. We don't have time. Everybody's just running to work, come back, watch TV, work, and then off you go next day, repeat the whole thing again. There isn't much time that's being dedicated to our own personal spiritual growth. And if we did do that, society would become a lot more balanced, a lot more peaceful, etc. So Liz, we did, you mentioned, of course, Hazel and Richard, who were real important parts when it came to recording some albums that we worked on. There was one album that we all worked on, which was called Pure Gift. Very beautiful. It was a mixture of, all different people from different cultures came together and recorded the album. Is there a chance for you to sing maybe before we finish up and move on to our next interview, for you to maybe share a little bit of a song or a video or anything that you'd like to share, just so that we can inspire our audiences and let them understand first of all, I know you have a nightingale voice, so sweet and so melodious. It's unbelievable how beautiful and soft your voice is. Even I could be listening to it for hours. But please, is there something you could share with us?
Yeah, I'd love to. As probably the audience can gather, I do have great feeling for Swamiji and what he's done for me. And I think sometimes in the Western world, the path, spiritual path, feels very lonely, and it feels very much like, well, we don't need anybody, we've got to do it on our own. And that's so not the case. You know, we would take, in any other walk of life, we would take a good teacher to get us to where we want to go, and an excellent teacher if we wanted to become expert at it. And the same is spiritual, and Swamiji is that for me, for sure. So this, I hope I can share this successfully. This is something I prepared earlier. It's not from the Pure Gift, which you can find on the Gurutattva. I don't think it's called that, actually. One of the YouTube channels has the whole Pure Gift CD. Maybe I'll find the link and share it in the chat, for anybody who doesn't know.
Absolutely.
But share sound, I must remember to do that.
Yeah, you're welcome to share whatever video you have. And by the way, this is just for our audiences to know, this is Liz singing a beautiful song herself. She writes herself, and you know, she sings, and she's absolutely amazing.
Oh, bless you, honey. Yeah, so this is something I just recorded this morning, but a song that just expresses my feelings really for what I've gained. So here goes.
Yes, and we're surely moving on to Bihag Lalaji after this. Thank you.
2 minutes, it's very quick.
No problems.
What can I say? How can I tell of all that I've gained since you found me? When I am weak, you make me strong. Your presence is always inside me, like the earth beneath my feet. A gentle breeze, both soft and clear, like the cooling ocean deep, is your presence within me. And I feel you right here. When I am still, I hear your voice, and in the silence you guide me. I'll place my feet in every step that you trod, safe on the path that you shown me. You're the colors that light my day. You're the music in my song. You're the voice with which I say I'm nothing without you. And I feel you right here within me. Ooh,
So beautiful as always, so beautiful, dear Liz. Thank you so much. You know, we wish you the best of luck with this lovely creative work that you're doing as well. I know you work in the Parliament, Welsh Parliament, actually, don't you?
Yeah.
Your professional work is what, Liz?
I look after, I'm the manager of the Executive Office Support Team. So it's a wonderful place to work. I'm so blessed to have that place to work. It's very positive down in Wales, which is another beautiful place to live. And one that
We've done lots of retreats with Swamiji in Wales, which is such a beautiful place, a very nice, clean and environmentally friendly place. You know, you can see lots of trees and mountains and sea and whatever it is. It's just beautiful. So, which is great. Liz, just wanted to say, any final messages you'd like to share with our audiences before we move on to our next guest again, please?
Oh, just keep listening, because this is lovely and there's so much valuable information, and vibrations are flowing through everybody speaking. When we share, it just flows, and you know, I can feel the love and the the beautiful energy of everybody, you know, in this. So thank you, Henny, and thank you to the team for facilitating all of this for everybody. And I'll catch up soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
this knowledge. I just want to say global namaste to Jean Liz, of course. You know, she's joined us all the way from Wales here with that beautiful voice of hers, and what wonderful information she shared with us. And before we move on to Bihag Lalaji, who's going to be doing a fantastic presentation for us.
Honey, just to let you know, because Bihag ji and Amisha ji has had a chance, we now have the studio video. Also, I have got it, and I will ask Sonal to share if she has got a problem. I will share it. It's a bit low volume, so ask everybody to sit back, relax, and let us enjoy this video. Sonal, you are a co-host now from USA. You can share the video. If not, I've got it ready. Sonal, can you see if you can propagate the video first? So, honey, we are running on time now. Okay, there we are.
Thank you very much. So we now have Amrish Modak, who is Swamiji's son, who's going to be sharing some information with us regarding Swamiji's journey from the Himalayas right through to society.
The methods, how to heal it.
So, just so that you know, the video sound is low originally, so you'll have to focus harder.
Today we are going to talk about
Sonal, can you maximize the screen because we are looking at the screen?
Yes.
The right side, the right, yeah.
Earth and the methods, how to heal it. So basically, the term which is selected here is, I feel, very deeply thought over. Because it's not healing the planet, healing the moon, healing the sun or anything. It's healing our earth. And when they say healing our earth, they don't mean healing the neighbor's earth.
Sonal, if you can read me, can you stop the screen share, please?
Earth or
What is
healing
bandwidth
someone
level?
else's
Sure.
earth. It's healing
Stop the
our
screen
earth.
share. Okay, Sonal, it's fine. Just stop the screen share. What I'm going to do, I'm going to try that because you have got a bandwidth problem there.
Okay.
I will
Sounds
just
good.
try it at my end. Just bear with me.
Sounds good.
Hello,
Congratulations, everyone.
today we are going to talk about earth and the methods how to heal it. So basically, the term which is selected here is, I feel, very deeply thought over, because it's not healing the planet, healing the moon, healing the sun or anything. It's healing our earth. And when they say healing our earth, they don't mean healing the neighbor's earth or healing the president's earth or healing someone else's earth. It's healing our earth. And I'll take the same thing which Swamiji says into our mind, that when Swamiji was asked by some set of people that they want to find and establish world peace, and he clearly said that you are not at peace, that how are you even wishing for world peace? It is a good wish, but it's not very practical, is it? Because there has been so many great people who have come on this earth, may it be Lord Buddha, say, or Lord Krishna, or Jesus Christ, or so many others. And even then, there has been no peace. Instead, we saw that there is a rise in the unrest and fights among religions, races, castes, color, and whatnot. So, what Swamiji may mean is that it is not up to a certain group a nation or a combination of different nations, let's say United Nations. It has been so many years since its establishment, but it hasn't found a solution for world peace. And then what is the solution for world peace and how do we get there is what we need to discuss here. What I feel is when Swamiji says heal our earth, ourselves, when they say that have a very solid and protective aura around you so that wherever you go, that 20-30 feet aura which you have around you will make you feel protected, and not just you, everyone around you will feel the same thing which you are feeling. When you are at peace, everyone is at peace. I'll give you an example. So in Saurashtra Ashram, I had a meeting with the manager and all the team people who were managing the Saurashtra Ashram. They had a very shortage of water over there, and they used to complain about this all the time. And when I had a meeting with them and they asked me the same question again, I replied that when the person who is the leader or who has the most influence on the ashram, we say for example the manager, the ashram manager, if that ashram manager is at peace, has found bliss, is balanced, then everything he do and everything around him will be balanced. And they were like, yes, we know that, Swami just told us about it. Then what do you mean by that? I said that why don't you do a kind of an experiment? Why don't you meditate regularly, stop focusing on the bad things, the things which are out of your control, and start focusing on what you can control and do what you can. And they did not follow it. But what happened is after 6 months, there was a change in the position of manager. A new manager was appointed, and that manager was a retired person, but he had good meditation state. He had good relations with everyone around them, and also had good relations even around the ashram. In the various villages, he used to go invite people for meditation, because meditation was the only thing which he had in hand. And I had not given him any advice. We had no discussions upon how to cure the water shortage problems or anything. What happened is during that year there was heavy rainfall recorded. It was never recorded earlier in 20 years. There has been no such rainfall in that area, and it was so heavy that they had built walls around the whole ashram, and many sides the wall fell down and all the water rushed down to the neighboring farms and everything. And after then, for the next 3 years, they had enough water to live with. So when people asked me how did that happen, how did just changing the manager brought a change in the entire ashram, how did that ashram prosper, how did it get so much more finances, so much of water, so much of what not, everything they wished, they got it. Then I said, you should talk to the manager, he does everything. And he had no clue that how did this happen, but I knew, because I learned from his lifestyle that he was always so much samarpit, so much surrendered, and so much at ease that he was balanced. He did meditation regularly, meditation in Samuhikta regularly. He went to the Guru Shakti Dham regularly. He prayed to the Mangal Murti regularly. He did what was in his control. And he did it right. And that brought the change. So, what we can do to heal our earth is up to us. Now let's get back to how to bring that change in within us. So there are multiple ways to reach that state of balance and blissfulness. But what I believe is there are top 3 ways through which one can attain this state. The first way is, obviously, you can pack your bags, or just don't pack your bags, just go to the Himalayas or any such place where you find solitude and peace, no outside disturbances, so that you can focus on your own self and your own journey. But that way you will be vulnerable to whenever there will be a call from the outside world, and whenever you have to go to outside world, you won't be at peace because you have no resistance to it. You always lived in solitude, so your meditative state would be vulnerable. Second way, which I feel is the way which Swamiji suggests, that do practice of meditation in collectivity and also in solitude at your own peace. Which means that if you do meditation in collectivity, say for example, you do meditation in collectivity for 3 years, then you will attain that stage, that state of blissfulness and balance and aura, which a person may not even attain in 30 years of practice by himself. What happens is, Swamiji says that 1,000 days of meditation and 1,000 people who are meditating together is the same. The fruit you earn from it is the same. So we should try this. And if you don't have collectivity at your own place, then it is not anyone else's fault. It is just our lack of awareness, or say lack of confidence, or maybe we don't have that grit to have so many people around us for meditation. Maybe we are not so much excited as we should be, like the people in some nations must be, or some places must be. So what we can do about this? So I'll tell you a story about 2 greatest monks from India. One's name is Swami Matsyendranath, and he had a disciple whose name was Swami Gorakhnath. So once Swami Matsyendranath, the master, asked the disciple Gorakhnath that you go at such place which has no people around you, no one, and you do meditation over there, and once your meditation is complete, once your sadhana is complete, only then you must return to me, otherwise don't return. Then he went and tried to find that place where no one lives, but he found someone always. And in his journey he went to a place in Himalayas where there was no one around them. So he went there, he was alone, and he found a cave and he did meditation there. But every time he tried to do meditation, it was so cold, and he had no such clothing which could support him. He had no such house which can give him warmth. He had nothing there. And yet all he could do was pranayama. He would do pranayama, the fire breathing. And with the fire breathing, he would keep his body warm. And even after then, it was so cold that it would take only 15-30 minutes to make that urge of warmth again. So what Guru Gorakhnath did was a very obvious mistake every sadhak would do. He tried to find solution to bring his body at ease. So what he did was that he had actually studied a kind of a sadhana which makes body very, very, very invulnerable, means resistant to cold. So he found those trees, he tried to identify those fruits, he consumed those fruits, and he did that sadhana. And while he was doing that sadhana, it took him like a week or more, but he attained it. He knew that now he is ready to do meditation. And while he was doing meditation, he wasn't feeling the cold, he wasn't feeling the irritating feeling of skin or anything. And then a madman came to his cave and he started yapping some things, and that actually disturbed him in the meditation, and he came out of that state. And he was very angry over that madman. So he tried to stop the madman. He said that you are not allowed here. I'm practicing meditation over here. Don't disturb me. But the madman said that you and your guru both are of no use. You have no brains. And Guru Gorakhnath was very angry because he can hear everything about him. You can tell him all the bad things, that's fine. But how can you tell bad things about my master? So what he did was, that madman was carrying a sword, and he took that sword from him and tried to poke it inside his stomach, and but it went through like air. And he immediately realized that this madman is no ordinary person. This must be a guru. And once he realized that this madman must be here to teach me something, so he bowed down to him and said that, please let me know your whole swarup, let me know who you are, so that I can learn from you. And then that guru took the form which he originally was, and he realized that, okay, it's Matsendranath, he is my own guru, he has come to me in the form of madman. And Matsendranath ji then scolded Gorakhnath ji that, why did you do the sadhana to make your body resistant to cold? And he said, because it was actually making it very difficult to do sadhana, so I took the short way so that it won't hurdle my progress. And Matsendranath said, what had I asked you? Did I ask you to do sadhana with such kind of abilities, with such kind of protection? He said, no, you had asked me just to do sadhana. Then why did you try to gain that kind of ability to have resistance against cold? He said, I am mistaken. And he said, no, you are not just mistaken. You have not understood what I had asked you to do. When I asked you to do sadhana, I asked you to do titiksha. Titiksha means to have so much of belief, so much of samarpan bhav, that any kinds of uneasy situations, any kind of not friendly kind of conditions would never actually make you stray away from the path, but it will actually enforce you to be on that path more dedicatedly, more in a samarpit way. So titiksha is the ability which he wanted to create in Gorakhnath ji. So titiksha comes when everything is against you, and still, even in that conditions, you are practicing meditations, you are doing the path of meditation, and you are completely focused on yourself. You're not focused on any person, any conditions, anything else. You are not complaining about it. You're not even thinking about it. You are just happy that you got to choose this path of meditation and you are doing it. That is called titiksha. And then Matsyendranath ji asked Gorakhnath ji that now that you cannot attain that ability of titiksha, that is to be surrendered to one's guru, then he said that you have to teach others about this path which you couldn't attain. The mistakes which you did must not be done by your disciples, the one who would be doing, who would be following this path of meditation after you. When Guru Gurutattva took an oath and he started doing the service to the mankind, started teaching others about the path of meditation. So what learnings do we have from this story is that there are so many things which comes in our life. No one here is having a life full of everything they want, full of all the comforts. There's always some sort of uneasiness, some sort of problem which may not be supporting you in your meditation. It could be a social issue, it could be a family issue, it could be a health issue, it could be say for example, maybe a mental issue as well. It could be a depression or anything else. But if you are hearing Swamiji, if those words are coming to your heart and you can understand those words, what Swamiji is telling you, if you have even once did meditation and have that experience of bliss, then I asked you that you also follow the path of titiksha, samarpan. Samarpan's second name is titiksha. So whenever there are any kind of issues, any kind of problems in your life, just become more surrendered to your guru, that you have brought these problems because I am not good enough. I'll tell you another story. So there is it's a story of a great saint named Namdev. And Guru Namdev, when he was a small kid, and he used to always do the jap, practice chanting the name of Vitthal, 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 which is a name of a god in India. And he would always chant the name of Vitthal. And he was asked to do the naivedya of the food which was given. In India, in Indian culture, what we do is, whenever we eat food, all the food, the first plate of food is given to God, and we pray to the God that you eat from this food, and once you have eaten, we will take the leftover and consider it as the blessings of God upon our food. Now when we are eating this food is blessed. This is no ordinary food. This is not a food to have taste, to enjoy the food itself, but to enjoy the blessings. And it's kind of a sadhana also. So when this plate of food was given to Namdev and he was asked to go to temple and give it to the Lord Krishna, which is also known as Vithala. So he went to Vithala and he went and asked, Vithala, can you please eat the food and leave a little bit of leftover for my family so that we can eat food? And he was such a great devotee of Vithala that whenever he would listen to his father saying that he went to Vitthal Mandir and he gave food to Vitthala and Vitthala had the food and now they are having the leftover of the food. He was always mesmerized by the stories and he would always want to meet Vitthala and give food to the Vitthala by his hands. And when he went to the temple and he found just the statue of Vitthala, which is not moving at all, not speaking, not looking at you, not having a feel or soul. At that time, Namdev was very depressed. He felt there must be something bad about me, that Vitthala is not coming to me and not having this food which I am offering. So what started happening was he started become spiritual and also philosophical. He started understanding everything bad he may have done. So he started talking about, okay, you must be angry because the food may be cold. It is not so hot. If you want me to hotten it, I'll bring another food. Then, okay, it must be the way I must be serving you. Okay, I'll learn the next time I'll learn how to serve you the food properly, but this time please listen to me. Then he would ask for forgiveness and everything, and then he would cry for a lot of time. And every time Vitthal won't answer. And it took him hours and hours of convincing to the statue to eat this food which he is offering, but he wasn't. He even gave the ultimatum that if you won't eat the food, I will stop chanting your name, I'll forget about you, I'll never talk about you. I will break the friendship we have. And then also the statue wasn't talking. Then also it wasn't listening. Then he said that, okay, I know you are a god. You don't care about me, a single devotee. You don't care if I break friendship with you. That's fine. I have no other way now. Now what I'm going to do is, this is the only thing I have to offer now. I have food here. You can have it. Or else, in India, we offer coconut to the statue, to the Mangal Murti, as a form of devotion. Like coconut, I offer you my head and I'll break it upon your feet. I'll break it and I'll break it open completely if you don't show up and eat my food. Then also the statue wasn't talking. And then he was crying. He realized that now he must offer his head to the statue. Then he went on to break his head upon the statue on the feet of Vitthala. And just when he was going to do that, he realized that the statue moved. He realized that something came out of it. And it started eating with it. He ate the complete food. He was enjoying the puri, the kheer, and the sabji and everything. And just when he was about to take the last of the food, last portion of the food, Namdev stopped him that, please stop. Don't eat anymore. Otherwise, we won't be able to have your leftovers. Then we won't be able to have food at my place. I'll have to bring another plate for you all the way from my village. It's so far away. So, can you stop now? Then he said, okay, I'll stop. And then he started resting on his throne again and he disappeared. Namdev was very happy. Just like Namdev, we all have to have this passion, this dedication, this force that if I am walking on this path of meditation, then something will come up. Eventually, my soul, eventually, my Atma, eventually, Swamiji, they'll all find the path. They'll all make things work. But until that doesn't happen, we'll keep on pushing. Pushing what? Pushing our body to have that feel that we are not a body. We are not a mortal body. We are more than that. We have an existence bigger than that. We are not just a body. We are a soul. We are a holy soul. We are a pure soul. And once we have done that sadhana, and once just chanting one time or two times that I'm a pure soul, I'm a holy soul, and then you will find that even chanting for once and twice, what will happen is you'll stop listening to voices, because all the voices around you are voices which could be heard by the body. Everything we feel is because of the body. Everything you desire is because of the body. So what will happen is all the things which makes you feel that you are a body, it will start disappearing, and you will come to your bigger self, your higher self. You'll become a soul. And once you are a soul, I know, you also know, we all know what's gonna happen next. It's what Swamiji desires us to do. It's the state of meditation which will come along. It is only then can we actually meditate. Until then, we are just dependent. So if we want to become independent, if we want to become master of our own world, our own body, our own earth, when we say healing our own earth, then we must also realize that earth is not very far away from us. Earth is here. Earth is the whole body. Our body is made of earth, and that is what needs to be healed. So I hope you like this session, and I urge you all that you all practice meditation regularly and also share your experiences. And if you have any suggestions for sessions, you can let me know. Jai Swami, Jai Atmeshwar.
Wow, that was lovely. Wasn't it a wonderful story as well, Hitendraji?
Absolutely. It was such a beautiful message. Just like Swamiji and Guruma, they start by a story that is inspiring, story that has to give you message. And Matsendranath and Guru Gorakhnath, everybody knows these are one of the earliest gurus in India. And through them, the entire Guru Parampara or the lineage of Guru has started. So that was a beautiful story he picked up. And the second story that he mentioned about the Namdev and talking to the statue or energy statue of Lord Vithala or Krishna. I want to connect with that at the end of the program. So you have to hold on, keep watching, and come at the end. Then only we will be talking more about it. So let's move on the next part, because I want to make sure that every guest in today's program get enough time. Thank you. But I want to thank you, Amrish ji, that even though he is busy at the Dandi Ashram during this Gandhyan Anushthan, 45 days of deep meditation practicum, and him being the main person, he has to keep himself available everywhere. He took out the time and recorded this video for us. And even though we had difficulties, technical issues, I want to thank Chaitanya from the Nij Dham studio. I want to thank Sonalji to support us, and Nil Kumar. What an excellent coordination. My goodness. I really appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, Hitendraji. Thank you, Honey. Honey, what I find, Ambarishji was very relevant because he engulfed healing our earth together with his talk. So I think that's one person to watch out for in future. He's going to be a very spiritual influence, somebody who is also going to be good for the earth. Honey, just to tell you, Tim is here, who is the next in line. It's your choice if you want to give a few minutes to Balaji's, or you can take him and bring them up. It's your choice. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now I just wondered if Bihag Bhaiji and Nimisha then is going to be joining us and staying with us for a short while. Then of course it will be much more useful to get on track, with our timing. So Bihag Bhai, I know that you have a bit of a half an hour or so of a presentation that's been lined up from our side. Is that right? I think you're muted. Still muted. So
yeah, we have half an hour presentation. So
yes, absolutely. Well, why don't we finish your wonderful presentation and we will move on to Tim Sai very shortly. So dear Tim, if you could bear with us for a short while and listen to this amazing presentation that's going to be taking place. It's all about detoxing your mind. And I wanted to let all our global viewers and our lovely global Healing Our Earth family know that you have to fasten your seatbelt, sit down quietly, don't move anywhere, because you're going to get to know such amazing knowledge and a really easy, simple, step-by-step process to understand about what meditation is all about and how you can utilize it in order to enhance and transform your life positively. So Bihag Bhaiji, may I request you to please do your presentation. You can share at the moment as a presenter. And for those of you who may have just joined us, Bihag Bhai is somebody who is a very, very professional and a very, I would say, experienced Samarpan sadhak. He's been working on this journey for many, many years, and he's also been conducting workshops around the world. So today we're very, very proud to have him here on Healing Our Earth to perhaps share a little bit of information and knowledge to help you to start on your meditation journey. So thank you, Bihag Bhai. It's all yours.
Thank you, Hani. I hope you can see the presentation.
Absolutely, we can see it right now.
So thank you so much.
And Nimisha then as well. So we've got both a husband and wife team, Bihag Bhai and Nimisha Lalaji, joining us now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hani. And thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to share our thoughts with you. And thank you, Hitendra Bhai, for conducting this, inviting us for this. And all the entire team, including Mr. Kumar and others. I thank you. Thank you. We are very grateful to you for whatever work you are doing in this technological era. That's how we are going to get all of us together from different corners of the world. So the topic which we have today is about healing our earth. So then the point I would like to ask you that what is it? Why to heal the earth? What is the reason to heal the earth? We need to heal our earth because the environment is being polluted by human beings through various sources. There is air pollution, water pollution, food pollution, crops and fertilizer leads to pollution. There's a noise pollution. But out of all these, the one particular pollution which nobody really thinks about it or realizes is what I would call it as a thought pollution. So important thing which pollute our earth is thought pollution. You might wonder, how is it that the thought can pollute the earth? Because people all have toxic thoughts and they pollute our environment. Amrish ji said previously that the healing starts with yourself. If the individuals meditate, then it will slowly, he will become, his toxins will be removed, he will become pure. As he becomes pure, he'll meet many souls. They come together, and when pure souls come together, they will spread it all across the place. And then how do you know? How do you know that your thoughts are polluted? You might ask, I'm just making a comment that there are toxic thoughts in our mind. But how do you know that there are toxic thoughts in mind? That is because of the aura. We have an aura all around us. And Namisha will talk more about it in details in her video, in her presentation. But this aura is made up of thoughts. So depending upon your thoughts is what creates your aura, which with a size and, depends upon the thought, it will have a different size, different colors, and of course, the different strength etc., the texture of the aura, etc. So if our mind is pure, very, is having no toxic thoughts, in that case, you will be able to have a beautiful aura. And then this aura is the one, the person with beautiful mind, beautiful aura is the one which will contribute to the healing of the earth. What are the thoughts which we can consider toxic? Anger, greed, stress, guilt, fear, insecurity, lust, tendency to get more, craving for more, animosity, etc. So then the point is that we have all these thoughts, but how to purge these thoughts? What is the way we can get rid of those? By getting into a state of thoughtlessness. If you analyze our thoughts, they fall into two categories. These are the thoughts either of the past or of the future. Take any thought and see what is what you are thinking. You'll always be either thinking about the past thoughts or thoughts about the future. The worries of the past will get into the insecurities of the future. Because whatever bad experiences we have in the past will lead into the worries of the future. But if you get into a state, which all the yogis, they call it as the state of thoughtlessness or nirvicha sthiti. So in that case, you will remain in the present moment. Because the present moment, if you want to remain, you have to get into a state of thoughtlessness. And if you analyze the thoughts, so meditation helps you to get into that state of thoughtlessness. And that is what we are going to do here. We'll discuss about the meditation and we'll do a small short meditation also. Then you'll be able to experience that how quick thoughtlessness can be achieved. Then the thing is, you might answer, are these thoughts, do they crop up voluntarily? I said, no, you don't have control over them. If you analyze whatever thoughts you are having in a day, you'll find that most of the thoughts depends upon whatever stored in the past or whatever negative emotions which you are carrying with you. It was done, if you say every day we think about 60,000 thoughts in a day, out of which 90% are negative experiences of the past. Now, this is given by Robin Sharma. You see, read his book, and this is what people have analyzed it, people have found out these things. So why are we carrying those negative thoughts with us? But that is our part of our, you can say, the psyche. Basically, everybody does that. But unless and until you get rid of those negative thoughts, you cannot become a positive person. And if you cannot become a positive person, then you're not able to, help in healing the earth. The more you become the purer soul, then automatically you'll be able to contribute towards healing the earth. And then more and more people become purer, then the earth will become more and more healed. So Himalayan Samarpan meditation, which helps in purging these thoughts and detoxifying your mind. That is the reason which we have been practicing this Himalayan Samarpan meditation for so many years. And we have also heard so many other speakers speak about it. And they all have benefited greatly by following this Samarpan meditation. Meditation will also make you more aware of your thoughts. And that will also help you to purge it, because the moment you are more aware about what your thoughts are, the thoughts will not remain with you. For example, if you know you are angry, the anger will not remain with you because you are watching the thoughts. So more and more you are aware about what you are thinking, then you will find that you are able to purge your thoughts. So let's understand the mechanics of the thoughts. The world is run by an order which we call as a universal life force energy. So everything is run by this life force energy, and that is why this energy is the one which gives you the strength, the movement, whatever is happening, everything is because of the energy. Whether it is a living or a dead person, they all have got energy within them. That's what the quantum physics, etc. people that talk about it. So, and everything is vibration. ultimately, if previous speakers also, they all talked about vibration, and Amish also given you example of how to measure vibration by putting in the previous talk, that how to generate vibrations by with your hands, etc., etc. So similarly, there is universal life force energy, and there is something called individual consciousness. There is the individual part of universal consciousness. There is a universal consciousness which gives you the energy, and you are the individual consciousness. So if you can get connected to the universal consciousness, then you'll be able to drive or derive the energies out of those. In other part, this is also called a Brahman or Brahma. So not Brahma, but Brahma, Brahma, that is in Hindi, as Sanskrit. So this is Brahma, is a universal life force energy. And then let us see how we can understand, how we can get connected to the universal life force energy. In Vedas, if you analyze the summary of Vedas, the essence of Vedas are 4 Mahavakya, which are, I can just loosely translate it as great sentence from Veda in the Indian scriptures. So these are the essentially Sanatan Hindu philosophy. These are the base of the essence of it, the essence of everything. So there are 4 Mahavakyas. These Vakyas are these. One is called Pragyanam Brahma. Pragyanam is consciousness. He says that consciousness is nothing but that universal life force energy. So if we talk about consciousness, that is what is the universal life force energy. Second Vakya is Ayam Atmaha Brahma. That means the self is Brahman. That means that what you are talking about, the self or the soul or Atma, there is nothing but that universal life force energy. That is Brahma. The third sentence is Tat Tvam Asi. That thou art. That means that Brahman which you are seeking, which you are trying to connect to, is nothing but you. It is within you. So when you are seeking for a higher spiritual level, then you say, where is the God? Is it God outside, everywhere? No, it's all within you. And when you regularly meditate, once you regularly meditate, then you come to the state when you say, Aham Brahmasmi. That means, I am that Brahman. You are a Brahman, you are the Atma, but you are not aware of it because of your lack of knowledge, lack of spiritual growth. So as you start growing spiritually, then you will come more closer and closer to your Atman. And then you know that you are the universal consciousness, what we are talking about, is not everywhere in the world. It is already there, but it is within you also. And that is the one which is most powerful. So now let's look at a little bit of analytically that if I am the Brahman, it is within me. How is it that I'm not able to realize it? How can I realize that what I'm Brahman? So then I start analyzing myself, that who am I? Most of the places they find out, most of the people for spiritual path, they say, find out who are you? Who am I? So once I start analyzing who am I, then I come to an equation. But I is equal to body plus mind plus soul. So body is a physical body, the sharira, mind is a mind or the mental mind and the mana, and soul is something called atma. So these 3 consist of I. Now we need all 3 of them, body plus mind plus soul, because if one of them don't have, then I stop existing. And for my existence, all 3 are required. If the soul is not there, my physical body, then I'll be dead, and then there's nothing I can. Then I'll stop existing. Similarly, if the mind is dead, suppose I'm in a coma, then also I stop existing, because then my existence is in question. Because if I'm in coma, people know that okay, this person is in coma, but I do not know that. So my identity is lost in that. So if we look at it this way, let's analyze all 3 components. The body is a physical gross body and it changes continuously, which is perishable. Mind is a flow of thoughts and your feelings, your intellect, temporary, and this temporary and changing constantly. Morning I may be angry, afternoon I'll be happy, night I'll be again sad, etc., etc. So mind is also continuously changing. But soul is the Atma, which you talk about the Brahman within me. And that is what the individual consciousness. So my consciousness is just pure and holy. It is immortal because they say that consciousness remains, it doesn't go away. Whatever gets there, if once you are dead, you go into, what is destroyed is your body and the mind. The mind also doesn't get destroyed, mind also flows into the different next birth. And then when you take the next body. So, and the last is the soul. And soul is something which we have to focus upon. So if you are aware that I am a soul and I can exist like a soul, and if I continue living as a soul, then what will happen? My dependence on body and mind will get reduced. My soul will guide me what I need to do. That's the reason what we have talked about, that when we do meditation regularly, your creativity gets unfolded at the soul level. The creativity will not come from your body and mind. It will ultimately come from the soul. Then what they say that how the Samarpan has spread all over the world. The Himalayan Samarpan has spread all over the world because it's a soul-to-soul connectivity. People have connected at the soul level and then spread those words. And they said, look, this is what I'm doing. This is really helpful to my body and mind. But that is not done physically. It is not that we are doing any marketing of that. But when you talk to on soul-to-soul level, the other soul also understands. And then that's how the bonding takes place. So before meditation, if you see, our actions are controlled by our body and mind. Our body and mind says, I want to do this, then you do it. The soul may say something, but body and mind says, no. This is possible, this is not possible, etc. But after meditation, the control increases of the soul. We are controlled and directed by our soul, and soul will guide you what you need to do. Many people who do regular meditation have got very good intuition, a lot of creativity, etc. It's not coming on the physical level, but it's coming on the soul level. And you realize that the true nature of soul is limited, and once you realize the true nature of soul, the limitation of the body is removed. Many times what people feel, oh, I cannot do this. My body will not permit me. For example, I say I cannot get up in the morning. It will not permit me because my body wants to sleep. But if your soul is in control, then automatically you'll find that the body will obey. Many times I give an analogy of if you want to travel from point A to point B, say you want to take a flight from, I want to take a flight from Bombay to London. Then what are three things I need specially? One, I need to have an aircraft, which is in a very good condition, which is fault-free, and which will take me from one place to other. Secondly, I need a pilot. The pilot should be extremely skilled, skillful, and he knows, and he's also balanced mind. Not that he might be skillful, but so mentally is not proper, then he will not take me from place A to place B. And thirdly, I myself have to be there. I have to be sitting in the aircraft. Now, these three things you can correlate with your body, mind, and soul. In your life's journey, you need all these three things together. Soul wants to go from place A to place B. It's continuously evolving. You see, it's seeking completion. What soul is seeking always all the time is completion in his journey. So in his life journey, the soul needs to go and evolve all the time till it reaches to a state where there is no more evolution required. But the mind and the body are the vehicles, the instruments. Just like without an aircraft, a properly running aircraft and a balanced pilot, a skillful balanced pilot, you cannot have your journey done. In the same way, your body and mind has to be properly trained so that your soul can evolve over a period of time and it can do its journey. So once again, the body is what I'm equivalent to an aircraft. Mind is a pilot who is well skillful and well balanced and is not very, mentally upset and etc. etc. And then, of course, soul is yourself. So in the same way, for your journey, you need to train your body. Your body has to be kept proper so that it will help you to achieve whatever you need to achieve spiritually. So your mind has to be balanced. And how the mind can be balanced? If the mind is full of all those negative thoughts, the whatever toxins, what we talked about, and that you don't acquire it voluntarily. It just happens because of past experiences. and our mind tends to store those experiences much more. So when you talk about Himalayan Samarpan meditation, in Samarpan, what we need to do is we have to surrender all those toxic thoughts, past experience of the past, etc., to the lotus feet of the Guru. We just give everything to him and then surrender all those things to him so that your mind becomes empty. Then why we are talking about why Himalayan Samarpan meditation? There is no exercise in this, no yogasana, no pranayama. And most important, it is done without any charges. It is taught all over the world free of charges. This precious knowledge, because when somebody was asked once that why you were not charging anything, you see everybody is charging some money, etc. So he says that I have received this knowledge free from my gurus in Himalayas, and that's the reason it's a very priceless knowledge. I can't put a price to that, so there are no charges of this because it is again based upon your experiences. So it's a very simple techniques, and secondly, you have to add this technique to your life. You don't have to give up your existing lifestyle. Whatever you do, you continue doing. Whatever practices you are doing, you continue practicing. But you just add half an hour meditation in your life. There's no qualification required except an open mind. Your mind should have you should go with approach it with a very open mind. Earlier, Hitane Bhai also said that this meditation is irrespective of caste, creed, language, religion, age. Anybody can use it. Anybody can practice it, and that's what we are going to do. And practice by more than 500,000 people all over the world. And practice in UK, USA, Canada, Singapore, Australia, Germany. And you have seen many of those practitioners who have shared their thoughts with us. So this is the specialty of Samarpan meditation. Then the question is, how do I do meditation? What do I do? First of all, as people say, you don't have to do anything. You have to just be there. You have to sit there and then let things happen. But there is a process in which you start the meditation and then you get into that. So practice of Himalayan Samarpan meditation, there is a affirmation. There are two affirmations. One we say, I am a holy soul. That is, main ek pavitra atma hu. What does it mean? It means that whatever impurity I see, it is not mine. As far as a soul level, I am a pure. But maybe whatever impurity I see myself is because of my mind, the toxicity of my mind. So but when I keep on giving this affirmation, I am a holy soul and I am a pure soul. When you say I am a pure soul, whatever impurity you see on my physical body is not me. It is the impurity of my body, which I need to correct it. So I'll correct it. If the impurity of the mind and I have to surrender it, I'll surrender it and leave all those things, to the lotus feet of the Guru, all the negative energies, emotions, etc. So that's how this mantra, it's called mantra, but nothing but affirmation. You start with saying this affirmation 3-4 times, and then you have to sit with your attention on top of the head. So it's a very simple technique. So you chant this mantra 3 times, and then have your attention on top of the head, and then remove your hand, and then keep your attention on top of the head, and just close your eyes and be there, and observe and watch whatever is happening. So this is all the affirmation. So what we will do is do a very short, quick 5 minutes meditation practice here, so that we'll all get an experience of what is meditation all about and how quickly we are able to get rid of those negative thoughts.
Did you want to maybe stop the share? Did you want to stop the share of the presentation?
No, you continue that, no problem.
Okay, no problem.
You continue meditation,
okay.
And I'll be guiding you on that.
Okay.
So we'll do very quick 5 minutes meditation. Okay, right?
Thank you.
If you want, but generally this is done 5 minutes just for just you can say taste. What do you call that?
It's like a little introduction.
It's a sample. It's a sample, a quick sample. But in reality, you should do it half an hour every day. It's a very optimum period, and it's good if you do a meditation half an hour every day. Fine. And then secondly, again, I'm emphasizing that you don't have to leave anything what you're currently doing. You don't have to make any change in the lifestyle, but you add meditation and then be happy, because more and more you get it with the soul. And what will happen? In Hindi, in Sanskrit, they say the attributes of a soul or Atma are called Sat, Chit, Anand. Sat is eternal. Chit means Chaitanya, it's vibrations. And Anand is happiness, bliss. So more and more you go nearer to the soul, you'll find those attributes will be wrapped on your existence, on your body. So you can say that when you go towards the Atma, after meditation, when you be in the Atma, then you'll find that you're always very happy. You'll come out very happily. Right? Any other questions you have, Honey?
No,
or
I think
anybody?
that's what you said was very nice, because when you regularly meditate, there's a lot of depression and lots of mental issues going on in the world at this moment. You know, people are talking about these subjects, but meditation is one of those things that can automatically balance you and automatically give you this joyful feeling, you know, so that with that joyful and happy feeling, it can help to affect all other areas of your life in a very positive way. So what you're saying is very powerful, actually. So if people did start meditating, it could have a profound effect on their lifestyle and their lives as well. So I think it's very good what you've shared, Bihar Bhaiji.
And you and all the other people are the living example of that. They've been meditating for so much time, and then
Feel naturally happy. Some people say, "Are you just pretending to be happy?" I say, "Really, I just don't know, but I'm
you
very
need
happy."
to pretend. Because you can't pretend, it will come from within, right?
Yes, it comes
So,
from inside. Yes, we just can't help it. Yeah, but Bihar Bhaiji, we're all waiting here. I'm sure I'm going to call a few people like Hitendraji and everybody, and we're all going to sit and meditate together if they're there.
Yeah.
So I think there's Mata as well who's sitting here. Hitendraji, if you'd like to join us as well, let's have you on there. Yes, and Mala, if you wanted to join us as well, it'll be great. Let's have a few of us all meditating, so you know we're meditating with you.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe Liz is there if she wanted to perhaps join. And Lataji.
And of course, everybody else, most free to welcome to join. Gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in and breathe out. Take another deep breath in and breathe out. Take your right hand and put it on top of your head. Rotate it clockwise 3 times. Bring the hand down slowly with your attention still on top of the head. And keep watching whatever is happening on top of the head. And repeat that mantra mentally. I am a holy soul. I am a pure soul. I am a holy soul. I am a pure soul. I am a holy soul. I am a pure soul. Keep your attention to on the top of your head. Be aware of whatever is happening. Oh. We'll pray for the world peace. Let everyone in this world be peaceful and attain all around progress. Let the peace prevail all over the world. And people achieve peace, bliss, happiness, free from all the toxins and filled with love. Gently open your eyes.
Wow, that was amazing. So beautiful. I'm sure every single person who's
I
joined.
to come out of it, but I said there would be time would be a bit
Short and sweet. Okay.
Yes,
you.
quality more than
What you need to
quantity.
do, you need to do this every day for half an hour. That's all.
Right, right.
I really appreciate your presence and meditation.
And
Yes.
now I will
So I think
Yes,
we we need to move on to our next guest.
yeah, exactly. So next presentation by Naimisha. So maybe you can do it afterwards.
Yeah, Nisha, then if you're around, it would be wonderful. And we shall definitely get a chance to see if we can speak and find out a bit more about your aura work that you do as well. And I think that will be very, very useful. We'll move on to our team signs for the time being. I just wanted to say thank you so much. Stay tuned in there. And I just wanted to say a very big global namaste to dear Tim. And before we speak to Tim, I would like to request Hitendraji to maybe play the video of our forthcoming event that's taking place, because we have, if anybody's interested with what Bihagbai has just shared with us, the beautiful relaxing meditation that he's just helped us to practically experience. We're also looking to share some of this with the rest of the world and our Healing Our Earth audience members, their friends and family. So we have a special introduction to meditation organized.
In modern times,
There you go.
inner peace, true happiness, and overall harmony are what we all seek and deserve. Can we achieve these in our fast-paced, stressful modern times? There is an exciting opportunity coming up soon to explore this possibility. Gurutattva, in association with Sri Sri Krupananda Swami Foundation of America, is hosting an introductory meditation workshop called Living in Harmony with Himalayan Samarpan Meditation. Find out how powerful, ancient meditation practice can benefit everyone in current times. Learn how to practice it on your own with guided instructions during the workshop. Our vision being that the world is one family, hence this event is free for everyone, irrespective of race, religion, lifestyle, or nationality. It will be hosted online globally at 10:30 a.m. New York, 3:30 p.m. London, 7:30 p.m. Dubai, 9 p.m. Mumbai, and correspondingly in other time zones. This short 1.5 hour session can pave way for a big difference in life to bring wellness, balance, peace, and harmony. Many a times, people find it hard to start or sustain any daily meditation practice on their own. Realizing this, we will also offer a free immersion program for 45 days after the workshop. It is for all those who wish to develop a habit of regular meditation. This well-structured program will provide support by sharing useful resources and tips, answering spiritual questions, sending reminders for group meditations, and more. We have received great testimonials from participants in our past immersion programs. Detailed information about this program will be shared.
Yes. So this is such a beautiful introduction session that is coming next week on February 12th. And we would like to invite all of those people who are enjoying this program and would
You're muted, dear Hitendraji. So just wanted to say that there you go. There was an information there, a little bit of a video. We'll get to our dear Hitendraji back very shortly. But we have introduction taking place on the 12th of February, which is online. Stay tuned in because we will continuously show you how you can join. And of course, from 18th of February onwards, there'll be a 45 days program. It's an online program, completely free of charge, where you can connect with us online globally. And we will help you to go through the meditation journey step by step to help you develop your practice and to develop the habit of meditating on a regular basis. So Hitendraji, thank you very much for sharing that. We're moving on to Tim. Tim. Somebody has muted me. Hello, Tim. Global namaste to you.
Hi.
Hello, it's been a long time. Let me do a little introduction about you, Tim, so that our wonderful global audiences know who dear Tim Symes is. I just wanted to say Tim Symes used to run a retreat centre in St. David's, which is based in West Wales. And Swamiji, Shivkrupanand Swamiji had stayed there almost 6 times, I believe, or even more, and ran many shibirs between 2002 and 2006. Tim had the privilege to spend time with the Swamiji and visit many special places with him as well. Tim also spent time writing a book called The Flow of Consciousness, which was designed as a question and answer session with Swamiji. And it includes deep knowledge and pearls of wisdom about spirituality. So today we're very, very pleased to have Tim here. He himself is the author of The Flow of Consciousness, as I mentioned, and it would be wonderful to find out a little bit about his journey in Samarpan meditation and find out a little bit about this question and answer book that he ended up writing with the help of Swamiji. So Tim, a global namaste to you.
Hi. Let me think now. In the second year of running this retreat centre, I got an inquiry from a living guru in India, and he wanted to stay the following September, and it so happened we had September free, and he made this booking. And before I met Swamiji, I knew nothing about chakras, past lives, Kundalini awakening, absolutely nothing, or meditation even. So I was very interested to have this guru from India staying. And it turned out the reason he wanted to stay in St. David's is the year before he arrived, he was staying in some friend's house, near Cardiff in South Wales, and he had a vision of a saint. And he didn't know who he was, but he described the vision to his hosts, and they did some research and discovered that it had to be St. David, because the descriptions of St. David are really quite striking. So that's the reason he came to Penru, the retreat centre. After the first week, we visited the cathedral, St. David's Cathedral, where St. David, who's the patron saint of Wales, he had his original monastery there. And I won't go into it perhaps now, but it was in the cathedral that I had this tremendous experience of, it's a past life experience.
Yourself? I mean, did you see like your past life, or what was it actually that you experienced?
Apologies for anyone who's already heard this, but we visited the cathedral, about 12 of us, and we went in there, and around the sides of the cathedral are 4 or 5 little chapels. And we walked up to the first chapel, and Swamiji said, "This is where we shall meditate." And for some reason, I said no. and you don't tell a living guru who you just met where or where not to meditate. That was unusual of me to do something like that. But anyway, we went further around the cathedral, and as we were going past the last chapel, I walked into the chapel, and everyone else started walking down the cathedral to go out. And I don't remember doing this, but apparently I ran out of this chapel and ran up to Swamiji and said, "You've got to come back in here," which we all did. I'll try and keep it as short as I can. And there's a casket in that chapel, and on it were the names of 3 saints. And Swamiji pointed to the last name and asked someone who this person was, and there was somebody called St. Caradog. And then he said, "Now we shall meditate as to whether the relics in the casket are those of St. Caradog and not the other 2 saints that the card stated the relics could be." And we meditated the first time I'd ever meditated, first time I'd ever put my hands out.
This was with Swamiji, spending time with a little small group you mentioned, about 12 of you, and you were joining them because he had come to Penru for the first time, and you were with him. Is that right? And then you meditated for the first time. Yes.
And anyway, he called me up. He said, "We shall meditate as whether the relics are those of St. Caradog or not." And after he finished, he asked people, and they all said, "Oh, must be wonderful energy." And he asked me, and I hadn't felt anything. And then he called me up to the casket to stand in front of it with him behind me. And I was thinking, oh no, I'm going to let this guru down because I don't feel anything. And then after about 7 seconds, I felt what I can only describe as a kind of silent roaring energy coming out of the casket towards me. And it was pulling me forward. And I thought I fell on the floor, but I didn't. But and I was just so involved with this, trying to not fall over and everything. And this just...
Was it like a surge of energy that you felt, which was around you? And is that right? Is that what you felt? Like how would you describe it? It's like around you, or is it like pulling you? What was happening at the time?
It was coming completely from the casket, as if it was towards me, and it was pulling me forwards.
Right. So your head was kind of moving forward towards it.
Yes.
Yes.
And there was a video of it, and you can see that Swamiji's behind me, not touching me, but stopping me falling completely over with his hands.
Oh.
And that lasted for a fair while. And the next thing I knew, we were sitting on a bench in that chapel, and he was passing me a bottle of water, and he was grinning and saying, "Energy sandwich." And he looked really pleased. But anyway, to cut a long story short, that was my introduction to this particular meditation.
So we always say with Samarpan meditation, we have many people who share their experiences, and they always say that they've always had some kind of a physical experience, always. So it could be Kundalini rising, it could be some kind of experiences, it could be energy or vibrations in the hands, or there could be something. So for you, it was this profound experience that you went through. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, whatever else, I just cannot deny that physical experience. And it was pretty overwhelming, really.
And since then, you also had a chance to after having that first time of meeting Swamiji in Penru, Wales, you also had a chance to travel to India and then write a book with him. And there was from the time there was an introduction to the time that you went to India to write a book about him. Can you just give us a quick little summary, like how many years was it, and how did you get involved in your meditation, and what inspired you to want to go and write a book about this?
What happened is that in between the Shibirs, which were the weekends, I had the opportunity to spend time with him, and I started asking him questions, and I discovered that I could ask him anything I wanted and he would, if he didn't know an answer, which is very rarely, he would be particularly honest and say, there is no answer, whatever. But gradually, I started recording these sessions, and I found myself asking more and more questions, and he's very patient and accepting of me asking these pretty naive questions a lot of the time. And then it was starting to evolve into something more than just a couple of evenings talking to each other. So it ended up with me doing 3 trips to India, I think, where I kept asking all these questions, including the times when he was at Penru. So it didn't.
How did you ask these questions? What was it? Was it like, were you trying to find answers yourself within you, that these are the questions you were asking him?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's things that you yourself wanted to know more about, the meaning of life. How does this work? What does this mean? Is that right?
Exactly. Yeah. And the deepest questions.
Of the kind of questions, so that people get an understanding of the kind of questions you were asking Swamiji. Do you have any? Do you remember any?
Oh, gosh, it's quite difficult to remember.
What does consciousness mean? And you had various different questions like that, isn't it?
Yeah, so things like what is universal consciousness? Where is universal consciousness? Sacred. What is this experience of this energy? What is it? And just many things. Anything any of us would really want to ask, the deepest questions, if you wanted to. And
that's very funny, because you mentioned the fact that you weren't ever, you come from a Western background. You've never had a chance to meditate previous to that. And suddenly you go on this journey of experiencing this wonderful, invisible energy that's there, the universal energy that's there. And from there, you go on to regular meditation and then writing a book, which then gets published. And almost every single, sadhak who is following this meditation will always have one of those books, Flow of Consciousness. So, I mean, what was it like sitting down with Swamiji? Because you said that you recorded the information. Was it just thoughts that would just come out and you would just carry on answering those questions? And what was the idea? Like, what did you want to do with that information afterwards?
I think I obviously wanted other people to get access to this amazing privilege I had. And I probably would start with 1 or 2, 3 questions written down. But the best sessions were when we almost got into a conversation and it just flowed, from just the whole thing just flowed. So I would start with 1 or 2 things that I really wanted to ask, and then it would just go wherever it went,
All right. So the flow of energy just took you wherever it was. And what did you find, if you had to describe Swamiji, Swami Shukripanand Swamiji, how would you describe him as a person? Because you've had a chance, just like a few of us who've had a chance to spend one-to-one time with him. What did you find? How would you describe him from your side? What Swamiji is like?
It's a funny thing that he's at such a high spiritual level, but he's also really down to earth and really practical, and he's got a great sense of humor. And of course, because of what he's devoted his life to, it's a sense of humor that's got a sort of depth to it that isn't normal in normal conversations. So things can be extremely funny, and he can be really delightful at times.
And very, very innocent laugh, hasn't he? He's got this very innocent smile and innocent laugh, like a child.
Yeah.
Very childlike. When you see a child laughing, and they look so attractive, and there's a kind of a magnetism there. And with Swamiji, there's that thing there when he smiles, and you really enjoy it. You feel happy, you're joyful yourself, seeing that beautiful innocent smile and laugh of his. So I know that kind of feeling comes through. I'm not sure if you felt the same when you see him laugh like that.
Oh yes, but also there were times when you're looking into his eyes, and it's not like looking into any other human beings' eyes that I've experienced. Such a depth to it. So, and also there are times when he's extremely serious, you know, and
what happened with this book afterwards then, Tim? I mean, how did you get around to publishing it? Because these were just thoughts, these were questions that you had about the meaning of life, what meditation is, what universal consciousness is. Such beautiful questions, very deep questions, actually. And Swamiji spoke so highly of you and said, you know, Tim is a very highly evolved soul. That's what Swamiji would say, that you yourself are a very highly evolved soul, because only a highly evolved soul would come out with such in-depth questions about the meaning of life. And the fact that afterwards you packaged it in a way that that knowledge was could reach other people and other souls around the world. I mean, that was fascinating. So, I mean, how did it all happen? How did you end up, you know, I mean, we've got a few more minutes left before our next, you know, guest comes on board. But, you know, how did it go from your thoughts and the body of thoughts to publishing it and getting it out? And how has it transformed lives?
Well, what's happened is a small book came out first, and that's no longer published. But funnily enough, I'm actually being in touch with publishers tomorrow of publishing this book properly, and it should happen well within the next 2 months. That it'll be available online and in all sorts of places.
Fantastic. When it does come out, you do let us know, because our Healing Our Earth will support that. And I'm sure there'll be so many lives that will be enlightened because of that book. So the flow of consciousness, it's available through the Samarpan network, but you are saying that it'll be going out more globally, you know, to everyone, and everybody will be able to purchase that. Is that right?
Yes, and see how it goes, but including bookshops. It's not, you know, within a certain sphere. It's
so we have our one and only author who is a retreat center owner, who went from a journey to St. David's because of Swamiji's vision about St. David, to you experiencing this thing in the chapel, from there to go into this journey of spending time with Swamiji, going into now becoming a regular meditator yourself and becoming an author of a book that's going from Samarpan family to the world. And I think that's an incredible story, you know, Tim. I just wanted to say congratulations for the wonderful work that you're doing and the wonderful work that you're bringing to the world as well through that insight of yours and through that inquisitiveness of yours. So well done for that. We have a couple more minutes if you'd like to, maybe, you know, is there any last final messages that you may wish to share with the world and with our Healing Our Earth audience members?
Well, there's so many things I could say, but one of the many interesting things is Swamiji's connection with this Welsh saint, and it was a very, very deep connection, and it's just really sort of moving, really, and that a living guru from India, could connect so closely to a 6th century saint on the western edge of Wales, and it was a very, very deep connection.
Yeah, and what was this connection? Why is it important, this connection of Swamiji having this connection with Wales, you know, with the saint, and having this vision as well? Why is there? What significance is there for the rest of the world for that?
I'm not really sure, but the era that St. David lived in was a very spiritual era in this part of the world, and it was actually known as the Age of Saints. And Swamiji connected with that era in the places that he went to, and was moved by.
That's beautiful. So really what the message here is, humanitarian wise, it doesn't mean you have to be a Christian saint or a Hindu saint or whatever it is. The energy is energy, And whichever spiritual path you follow, the truth is always the truth. Universal consciousness is always universal consciousness. It's not different things, it's one. So people who are on that level, on that consciousness level, will connect with each other or vibrate, and resonate with each other. So it seems a very, very powerful connection with St. David. So that's wonderful. Tim, I wanted to say thank you so much for sharing such lovely, profound information with us. And we really wish you the best for the book that's going to be launched and published in the future as well. And we wish to say a very big thank you for sharing this really incredible, profound story that you've just shared of just a person who owns a retreat center to somebody who's an author, writing and speaking and spending time with Swamiji. Amazing. You mentioned something about the reincarnation. Was there anything that you wanted to finish off with, that reincarnation bit that you wanted to share?
Part of the reason why my experience in the cathedral was so powerful is that Swamiji says I had a past life connection with the soul and the energy that was coming out of that casket.
Yes, yeah. And coming from a Western world, some people don't believe in reincarnation, but is that something you believe in, reincarnation and karma, and that we are going through a journey? Our lives go, on a journey of life after life.
It feels that way, and not I don't know much about it, but the culture in India of rebirth and the journey towards liberation, I think is just a wonderful culture to be in.
Oh, what a beautiful way to finish off there. Tim, thank you so much. That was Tim Syme, who's joined us all the way from Wales, and of course the author of The Flow of Consciousness, and of course somebody who is, I would say, a very, very simple, humble soul, yet a very deep, meaningful, profound soul at the same time, who's changing many lives with his wonderful writings. So thank you, and a global namaste to you, Tim. Thank you for joining us here today. Have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you.
Honey, just to let you know, we are 30 minutes overrunning. However, we want to give each of the next 3 guests full time, which you assured them. So we will overrun by 30 minutes. I'm okay. I planned it so we can finish 30 minutes later. I'd also like to let you know that the program is going fantastic. A lot of people love it. We've got more than 300 people glued to us in different channels right now. From the ones that I can see, there are lots of other channels that I cannot see. So there's more than other people joining us, which is beautiful. At this point, honey, let us let the audience know about some of our own future events and where we are going to move with Samarpan a bit later. But at the moment, if you just share the future events, here it goes, if you can mention them.
Yes, I was just about to share that. Okay, sure. Of course, you have tuned into Healing Our Earth, of course. I'm Honey Kalaria, and we have many, many future events coming up. Today, we have a special program on the Himalayan Samarpan, and that's all the guests that you've been listening to today have been coming from that particular field, which is called Samarpan Himalayan. Well, I should say Himalayan Samarpan meditation. Now, we also have some really amazing future events coming up, like the Ayurveda special on 12th of February, all the benefits of Ayurveda. Do tune in for this particular program because you will get a chance to meet some really fantastic experts and get to know about how you can enhance your own health and well-being. Moving on from that, we have a second helping of this as well on Sunday, 19th of February. Again, another second part of the Ayurveda special, because we have so many skilled practitioners, experts, and specialists who are going to be joining us to share their knowledge. Moving on from that, we have some fantastic...
And honey, before you move on, the reason why we've got back-to-back Ayurveda special, Healing Our Earth is now breaking integrated health into separate zones, and Ayurveda is the one where we are also launching globally, wherein we'll have conference, etc. That's the reason why it's back to back, and we move on further. Here we go.
Absolutely. So just to add to what Neil Kumar just mentioned to us just now, because Ayurveda is you're going to have many conferences being organized now that you can literally come in person and enjoy, meet some of our specialists. Healing Our Earth has a separate wing that's organizing that. Now, moving on from that is 5th of March. For all you wonderful women, gorgeous ladies out there, we have the International Women's Day special that's taking place. This is all about empowering women and empowering humanity, because we know all us women out there making a lot of difference in the world, and this one will be dedicated especially for you. So do tune in for that. And finally, let's have one more here, Women's Self-Care Program. Our Women's Self-Care is all about healthy women and healthy communities. It's all about your health and well-being. It's a women's health program. So do tune in on 12th of March, again a Sunday, moving on at 2 p.m. onwards, and you will be meeting some experts who are joining us from all around the world. So tune in for that. Let's move back to our wonderful Himalayan Samarpan meditation, and we are going off to India to a wonderful gentleman who should be actually sleeping right now because the time was late. But I have to say, with his smile there, looking charming as ever, I'd like to say a global namaste to Jiten.
Global namaste, global namaste. Getting my voice?
Yes, we can hear you. I just wanted to do a quick little introduction to yourself, Jiten.
Yeah, sure, please.
Yes,
please.
Actually, oh gosh, tell us a little bit about your background, Jitendraji. You do a little introduction about you, because you know what you're about. You have so many facets about you. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
I'm professionally, I was with State Bank of India. Forgetting that, when we're talking about meditation, I'm in this field for the last 25 years. I became a Reiki Grandmaster in 1998. After that, fortunately, the Almighty and Guruji has made me a medium in spreading meditation to over 100,000 people. One of the very big events you have already attended. I remained the managing trustee also of this organization in past. And then my hobby, basically, I was very logical. Because of some reason, I joined this. I became a Reiki Grandmaster, then went into Kundalini, tried so many meditation techniques, including Tao and many other. Ultimately settled in Samarpan for quite some time. Experienced something which was beyond intellectual level of that time. But after 5-6 years of that, I started finding out logically and scientifically why this is happening. And so I went deeper into that. Again, fortunately, came in contact with great personalities like you and many other scientists and so many people who have worked very hard in this field. So regarding metaphysics, fortunately, I've been instrumental in getting connected to so many people. And Chakra was always, a subject very close to my heart. So after retiring from the bank, I started to pen down the experience of 25 years, and so could come out with a book, Chakra Sanhita, and that's quite a detailed book, even blessed by Swamiji, and for the first time in any language, in any Indian language. Right now that's in Gujarati. It's now getting translated in English, Hindi, French, German, Punjabi, Marathi, Tamil, etc. 3 other books are in pipeline. One is on Reiki, another is on psychic powers, the third one is on meditation.
Wow, amazing.
So 3 are. So the write-up part is over.
Yes.
Editing and everything is going on. May take 1 or 2 more months. Then they will come out. Then because the hobby and my interest in various subjects, I went through various things like law of attraction and got qualified in NLP, law of attraction, hypnosis, past life regression, blah, blah, blah. So many things.
Yeah, we have to say that's why I said to the audience, I better ask Jitendraji to share this, because he's got such a wealth of knowledge and such a wide, range of knowledge, that I thought, wow, from writing to you've studied so many things. You're a trainer, you're a Reiki master, you also do Samarpan meditation, and of course, your journey has taken you through many years.
could address 2 national conferences of doctors on bridging science and spirituality.
Yes, yes.
Our exhibition, Science and Spirituality, that's also based on a lecture given by me to at Baroda to doctors.
Yes.
So from that exhibition came out. Then various changes have taken place, but originally it came out from there.
That's
so somehow the Almighty is making me medium in spreading the things.
When you're a pure medium, you just start doing lots of things that change people's lives in a positive way, and everybody has this different journey, but your journey is very, very powerful here. And I love the fact what you just shared, about science and spirituality, which I think is a very hot topic. And there are so many people who are tuning in today from different backgrounds. Some of them could be from very scientific backgrounds who may not understand too much about spirituality. And some people who are really into spirituality are very open to this straight away, to the knowledge. But to connect the science and spirituality together helps you to explain things in a much more concrete manner that everybody can understand, including those who may be unbelievers. So today, Jituji, I know you're going to be going through some information, a presentation, as well as you're going to be running through some frequently asked questions, because there are many meditators or potential meditators out there who have questions, like what is this and what is that, and how do you do this and how do you do that? So today I'd like to present the platform to you to please, present whatever you would like to present and share whatever you feel would be helpful for our audience members.
First of all, I would like to present who should meditate, who must meditate rather. I was just thinking over that. And then I'm finding that almost everybody is covered in that for various reasons. And somehow the information about that is not that widespread.
Yes.
Who should meditate? If I list down, then first of all, everyone who cooks. Everyone who cooks has to meditate.
Yeah, whilst you're chatting and explaining these things, I'll see if I can get a presentation up for you, okay? So you carry on and explain to everybody, and I'll see if I can get the presentation up as well for you.
Okay. So everyone has to, everyone who cooks, why they should meditate? Because there are chakras in hands. There are 7 chakras. Same way there are in palms, there are 7 chakras. And the energy is continuously flowing. Just before some time, Nemisaji made an experience, made people experience the energy floating from the hands and from the fingertips. So when somebody cooks, then that energy gets passed to the entire entire family or all the people who are consuming that food. So they're spreading it wide, their energies. Suppose somebody is angry and with the energy of anger, someone cooks, then that energy is passed to everyone. If someone has a loving feeling at the time of cooking, then that energy will be passed. So that goes on extending. So everyone who cooks, and as far as India is concerned, mostly women. So far, at least 90% of the family, women cook in India. And maybe in many other countries too. So they have to meditate for themselves as well as to take care of all the people to whom they provide food, first of all. You were just talking about women empowerment and women care, etc. Then just connected with that is another part. All pregnant women must meditate because the chakra and kundalini formation starts right at the time when the kid is in the womb, from the 4th or 5th month. So whatever is mother's condition, that will be passed on to the child. And the entire life, the chakra formation will be like that. If the person is aware and comes out with various things to balance the chakras, it's a different matter. Otherwise, the gift of those chakras, whether balanced or imbalanced, that will be given by the mother to the child. So every pregnant mother has to meditate. Now, somehow there is a misconception that elder people should meditate. Actually, it's otherwise. Youth must meditate, youngsters must meditate. Why? Because ultimately, meditation takes one towards balancing people. There are scientific reasons for that. The change in hormones, the change in brain waves, so many things are there. We'll be touching to that. So, youngsters, they have the right time, the time left to take the correct decisions. Suppose someone starts meditating at the age of 60, then most of the things are over for him or her. But if a person starts meditating at the age of, say, 25 or 20, it's quite possible that the decision whether to go in the profession, go in which profession, or to go for a job, matrimonial decisions, whether to construct a house to which place. So many important decisions are pending throughout the life. So all youngsters must meditate. If we take it further down, all students, because we are seeing that people are, at the time of examination, people are very much upset, and then the entire family is also upset. There is a kind of stress in the entire family. Yes, these are the palm chakras I was talking about. You can see, you have a view. The energy is getting passed through these palms, this way through palms. And so every person who cooks has to meditate.
Right.
We are coming back to students.
Yes.
I was talking about students because their attention power will increase. Their memory will be razor sharp afterwards. Their stress level will reduce at the time of examination, because there the stress level will reduce. Their parents' stress level will reduce. Ultimately, so many students are going towards suicide now these days because of the examination stress. So they can come out of that. So all students have to do that. That stress point we are taking further. Everyone who is lacking work-life balance. So most of the executives are covered under that, because excessive work, excessive long hours of work, excessive pressure, that has been very common these days. So that work-life balance and the stress comes to the family also when they come back at home. So to balance that part, they must meditate. If corporates provide this kind of facility, then corporates will also be benefited. Why? Because the absenteeism will decrease because of the sickness absences. Sicknesses will come down. So naturally the absence will come down. Reimbursement of medical bills, that will decrease. And ultimate thing, the HR goal of employee contentment, employee welfare, that will be gained. So for corporates also, that's very good. Right from the start, we were talking about dancers. Honey the Great, Nalini ji,
Yes.
then Liz came out with singing. Even Hitendra ji has a good voice. Fortunately, I can also sing good.
Wow.
And that is also because of meditation. So all artists. Why? Because one of the chakras, that is throat chakra, it is a direct connection with creativity. Same way, sacral chakra is also direct connection with creativity. So when a person meditates in both these chakras, they get balanced. So the artist, they can come out with more of creativity. And there's a particular hormone also. We'll be talking about hormones later on. So because of that hormone, secretion increases. So creativity increases. So all artists must meditate. And as such, all artists are meditating in one way or the other. If you find that, wherever my friends are there, I've seen they are meditating, if they're artists. And they will be excelling once they start regularly meditating. Then everyone experiencing stress. Why? There is a hormone called cortisol. That cortisol, when cortisol increases, stress level increases. Now it's a known fact. So many research papers are there that with continued meditation, with everyday meditation, cortisol level decreases. So stress level definitely decreases. So everyone who is experiencing stress must meditate. Please go further.
Yes, and that's
Next
why
slide,
you
please.
probably, yes, that's why you probably find that a lot of people who do meditation are normally quite peaceful, are quite,
Yeah.
balance, yeah, because of that
And
reason.
the recent example is this Corona time. In Corona
Yes.
time, when everybody was very stressed, feeling fearful, then most of the people who were meditating, they were comparatively balanced.
Yes.
Almost
yes.
everybody was balanced. Whatever happens, let it happen, but they were balanced.
Right.
Now there are some four kinds of profession. This Swami Shukripananji, he explains it very nicely. There are four kinds of profession where the professions are very important. Without that, the society can't function at all. But because of the virtue of their professions, they are experiencing negativity, depleted energy, etc. The first one is doctors. Why one goes to a doctor? Because the energy depletes. Some of the chakra gets imbalanced. Then a person goes to a doctor. So obviously, everyone coming to a doctor, at least 90% of the people or 95% of the people, except some friends, they go to a doctor when their energy is depleted. So it's a known rule of physics that the energy moves from a higher level to a lower level. So they ultimately steal the energy of a doctor. Again, there is a law of attraction. Law of attraction says that wherever your attention is there, you catch the energy from there. So the doctor's attention is always on disease. Forget about infections and everything. I'm talking right from the energy level. So the doctors must meditate, and so many research papers are there. They say that doctors die even before the normal people die. And there's another research that the doctor who is an expert in, say, certain field, say in oncology, say in cardiology, such doctors die in that particular field because their total attention is in that particular field throughout the time. So ultimately, they die because of that. Second important, without doctors, society can't function. So it's a very important profession, and at the same time, they are suffering because of the virtue of the profession. Same thing applies to lawyers. Why one goes to a lawyer? Because there is some kind of stress, some kind of fear that I may lose the case, or some kind of anger that I want to teach a lesson to the opposite person. Ultimately, that person is stressed, fearful, angry, frustrated, something like that. Only those kinds of people go to a lawyer. So the lawyer is always crowded by such people. When he goes to a court, same thing. And when you are sensitive to the energy, then we can find that in hospitals, in courts, the energy is very, very depressive. I mean, very, very negative energy. Yeah. You can feel
and
that.
also lawyers also have to go through, sometimes it's the truth, sometimes you have to bend the truth and this and that. And
So they are trying to find out, yes. They have to bend the truth many a times, otherwise their profession won't function. They would not have no living in that case. So the lawyers must meditate to keep themselves balanced. But suppose for a moment, let us think that there is no police in any country or in a city. What will happen? So the police is a very important department. And where his attention would go? Where the police department will take the attention? On crimes, on murders, on theft, on loot, on rape, or any other kind of crime. Throughout the time, our police officers or policemen's or policewoman's attention would be on a crime continuously. And so obviously the negative energy will pass on to the police person. And that's why I've come in close contact with so many police people, and I've found that even their family life is suffering because that energy they bring home. So to balance that person, police people have to meditate. Politicians, or for that kind, any leader. Forget politicians, any kind of leader. Because the leader's decision will be impacting a wide society, wider class of society. So more balance the decision. Obviously, more the benefit of others, and at the same time of the leader also. Suppose politicians. Then what will happen? What we are seeing right now, that there are two parties. Suppose one is a ruling party, one is the party who tries to come in the rule. Then what will the parties do? The person, the people, the party who is not in the rule, they will try to find out the negative points of the politicians who are in power. To defend that, the politicians who are in power, they will try to find out the negative points of the people who are not in rule. Ultimately, both will be bringing their attention to negativity. So again, law of attraction would work. And secondly, if they are balanced, then the society as a whole will be benefited. We are seeing that a 1% decision starts a war, and it is affecting the entire world. The war may continue for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. We all are, I'm not giving any specific examples, but we can understand. So many wars have taken place, so many wars are continuing, so many wars may take place. There is a threat of wars, and because of that, the entire globe is suffering. Every country is suffering because the people, if they will be meditating, there is a possibility that they will be balanced and such decisions would not take place.
And also, you mentioned here who must meditate. Well, you said doctors, lawyers, police, politicians, but actually every single sector of society, including, like, let's say parents, for example. Even if parents, they'll create much more happier units, not family units as well.
I'm coming to that. I'm just coming to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So I'm just saying.
Coming. Exactly. You are very right. You are very right. I'm coming to that. The last person is that only. Before that, everyone who is desiring good health. Let me talk about myself. How I came to this field. I was very logical. Though I was with yoga, etc., right from the age of 15. From energy angle, I was not understanding. In 1998, I fell sick. And that was the Ramsay-Hunt syndrome. That means my seventh nerve got damaged. Ramsay syndrome, nobody was understanding in those days. Even the MD doctors were not understanding. But today, the singer Justin Byron from Canada, he is suffering from Ramsay syndrome. So many people have come to know my seventh nerve got damaged. Topmost doctors in India, one of the best neurosurgeons from UK, from Southport, Dr. Bakulesh Soni, who is considered an authority, they all said that you will never recover. I was not even able to pronounce Pafa and Ba, particularly 3 letters properly. Whether I'm pronouncing today or not, you can decide. I tried allopathy, Ayurveda, acupuncture, acupressure, homeopathy, whatever pathy is there, I tried. In that only, I became a Reiki Grandmaster. So ultimately went to the field of energy. That took me to Kundalini, and that took me to this master after experimenting various meditation techniques. So ultimately, everyone who is sick or who wants not to get sick, everyone who needs good health, they have to meditate. Then everyone who is experiencing discomforting feelings. Why? Because ultimately meditation is impacting 7 chakras. Entire life is within 7 chakras, body, mind, and spirit. All the 3 things are in the 7 chakras. Whatever emojis we are using in social media these days, all those emojis are applicable to one or more chakras. So when the chakras get balanced, emotions get balanced. So whoever is suffering from any kind of discomforting energy, I would not use the word negative, I would use the word discomforting energy. That discomforting energy and discomforting emotion, they should meditate, they must meditate to reduce that level of discomfort or to eliminate ultimately. So they should meditate. Then everyone speaking spiritual progress. We all know meditation is spirituality. That part is known to everybody. So nothing to tell about that. And the chakras get balanced, we got spiritual progress. So everyone who is interested in spiritual progress, they have to.
What does that mean? So people who are watching right now, there's all people, different people can meditate, but what does spiritual progress mean for them? If somebody was looking for spiritual progress, if somebody says
that's nothing with the religion, but that is it is connected with the self-love. Because of the self-love, love towards others, towards all human beings, compassion, etc. All those positive things. Nothing connected with any religion.
Right. So positive virtues that you would give.
Yeah, all positive virtues. And see, the goal of any life. When I was a faculty, I used to ask my the trainees that why did you take up the job? Then the answer I was getting was that to earn money. Why to earn money? Then said for getting comforts or to maintain family. Why do you want to maintain family or to have comforts? Then the ultimate thing was coming out to get happiness or peace. And that comes through meditation because there is a hormone serotonin. Now, when a person meditates, then serotonin secretion increases. What is serotonin? When a person is under depression. See, in 2020, before Corona, it was an estimate by the WHO that every 1 person in every 5 would be suffering from depression. Then Corona came. So if the new survey is taken, it may be 2 or 3 persons, 1 out of 2 or 3 persons. So now all antidepressants are containing serotonin. And serotonin is automatically secreted during meditation. So it's our choice now whether to go with medication or meditation. If you can do something with meditation, then whether to go for medication and get all the side effects of that, it's up to us. Right?
Meditation has no side effects, only benefits, whereas in medication, there seems to be lots and lots of side effects, also cost you money, time, going to hospital, going here, so much. Whereas here, you could just literally spend half an hour or so meditating and boost up your immune system.
Absolutely, absolutely. Same way, peace and happiness goes with good sleep also. So many people are suffering because of insomnia. Just before 3 or 4 days, my session was there somewhere in Baroda. One lady came to me and said, I'm suffering from insomnia for the last 3 days. For the last 3 nights, I haven't slept at all. So you can understand her agony. Now, if she meditates, then melatonin, that is the hormone which is getting secreted with meditation in proper quantity. And that is very much attributable to good sleep. So everyone who needs good sleep, they have to meditate. Right. Secondly, everybody must be knowing as such that all our cells, billions of cells, are daily getting spoiled, and they're getting replaced by new cells. And that process is there in the night when a person sleeps, and particularly in a deeper sleep, which is hardly for 1.5 to 2 hours. During that time, the maximum that replenishment takes place. So unless a person sleeps, what will happen? Then everyone who wants to age slowly, because one particular hormone, DHEA is longevity anti-aging hormone. It reduces, when the DHEA increases, then the aging process slows down. With meditation, and the great example is Honey. For the last 20 years, we are seeing her like that only.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for that. I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah. So we are seeing that only. So everyone needs that. So almost everyone needs to meditate. Everyone has to meditate, but because probably the people are not that much acquainted with meditation, because they are not knowing all these benefits. And there is a major misconception. So many people believe that this is spirituality only. And there is another conception that spirituality is something lower than intellectual level. Actually, spirituality starts where intellectual level ends. It's over that. Our Rishi Munis, the Indian saints, the Indian seers, they were the real scientists. There's so many things to which now the modern science is trying to go near to that.
Yes.
So that is beyond that.
Yes.
That's beyond that. Yeah.
Yeah. So they
use so many things.
Yeah, a lot of the Eastern philosophy is being used at the moment. The Vedic are being used, and the Western world is doing lots of experiments and trying to discover it. And a lot of wonderful information about the meaning of the universe is being found as well and discovered through that. Yes, absolutely.
So once again, just go back to the previous slide, please. Just go back to the previous. Just we'll go swiftly through this hormones.
Yes.
Serotonin we talked about, that is a happiness hormone. Endorphin, that also increases. That increases means body aches and body pains, they come down. And we all have experience who are meditating regularly that when we start meditating, the body is stiff. After some time, it gets very light. In one session of half an hour, when we start, the body may be stiff. But when it's over, the body is so smooth rather. It's because of this endorphin secretion. DHEA, anti-aging. Melatonin, we talked about. Growth hormone. That way, people may not be knowing growth hormone. So many sportsmen, they take medicines just to build up their. So that is a growth hormone. When suppose a person, my friend's son, he was 10 years and he was not up to the mark, up to the, his height and body was not up. He was looking like just 6-7 years. Then he had to be taken to a doctor and the medicines were given and they were containing GH hormone. Now this GH hormone is automatically secreted during meditation. So all these hormones get secreted. All these are hormones which are required in more quantity. So they are. Yes. Only one thing is there. This cortisol, that is a hormone, stress hormone. Please. Next.
Right.
Honey, please, next.
We have about 10 minutes left.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be just completing. Yeah. Dopamine. We're talking about artists and creativity. Now you can understand the scientific reason behind that. It's because of dopamine. Creativity, intuition, and so many other things are considered with dopamine. That increases. Anti-addiction, GABA. Addictions can be of many types. Drugs addiction. Even if we can take cigarette or even boozing. And the lastly, mobile addiction, which is very common these days, using mobile for 8 hours.
Media addiction.
So that is also an addiction.
Yes.
So the GABA increases, addiction decreases, and sometimes eliminated. And the only one, this cortisol is a hormone which should be lesser. That is a stress hormone. So cortisol automatically decreases. We are going to the brain waves now. We are trying to understand from brain waves this. Please. See, there are, I'm not going into details now, looking to the time, but mainly we pass through these 4 types of brain waves. First one is beta. When a person is doing normal activities, beta, it is 8 to 13 hertz. So generally, then during meditation, it slows down. When a person goes into alpha, the relaxation state starts. So any information gathering during alpha state, even doing an affirmation with alpha state, that gives better results. So person goes in alpha. If a person is a better meditator, then can go into theta. Theta is going further down. And in theta, so many intuitive things come out. So many information, so many pieces of information which are not available normally through 5 senses. They come out, all psychic powers develop. Delta is the state which, if that comes, that's great, which comes in very deep sleep, hardly for 1.5 to 2 hours. That someone can get in delta if a regular meditator is there. So this is something in short about brain waves.
You said psychic, you mentioned, Jitendraji, that when with the theta brain waves, you end up you can develop your psychic powers, etc.
Yeah.
What's that got to do with the brain waves? How can the brain waves change for your intuition to strengthen up?
Brain waves slow down. Brain waves slow down from beta to alpha, alpha to theta. Yes. See, there are so many cases of psychic detectives who go into, say, my friend is there in America, Barbara. She's a non-psychic detective. So many police is referring so many cases to Barbara. Barbara goes into theta. Suppose some case is not solved by the police department, then it's given to Barbara. Barbara goes into theta state and she can see the entire, as a clairvoyant, she can see the picture that this is happening, someone came, who came, then gives that information to the police, and so many cases are solved. Same way, there is one Vienna Sibyl. She is considered a lady with X-ray eyes. She remains almost in theta every time. She can see throughout within the body, where the stent is there, where the road is there, all those things she can see. So that can happen if a person remains in theta.
Right, just send it to clarity.
My next book on psychic powers, I have detailed it in a very
definitely go out
depth
there.
rather. Yeah.
Very nice.
Now the main question comes, so many meditation techniques are there. See, suppose we are advocates, all the people who came here advocated Himalayan meditation. There have been so many other meditation techniques. So that question is being asked so many times. How should one choose the meditation technique? So let's just understand that before completing. Why? See, meditation has to be different for different people as such. Suppose someone is very depressive, then that person can have a meditation technique which can be active meditation. But a person who is hyper, they have to get with a meditation technique that will be different than that. All such things are there. But forgetting all those things, there are certain basic rules, I believe. First of all, it's a time of professionalism. So many people charge so many hefty fees and teach meditation, whether it's correct or not, nobody knows. If it is costing no or little expenditure, then we can believe that at least there is no motive to earn money. So at least the motive is good. So any meditation technique that we choose, it's best to, it's not to spend money, but it is best just to ensure that is the correct meditation technique. The purpose is only for the welfare of the people. We should choose for a meditation technique that is simple. No retail cost. Secondly, there are many, suppose Merkaba meditation. It's very powerful, but it's very complicated. Everyone can not do in the initial stage at least. So it should be a simple meditation technique. Just before some time, Bihagji said, no, it's very simple. This meditation is very simple. There can be some other also, but this is very simple, that we know. So it should be, simplicity is the must. Thirdly, generally it is seen that a person starts meditating and after some time, if the experiences are not there, then no encouragement is there to continue. So whenever you choose a meditation technique and you find that the experiences are very fast, say within 5 days, 6 days, 1 week, 1 month at least, then a person is encouraged to continue on that. And regularity is a must. So immediate experiences or quicker experiences, that is a must to choose for a meditation technique. It has to be secular, so that no tag is attached, whether it is with this religion or that religion. Now suppose we buy a TV or a fridge or anything for that purpose. Then we take a review. We ask 5 people whether your TV is working properly of that particular brand, whether Samsung is working properly, whether iPhone is working properly. Should we go for that or not? Then when we are going to choose something which is going to change mold the entire life, then naturally the experience of others, that would count. If you find that so many people, logical people also, they are practicing a particular meditation technique over a longer period, then there are all the chances that this is a powerful meditation technique. So that can be sorted too. And the last part, meditation can have impact in 2 different ways. One is common. One is whatever experience, whatever benefits we discussed. From this angle, benefits are hundreds rather, but I tried to discuss from the scientific angle. So every meditation gives benefits. So they are common to everyone. But there are certain meditation techniques where you get something, some support from some others. Suppose I want to climb a hill and then ultimately I'm tired and someone is standing there and pulls me up, then naturally it's very easy for me. So there are certain meditation techniques, like in this meditation technique, the master, he has come from the Himalaya for so many years, for decades. He was in Himalaya. His powers are experienced by so many. So what happens? The immediate experiences start because of his powers. So if we choose a meditation technique that gives regular benefits plus the support from someone else, then definitely that is the best one. So that should be the meditation technique. And that's why after experiencing so many meditation techniques over a period of time, almost all chakra based, all basic element based, all very special meditation techniques, Tao, all those I've experienced at different. But most of the time, I remained with Himalayan meditation because of the benefits and this particular features. And I think my time is over. Honey, thank you so much for calling me to this. And okay, the last one. Yeah, I was just talking about, please show that. It's important.
Yes.
Yeah, I was talking about higher powers. That also we should not believe because I'm saying, or because Bihagji is saying, or because team is saying, or because Liz is saying. See, there are scientific measures available for that. Aura picture. This is the picture of the master. That's so. This kind of aura is very powerful. That is one thing. Secondly, the another picture shows that, see, whenever the energy increases, every person has two kinds of energy, yin and yang. That means male and female energy. Everyone has. And with meditation, that means one is logical, one is creative. That time. And with increased meditation, both the energies get balanced. And the report is available now. Here is the report of the Swamiji. You can see the report here. Almost both the energies are balanced. So this has been taken, this photo has been taken in UK itself in 2016. That is the photo. After that, I think no new photo has been taken.
Yes.
So we have some measures. We have some parameters based on which we can choose a master also. Isn't it?
Absolutely.
So,
that's very useful, actually. And also this report that you're talking about, the yin-yang balance, etc. What fantastic information. I thought I'll just keep this here as well. So if anybody wanted to contact, of course, Jitendraji, and also, of course, ask about his books that are coming out very shortly, and the book that's already there, then here you go. Here's his wonderful contact details. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Annie, and thank you everyone at the Healing the Earth. Because of you, I got the chance to come second time here and to discuss with everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
We also were honored to have you here, dear Jitendraji, because your knowledge is absolutely superb. And I think even more important is how to break down information, how to make it so that it's bite-sized, you know, for people to understand step by step. And I know that we could have had so much more from you, but limited time, I know. Perhaps next time we need to call you back again to talk about even other topics.
Would be my pleasure, definitely.
Oh, thank you so much.
Bye-bye, and everybody. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. So Jitendraji, what did you think of that? That was a fantastic presentation, wasn't it, by Jitendraji?
Honey, before Jitendraji answers that, we have, because the time has gone past midnight or coming to midnight in India, we have got Nimisha who is ready. She only needs 10 minutes for her presentation. And then we move on to Surendra, who is also ready. So let's give Nimisha a chance. Jitendraji, your comment, and we bring Nimisha over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Neilji. Yes, Jitendraji, any comment before we move on to Nimisha?
All I can say is, like in the court of Akbar, there was Birbal, who was the most precious person. The same way in today's program, whoever is the speaker representing Global Samarpan family are the best of the gems of Shivkrupanand Swamiji. These are the most dearest souls I love and I respect, and that's why we brought them to be included in today's program. We don't want to miss any important information that they are sharing, and it is so much inspiring and enlightening for all of us, because every information shared by each and every participant, speaker, guest is so valuable, and it opens up our eyes and hearts. Okay, so thank you very much, Jitendraji. Thank you, Nimisha, and all the speakers.
Thank you for Jitendraji as well. I just wanted to take this opportunity to say hello and thank you to our Jitendraji thank you for bringing all these people together, suggesting people, recommending people, helping to put this program together with me. And I really am truly, truly grateful to know such a wonderful soul such as yourself. And
our
definitely what you said was absolutely right. These are gems of people from the Samarpan family, people who have been there for many, many years, are very, very experienced Samarpan meditators. And, you know, they're all being brought together in this one Healing Our Earth program, and it's amazing. And of course, we're now moving on to Nimisha then. Nimisha Lalaji, who has been so patient and so wonderfully patient, all in India. She's in India at the moment. It must be about 11 o'clock at night or 11:15 or so at night. Thank you very much for your patience. 11. now Bihar is rubbing it in as well at the same time. But please, dear Nimisha Lalaji, please go ahead and share us a little bit of information about the aura, please.
Thank you very much, Hani. As we have learned from so many people that about the subtle body, so I will say that each and every cell of our body is emitting energy, and that energy remains around our physical body. That is called aura. Aura is like our spiritual signature. It's a mirror of our mind. So whatever we are thinking about the emotions which is coming up has a different, you can see here in the slide, so many different colors are there. It is nothing but the emotions which comes up, and each and every emotion has a different frequency. Like how you can see the sunlight has a 7 colors. The 7 colors have a 7 different frequencies. In the same way, our emotions are sometimes mixed emotion. So you can see the every moment, every time your aura energy is changing. And this photograph is not just you can take out this photograph with a Kirlian photography, and that Kirlian, Dr. Kirlian has found out this photon photography. So now everywhere it is available, and you can also take out your photograph, the aura. Now we in aura, that is electromagnetic field around us, and on that the meridians.
Just to clarify, Nimisha, just for our audience members. So anybody who wants to go and take a photograph of your own aura can go to somebody who has Kirlian photography or a Kirlian photographer, and you can literally take a photograph of your body, and you will be able to see your whole aura around you and the colors of your aura, which will tell you a lot about your current state of mind, etc. Is that right, Nimisha Ben? I just wanted to clarify.
One more thing, this today for the disease condition in many even in US and other places, they take out the photo, like the person with the patient is coming, or anybody is coming with the discomfort, they take out the aura photograph, and from aura you can find out the problems in a certain part of your body. And see, before any disease come to your physical body, it comes on your aura, and then it comes on a physical body. So any disease condition comes, immediately the aura color changes, and even you can see the black webs in aura also. And many people who is naturally can see the aura, they are clairvoyant, and they by meditation also some people become clairvoyant, and by even activating their Agya Chakra and all, then just now whatever Jitu Bhai has said, so many sixth sense open up, and you can also see the aura. So this aura is very important, and today it is not just a concept, but today you can see it is in a see your aura on the with a Kirlian photography. So this is very important, because if the person get the cancer, if he will come about before it on the aura, we can do some precaution for that. So diagnosis can done, and immediately the person can take a step on emotional base, so automatically he will get free from he will not get the disease condition immediately. So,
yeah, so just to clarify, just to clarify this for audiences. So, you know, whenever you get any kind of diseases, illnesses, etc., normally the aura would pick up those little blockages or maybe dark patches or something around your aura. And what tends to happen is if you can heal that through energy assisted, using energy techniques or energy healing techniques or meditating, etc., and you clear and make that aura very strong, clean and pure, you will find that that illness doesn't actually reach your physical body. So you will not be experiencing that illness also. So I just wanted to share that with our audiences. Nimishaben, please carry on. Thank you.
So now what happened in our aura, like how the physical body is, there are the blood veins. So veins in that the blood is circulating. In the same way, the energy circulating in the aura field, that is electromagnetic field, and that is called the meridians. And we in our scripture, there says that 72,000 meridians are there, and where the meridians are crisscrossing, they call the chakra. As Jitubhai said, there are major 7 chakra. So that major 7 chakra is just receiving the fresh energy and throwing out the disease or used up energy. Now these chakra are connected with our 5 elements. Like our body is also made up of 5 elements, that is earth, fire, water, sky and space. So all these 5 elements are there. It is connected with our chakras, and these 5 elements, the body is also made up of this, and even the whole planet is also made up of this. Our body is also part of this planet. So we, when we clear our 5 elements automatically, and with connection with the 5 elements of the universe, that we will just go and see. The first chakra is called the basic chakra, ya Muladhara chakra, which is connected to the earth element. And the if that chakra, how that chakra is getting if you have a very bad emotions, very bad thought, so your chakra get blocked. So if that chakra get blocked, then the physical body become weak. So in that case, if the person become very weak and very tired, or some physically is ill, that person has to connect with the earth element, and by sitting on the ground, or he can walk barefooted with in grass and everything. So it is easier that he will because of the gravitation force of earth, automatically and his own intention, so both will work, and he can get free from all disease energy and used up energy, bad energy. So in the same way, the subtle energy, the second chakra is a Swadhisthana chakra. So that is called the sacred chakra also. It is connected with the fire elements. So the fire in the universe and fire inside. So it's get this chakra is get depleted or affected by thoughts. So some people are thinking so much, and because of that, just now we learned about the hormones. The hormones which is sex secrete from the sex gland, that hormones get disturbed, and if it get disturbed, then many problems are arises. And today we are just getting we are having so many problem of puberty and whatnot in ladies, and even in gents. So both the endocrine glands are affected, and because if they are affected, then in today's life, modern life, we are because of using all electronics goods, we are getting more and more thoughts. So to reduce the thoughts, the like meditation is helping us to become thoughtless, but to reduce the thoughts, we can also use the fire element. This fire element means is in universe is like a sun. So you can gaze the sun, you can do Surya Namaskar, and sitting in the morning and evening, you can do Surya Namaskar also. It will help you. And even in our all rituals, we are using the fire elements for the in puja and everything. So that is also helping us to reduce the thoughts. So anybody has so much thinking and want to do meditation, they can use a lamp. So they can watch the lamp for 5-10 minutes, and automatically their thoughts will reduce. And this is how they can cure themselves. So then we will go for the third. Because of the time, I'm just going a little bit faster. Then we will go, and if anybody wants more information, we can give afterwards. So next chakra is a navel chakra, which is connected to our digestive system and even the pancreas. So this chakra is connected with our water elements. So in our body there is a 72% or 70% water is there in our body. So this water molecule also get polluted with our thoughts. If we have a negative thoughts, automatically water molecules will get affected. Dr. Emoto from Japan, he has done lots of research on this, and here you can see the slides that where there is a thankful means it's a good thoughts, the molecule will be very good. But if you have a bad thoughts or a bad type of emotions, then water molecule get upset. So in the same way, our body, this they have done in physically, but on our body, whenever we are thinking negative, this type of things will arise, and
this
our
is
body.
Very important, Nimishaben, what you just said about the water side. You know the effect that this is having, because look at the word. When you say angel, look at that beautiful crystal, and devil, look at that. You have soft music, and then you have heavy metal music as well. And there's kind thoughts, and look how beautiful the tap water has become, you know, with that lovely structure. So I think, you know, people should understand how powerful this is. And also when we go to temples or we go to spiritual places, retreat centers, they give you like vibrated water sometimes, you know, the spiritual master vibrates the water, you know, with his prayers and then gives it to you. Actually, there is some changes that is happening because you're drinking that, so that's changing you on a physiological level, isn't it?
Yeah, that is very true, very true. Because see, the river which starts from the mountains, in the starting of the mountains river, that if you take that water, it is so pure and the crystal is so good. Even in India, the Ganga river is a very holy river. So if you go to the Gaumukh and you get that water, the crystal is so beautiful, but after that it get polluted because of so many other pollution. So that's why we say this, the water is also important. In the same way, we don't have to use the outside water, but first we have to be careful for a water within our body, so that we can do with good thoughts and good this thing. And you can take sometimes if you are getting very tired or some negative things happens, you can take a salt water bath also. So that will also helpful. And this navel chakra is affected by craving type of emotions. You want today's life is materialistic, so person is greedy. I want this. Because of that also it get affected. And if that get affected, today's we are getting so many problem of digestion and acidity and all these things are there. And even every 3%, 5%, today we are getting that diabetes. So because of this, it is happening. So you have to be you have to take care of water body within you. So to become positive is very, very important. So attitude and gratitude towards, you have to be thankful to everything. Like today we are doing, so you have to be thankful to Mother Earth also, because Mother Earth is giving all the food. And so to heal the Mother Earth also, you have to be thankful to it, and you have to be good fertilizer. Whenever you grow the plants also, you have to give the prayer to this. So water body is very, very important. In the same way, the fourth is the heart chakra. So heart chakra is getting connected with the air element. Now, if the person is feeling very scared, or if he's thinking tension and negative thoughts, then heart chakra is getting affected. And this heart chakra is connected with the air. So whenever you feel, first thing is that you have to take care of when you see the videos, or you are using all electronic goods, the whatever information comes, so most of them are negative information. So one has to be very careful about the taking that type of information. You have to stop by like this. And secondly, whenever you feel very, very scary or very, very fearful, that time you can take, you can go outside and in the fresh air. And if you walk for sometimes in a fresh air, that also heal you. And at the same time, your inside scary all emotions will also dissolve. And second thing is that fear and all. And second thing, this polluted thought environment also affecting you. So for that, we have to be careful about this. And insecurity is very common today. And because of that, the people are getting doing suicide at any small things. The reason is no very small reasons. So one has to be very, very confident. You have to, when you believe in Almighty, believe in the universal energy, consciousness, believe that universal energy is within you. So do you have to think that nothing go wrong in my life. Everything will become, good things will come to you. Whatever you think, as he said, whatever you think, you will receive that thing, energy. So think of good things, you will receive the good energy. So always be confident in your life and be satisfied. And last is a here, that is a throat chakra. It is connected with the space element. So space element is sky. So why it is getting? Because of the guilty conscious. So many, when we are doing some work, sometimes it become all right, but sometimes you are getting wrong. But you should not feel guilty. You have to learn the lessons from this. As Chitubai said, there's a creativity. So creativity here, the success also comes from throat chakra. So you have to, that is connected with the sky. The sky is infinite. So do not think I am a limited person. I am small. I cannot do. So that all these thoughts are body and mind thoughts. So when you think, when you do meditation and say, I'm a pure soul, I'm a holy soul, then you are connected. Your consciousness is a part of universe. So when you connect with the universe, automatically the vastness will come and the success will be in your hand. So this is, that's why do not feel guilty. And whenever you feel guilty, just connect with the sky gaze. Sky gazing also important. And third is the Agya Chakra. You have to, that is all we have learned about the Agya Chakra is a mental detoxing. And last is a Sahasrara Chakra. That is it is connected with a universal energy. See, we are, all our energy is connected with a universal energy with a very, very thinner than hair is a silver core. Because how, when the baby is there in a mother's womb, the fetus, when it is 3 months old, that time we said that the life force energy enters when the spinal cord get ready in the fetus. So that time the energy comes from the top of the head and it goes down and settle in the spinal cord, the end of the spinal cord. So whenever, when we are doing this meditation, keeping our attention on top of the head, so wherever our attention goes, it's like a magnetic force. So whenever our attention goes, automatically that Kundalini energy arises and it get connected to the universal energy, and you will get the universal, fresh universal energy within you. And this is how you can heal yourself, you can heal your aura, and at the same time, the good aura, good balance aura, good heal, nice aura. If you go to the other person will also get affected. By that, you can heal this earth. So first is the, first you have to, the charity begins from the home. So that is means, first you have to take care of your aura, care of your thoughts, care of your all the deeds. So that will help you yourself also, and not only yourself, you can, the whole world can also get healed by this. So some tips I will give it to you, which is usually used by the healers, like a salt water bath. You can take once in a week, or whenever you feel tired, take a little bit salt in a bucket and take a bath with that, and then you can take a normal bath. Sea water bath is okay, you can do. Gaze a lamp. When you are thinking, so many thoughts are coming, you can gaze a lamp for 5-10 minutes. That will also help you. or sunlight, sunbath also you can take, Surya Namaskar you can do, and then walk in the nature with a mindfulness. So you can walk in the nature with a mindfulness in the green grass and seashore and everywhere. So that will also clean your aura and you will get very fresh and you will become a positive. And gaze to sky and positive attitude towards the life. And the last is Himalayan Samarpan meditation, which is helping you. And it's my own experience I'm doing from last 20 years. And I got the real, we all have experienced all these things. Many of us and there are so many people still, they have share their experience about the positive transformation in their life. And I will tell you, the Swamiji has told you, okay, if you become a positive, you will not get any bad, anything which is bad for your body, you will not take. So many people have left their alcoholism and they also become so good, they are having a good health and wealth in their life. Thank you very much. I have done a little bit faster. Sorry for that.
No, I just wanted to say that's an amazing amount of information all put together in such a short time. And I know such good information that people can understand. If there's anybody having health issues, if anybody's having issues like this, they can understand that what is the problem, what is the issue, what could be happening on the energetic level, also where the blockages are in the aura and the chakra system. So this is very, very useful. And plus the wonderful tips you've given. So all our audience members who are thinking about, perhaps improving their health and wellness, this could be something that definitely you should look into. Nimisha, that was Nimisha Lalaji, all the way from India, who herself is a pranic healer. She has done many, many courses and she's been teaching about energy systems for many, many years. And not just that, she was the one, as we mentioned previously, who was behind inviting Swamiji for the first time to carry out his shibirs together with her husband, Bihag Lalaji. So thank you very much to do this, two gracious people who have ensured that the rest of us receive the gift of Swamiji's knowledge, starting off from 23 years ago.
So, honey, thank you very much. I would like to bring to your attention, we are 1 hour behind now. So, Surendraji, apologies to you, but we will still have a full session. You stay around, we'll still have your full session. And Maria, you are there, apologies to you. Please hang around, we will cover you. We will not stop till we finish. It doesn't matter how late it is. Honey, let's rush straight to Surendraji so that we can move over as fast as we can. Over to you, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. And a global namaste to you, Surendraji. Thank you. And let me do a quick little introduction to our wonderful Surendra Pisavadia. Now, Surendraji is going to be running through a special presentation for us called Capturing Moments of Samarpan History. I'll tell you why this is the case. So let me do a little introduction and you'll find out why. Well, first of all, Surendra Pisavadia has been practicing Samarpan Himalayan meditation since Swami Shiv Kripanand's first visit in November 2000 in the UK. Next 20 years, he has had the opportunity to serve the Samarpan organization, not just here in the UK, but volunteering in many overseas countries too. Currently, he is retired, having 40 years experience within the finance industry and also working for the British Airways. As photography has been his passion, Surendraji has photographed many Samarpan events and logged this precious history, especially its progress and its development over the years. He has also served twice as a trustee in the UK and has actively been engaged in many Samarpan activities, particularly with administration, accounting, and of course, working with the Samarpan international community. And this is in various countries. With his interest in photography, he has captured photographs of Shiv Kripanand Swamiji, his visits in the UK, as well as his travels abroad to Australia, Singapore, Malaysia, Nepal, Germany, Sri Lanka, and many more other places. And today, like I mentioned, he'll be sharing Swamiji's journey, highlights, experiences, and memorable moments that he has managed to capture, and all this in picture format. So Surendraji, we are so super excited to see what you have to share with us. Is this going to be a presentation that you will be sharing?
Yes, I'm going to share a screen. Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to share my, all the photographs that I've taken across, as you mentioned, many countries. So I will go straight into it, no wasting time, because we only have few little while, so I can only share so much, I've got so many more photos to share, but I will try my best. I'll try and share this.
Surendra, you can have your full session. Don't worry. You got 40 minutes. Just carry on, please.
Okay. Thank you.
25 minutes. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
All right. So as you said, honey, Swamiji arrived in UK.
Do you want to increase the screen if it's possible? So if you could click on the full presentation bit at the bottom right, so you'll be able to show the whole.
Yeah, where are you?
It's on the bottom. Just no. You just have to click at the bottom. If you can see on the bottom right, where the gray part is, where the volume is, where the increasing and you just click on the bit at the bottom there.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you go back into normal. Go to the left. Go to stop that, Surendraji. Don't do anything there. Don't click anything. Okay. Now with your arrow, just at the bottom, just go to the bottom. Don't click anything. Yeah, go bottom more, further bottom, further down. Yeah, take a left. Go to the left. Move to the left. Yeah, move left. Move the arrow to the left. Yeah, keep going to the left. Yeah, so not so much. Just where the volume was, where you were.
Can you see enough? Are you?
No. If you could just click on the full.
Surendraji, where you have the cursor saying 72% right now. The left icon is the presentation mode. Just click on the left icon.
Just go to the left.
Just next to it. Just next to it. As you see, don't touch that. Just left icon.
Surendraji, just move the arrow to, no, don't do anything. Don't click on that. Don't click on this at all. You can see there are 3 little bits at the bottom. You can see there's 3 little, that's it.
That's the one. Right.
Able to see all of it. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm saying something different, so that's why I couldn't.
If you just
okay, I can see now. Yeah, all is all there. All right.
This is what happens when you become zero.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but if you look Surendraji at the bottom, you can see the gray piece, that you can see the gray color. Can you click a bit on the right side to it? On the right, on the right, the other side.
Yeah.
On the other side, yes, the other side. Click on that, please. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, that should give you the whole. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
All right, no worries.
Yes.
Okay, so Swamiji, let me just go back a bit, okay? Yeah. So as you said, Hari, Swamiji arrived here on the 23rd of November, 2000. That's when myself and Jaya, my wife, she is the one who found out about Swamiji, not very far from where we live. So we found out that he's doing an 8-day discourse. So we went along. I did not have any clue about chakras and energies and nothing. So we went along, and that photo, the second one from the left, is he arrived on the 23rd of November in the morning, and he was lecturing in the evening at the Patel Community Center in London, in Wembley. Okay, so that he was straight at work. So this is the left one is when Sadhaks from Mumbai went to the airport to see him off. Okay, now that photo there is the first 8-day Shibir in London, near where we live, and this is the first one. That on the bottom here on the left is the second one, second Shibir, 8-day. So he did 2 8-day Shibirs in London. Then he went to Leicester to do another 8-day Shibir. So he did that, but he had the invitation to go to Wales. Now this is the beginning. He had an invitation to go to Wales. So Jay and myself, because we had asked him, so we went to Leicester to pick him up, and we drove him to Leicester, to Cardiff, to Jaya's sister's house, who were part of, they follow Sai Baba, okay? So they had another 8-day Shibir there, and he went back in early January. And then he came back again in 2001, and subsequently they came in 2001, 2002, 2003.
Yes, I remember 2001 when he came in from 2001.
Yep,
that's when
right.
I started my meditation. And
Yeah.
he also held an 8-day Shibir in Southall, in somewhere in that area. It was Southall or Hounslow, somewhere like that. And that's where I attended the 8-day Shibir, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that. So he came back in 2001. And this is a very important year. You need to listen to this. There's many things happening this year. So he was in Cardiff, and as Tim described earlier, in Cardiff he had a vision, and then when they did the search, it turned out to be Saint David. So they then went to Saint David as a group of sadhaks. There's about 7, 8 of them. They went to Saint David, and obviously, they needed to stay somewhere, so they went to Penru. Looking at the website, they found out, Penru. So Tim said, yeah, we've got plenty of rooms here. Take whatever room you want. So they stayed there, and then as Tim mentioned, they went to the cathedral, and Tim had that experience about his Kundalini awakening. And, so I won't go into more detail because Tim's already described. But after the staying in Saint David, they went back to Cardiff. They had a Shibir there. They had a lecture there. But during that lecture, I think most people probably are not aware that Sri Krupanand Swami chant. When we say Om Shri Krupanand Swami Namo Namaha, that was first chanted in Cardiff.
So this is the Guru mantra, which is
the Guru mantra was first chanted in Cardiff.
Yes. And a beach mantra, just for our audience members, is a very important mantra which a Guruji would always give to their disciples or their sadhaks. And it normally is called a live mantra because it has some energy there. So if you recite it on a regular basis, that energy, which for this one is considered as spiritual knowledge, right? And Atma Gyan, soul knowledge.
Yeah.
So
that after that, so let me just take you through these photos. So you got the event in Leicester and Cardiff there on the top. Again, they're all events in Cardiff. This one here on the right as well. And this is a group of ladies who were there helping out, attendees. And I'm just wondering, so there's a group of sadhaks singing there. There's Richard there, young Richard. And we mentioned Richard and Hazel earlier. That's their son. So these 3 pictures here you can see on the right, and on the left here, Bihag by Kapning Swamiji. This is at the Glastonbury tour. Now, if anybody knows what Glastonbury is, a very spiritual place. And they went up the hill where there is an ancient church. So they went and sat there. What happened there? They were sat meditating. A group of Japanese tourists joined them at the tour, and they said that they just sensed something very high. So they went looking for it, and they found there's a group meditating here. So they went and sat there. So that was a good experience at a very early stage of Swamiji's journey in UK. But as they were leaving, there's a place called Chalice Hill Wells, just down the hill. The Swamiji had already mentioned to the group that we are going to meet a very spiritual lady very soon in here. And just then, if you remember, honey, Caroline Wyndham, she was just approaching and said, I just sensed something, so I just came here. And that was the first time they met.
Yes.
Caroline then the following, attended the Swamiji's events later on in 2002. So Swamiji, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the fact that, this is interesting that you mentioned about the Japanese tourists also walking, that they could all feel the energies.
They
So
felt
wherever
the energy,
Swamiji
yes,
was going,
correct, yeah.
we had a lot of stories from many people saying that when they would come near Swamiji, there would be a different energy that would feel, and random people would just be drawn to him. So that's something very interesting, isn't it? Yes.
So these are the three pictures. So then the next one, the aura pictures, again in the same year, after returning from Glasgow to London, we then went to Brighton. And this is when the first picture, this picture here on the left, the bottom one, was the picture that was taken in Brighton. This one here on the left.
Yes.
Yeah. The one on the right was actually taken in 2003 in Australia. I'll come to that later. So then as Jitendra mentioned, this photo here was taken in 2016, and I'm lucky. I think I've happened to be with Swamiji in both occasions, and you know the story about that. Anyway, it's been mentioned, so I won't go into that. So in 2003, he came back. Sorry, go back one. So in 2003, he comes back, and then we had another, 2002, I go back, 2002 is when, because of the connection with Tim, which Tim had the retreat center at Penrue. Now, Penrue is a building, as we know, it's a retreat center. Swamiji then decided that we will have our future workshops here. And Penrue became our home, Samarpan home, from 2002 to 2006, until unfortunately it was sold, as we know. So this is where the retreats, all the retreats took place. And Swamiji then came back again. I think we had 4 retreats, 4 weekend retreats. Then he went back to India. He came back again in 2003. But during that visit, he went to Germany as well. This is a picture on the right. And he also visited Australia in the same year. So this picture
so
here.
Cute. That kangaroo, that photograph is so beautiful.
Yep. He went to 2003. So suddenly, overseas journey started happening, and, more people came to know about it. And the reason Australia came about is because of Jaya, my wife's connection with Theosophical Society. So we had some friends there, and they said, okay, we can organize something. So Jaya went along there as well. And so that's when he had some workshops there.
Right, fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
yes.
This photo here is not actually related to anything. This is related to 2008, which I'll come to later.
Okay.
So 2004, he comes back again, and he came back twice. Okay, the first time he was here in April, again, we had workshops in Penrue. So this is Glastonbury, Stonehenge, and these are all. Okay, so 2004, he also had a talk at the Theosophical Society, so which is here on the left, where he's with the board. So after the retreat, he had a retreat at the Theosophical Center in London, in Camberley, which is about 30 miles from central London.
So I think we all stayed there, didn't we? So it was
yeah, you were there. You were there, yeah.
And he was vibrating the stones, and we were walking.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
So if I may, whilst we're there, I'll just share one experience, personal experience. So on the first day, if you recall, this was in May, and it was very wet day, and very cold day, and windy. And the next day he was supposed to do this exercise outside, the energy exercise. So he said to us that if tomorrow is going to be the same, I'm going to stay in. You guys do what you like. And we were all new to this and think, oh, what can we do? So I woke up at the night exactly at 1:30 in the morning, and I couldn't sleep. So I sat on my bed and I started praying for a good day. So next day we had our meditation, and then we had our breakfast. And obviously, because the place was known to me, I took everybody outside, sat in a circle. I went back to the building, and I was waiting outside. So Srila Nag was accompanying Swamiji, so they all come out, and Jaya was there as well. So Srila Nag said, "Oh, what a lovely day! Today it turned out to be nice and sunny and warm." So Swamiji then said, "Of course it is nice. It is a good day because Surendra was praying for this day since 1:30 in the morning."
Wow.
Yeah. So how did he pick it up?
Yes.
And he was staying in another building from where we were.
Yes.
He still picked it up. And I was amazed. And from that day, I said, "Oh, well, hang on, there's something here."
That's absolutely right. Yeah, that's
Very special. Very special.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very nice.
And,
We have about 15 minutes, Surendraji. So
okay, I'll rush through. Yeah, I'll rush through. So if you recall, honey, then in 2004, he came back in November to celebrate his 50th birthday in UK. He had accepted because we had requested during the Guru Purnima event in India. He said, "No, I can't come for Guru Purnima, but I'll come for your 50th birthday." So these photos here, I'm pointing out, and this here, they are the 50th birthday celebrations. Okay.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Yeah, you remember that.
Yeah, with my pillow. I used to hang out with my pillow everywhere I go. It was
The
always
same,
like constant everywhere I go. Yeah.
in the same year, we had the book launch then, when he, the first Himalaya Yoga
Madhu Chaitanya
launched
was
at
the
the
magazine.
Theosophical Center, and he then presented it to them. And this one here, you can see at the bottom. Here on the right, he's outside the Theosophical Center. And that's him at the Alps in 2003. When he went to Germany, he went to Austria as well, and he went up the Alps, and he was praying for world peace with his chit on the sadhaks and the world.
Yes,
That's
Swami
what
does this a lot. He prays for world peace a lot, and he prays a lot for people's spiritual progress. That's his prayer almost all the time, to help people develop and progress.
And this photo here is at the St. Nons. If you remember, St. David's, where we were, so just a few minutes away was St. Nons. It was the birthplace of St. David.
Right.
Every afternoon when we were doing the morning discourses were at Penru, and the afternoon discussions of discourses were at St. Nons, outside overlooking the cliff and the beach.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So this was 2004, and then you went on to a tour of Canada.
Now I'm going to Canada, because I think we need to move on. There are other UK photos, but we'll come, if time allows, we'll come back later.
Yeah,
So
you may want to
2009,
just kind of give us a little summary of each, what happened in the tour of Canada, and moving on to the next one, so people can get a lovely feel of the stories.
Yes, this is a Canada tour, which I think Vinitha and Jaya had accompanied Swamiji. And they went to different places. I think this one here, where he's wearing the yellow jersey, this was in Edmonton. And there's one here, this one on the right is, and this one here where Shirish Nathwani and Viresh Bhai accompany him at St. John's, where Viresh Bhai lives. Okay.
This was in 2004 again?
2009.
2009, okay.
I moved on a bit,
Yes, that's
So
lovely.
he didn't come to UK in 2005. That was a year he went to Malaysia and Singapore, which I will show you. So I think the next one is Singapore and Malaysia.
Yes.
Yeah, so whilst he was here, but then, I don't know much about it because I wasn't there. But these are some of the photos that I took here on the left, which was in 2015. They had a very big event, as you can see. The stage. This is the stage part here, as Lavanya mentioned earlier.
Yes.
They organized. This is their center here.
Yeah.
And that's another event they had organized. This one here in the middle is Malaysia. So he went to Malaysia. This one is 2015 in Malaysia. So 2005 in Singapore and Malaysia. In 2015, he went to Singapore and Malaysia. I was there in person, so I took most of these photos.
There's a lot of people there on the right side underneath that, the one, with Swamiji on the right side there underneath it. A lot of people, seems completely packed.
This one?
Yeah, the second.
This is the Singapore Center.
Yes. So,
it's really beautiful, really.
Yes.
Well set up,
Yes.
This is just to give everyone an idea of the journey, because we talk about his spiritual side and we talk about what he said and what he didn't. Here you can actually see the different places he went, the different people, how many, because in the early years, if you recall, he had said, you don't even know how far we are going to go. In a very short time, we're going to grow. Now look, all the different countries he's been to in a very short time. He's traveled to, he's been to UK 10 times, he's been to Singapore 8 times, he's been to Japan once, Canada twice, and so on, Nepal, South Africa, Mauritius, Australia, of course.
Yes. So the information has gone out, because spiritual work, as they say, you get a higher energy supporting you, actually, isn't it, to do the work?
Yes.
So what's the next slide after this then? What's the next one? So
this is Japan 2004, as Nalini mentioned. So this group here is the Japanese group. She mentioned the typhoon, and Jaya and Sri Lanka were there, so they were told to tell everybody, don't worry, everything will be fine. And it was, as she mentioned.
Yes, this is when there was a weather typhoon happening. But Swamiji said, don't worry, everything will be fine. It's amazing that when we learn about meditation is good for health, well-being, spiritual growth, but there is even higher knowledge that we don't know about at the moment. But spiritual masters will know about this, and they're helping us to develop ourselves so that we become good enough, or it becomes the right time for us to gain that knowledge. But how Swamiji does that, we have no idea, because I've seen weather changes, when he does that and when he prays. We've seen Om, like the symbol of Om on the skies as well.
Sky.
We've seen Oms in when there's a fire ceremony happening, like yagnas. So that's when we see the fire coming out as an Om. So there have been many, many cases such as that, where the energies are connecting with the universe, in some way.
Yes, correct. Yeah. So this photo here is in Malaysia. We went up into a mountain, and inside, within you have to walk deep inside, and there is a temple. He was sitting there, and we were everywhere he goes. There is a short discourse. So there's quite a few of us there. We just sat around him, and he was talking to us. And this is at the bottom. Once we came out and down, from where we were, and we came down, and they were just sitting, waiting for us. This one on the right is at Singapore Center.
Right, yes. Surendraji, your voice is going up and down a little bit. I don't know if you've changed anything, but if you could
I haven't changed anything.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'll raise it a bit. Can you hear me now?
Oh yes, now we can hear you. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, this one is in Sri Lanka. The middle one is a group. There was all sorts of volunteers. Lavanya mentioned in her talk.
Yes.
There were sadhaks from different places in UK, Singapore, Malaysia, India. We were all there to help. So it was like a joint effort, organized by Singapore. This one here again in the fields, Swamiji is having a short discourse. There we are again. There's another place we went. We traveled from Colombo at the bottom and south, all the way up to north in different cities, and we had over a week. There were discourses everywhere. There was also, this one here. There's a discourse for the farmers. This one here.
Oh yes. Oh look, Swamiji's photo. He's taking a photograph as well. Isn't that sweet?
I come to that. I thought, yeah. Okay, so that is Singapore, Malaysia. There's Nepal, Sri Lanka, and then there's one from Nepal as well. But he's not just a guru, he also likes taking photos. So this group here on the left is the UK sadhaks in Nandi Ashram in 2005. I took this picture only from the tripod, Then he said, "Oh, give me the camera. I will do it manually for you. I'll take your picture." So then he took over, which is this one here in the white here. He took this picture.
Oh, it's beautiful. Look at that. It's wonderful. It's a lovely film.
Here on the right, it's Swamiji at UK ashram in 2016. So I took the group photo. Then he said, "No, you sit in there so I can take your photo." So he was taking our photo there.
Oh, it's lovely. That's beautiful. Yes, yes.
Because he likes doing, it's very interesting, he's not boring, he just likes doing things. Photography is one thing, but this photo here is where he's trying his skill. Anthony's just carving, wood carving workshop. So he said, "I will try." So he was trying it.
He tries everything, doesn't he? He tells us as well too. Should do everything. You should always try things, which is beautiful. Yes, lovely. Yes, and this was so Swamiji's photography talents, of course.
Talents,
and then what about our next slide? What do we have next?
So here I've got a combination of different things. So mainly it's okay. I'll start here. This is Australia 2003. I mentioned it already. This is when the statue, the Murti, is coming to UK in 2008. That also is part outside the, Samarpan house. Somebody there in Samarpan house observing. Here, this is in South Africa. He went there in 2020. And this group here, again, there was a retreat in South Africa. These 2 years, South Africa as well. And then following that, he went to Seychelles. And this picture here is a group, small group, but there was still, this was the beginning. He planted its seed there, so we have to see what's going to happen. This was in South Africa as well. Okay, Guru Shakti Dhams. So here we have photos of several Guru Shakti Dhams, as we know. Swamiji has built what we generally known as meditation centers, but Swamiji has decided he's going to have ashrams, and within the ashram you have a Guru Shakti Dham where people can sit and meditate. These are several Guru Shakti Dhams. If I can start from the top. This is Canada. They recently got their ashram. This one here to this, they're not in any order. So this one here is the Ajmer in Rajasthan. This one here is Singapore. I have a Guru Shakti Dham as well. This one here is Goa. Goa is, anybody who knows, I think those people know, 80 acres. It's a huge ashram. Same with Ajmer as well. Singapore is on the floor, on the fifth, but they're in the search for their own ashram. On the left here is the UK Guru Shakti Dham, which is a 3-acre land, and we are currently in progress. The Guru Shakti Dham project is in progress, so it should be ready hopefully by the end of this year. Here on the right, which is already all done, and the first one, this is the Dandi Ashram. The Guru Shakti Dham is already built, this big building. Amazing energies here. It's a beautiful place. This is another 80-acre. It's the first one that was acquired, and it's now reached, I think it's since 2003, which is when we first got this land. I happened to be there, I remember.
Yes, it's a beautiful. That was
beautiful place, isn't it?
This last year in 2022, and it was beautiful. Really, very well built. Very nice.
Yeah. So the one on the left, one on the left here is South Africa. It's a small building, but they already got the plinth ready and are waiting for the statue to arrive. As we know, Swamiji he's done pran pratishtha to all these statues at different ashrams, and they've got one. UK already has one. Canada already has one, and this one here is Germany. The second one from the left. The one in the middle here on the right is Australia. And one on the right, extreme right, is Kutch ashram, which is going to be very big. It's in the Guru Shakti Dham is big. The ashram is there. They're building the Guru Shakti Dham. So it will take some time. Okay. So here we have pictures of Swamiji's 50th birthday celebration in UK. You will remember all of these photos here. And then this is where the
Oh yes, we were acting in there. We did some plays and we did
doing
some
namaskar. You have to be an individual going there to do namaskar. And who's this? Look at this one. Look at the anger. That's what you're going to.
That was good fun. That was so much fun. And Swamiji's was absolutely amazing. We all came together from everywhere, didn't we? And we also had line dancing. We did some line dancing there.
Yeah, on the right you were dancing, Maurice dancing there.
Yeah.
This is singing, you know, the bhajan singing here on the right. And here our friend Dilip is there enjoying himself.
Yes, enjoying himself. What year was this? Do you remember?
2004. 2004.
Wow, my God, we were that was a long time ago. Wow, that's brilliant.
This was attended by at least 260 people from India, Canada, Australia, Singapore, Germany. You know, it was great fun. Yeah.
Yes.
And here Swamiji is sitting on the floor and just going through some plans and you know, sharing plans and some books and photos with others.
Yes, absolutely fantastic.
And this building here is Penru, and it had 33 bedrooms there. And you know, we had our 50th birthday celebrations on this field. We had a big marquee here, yeah. And this is from one of the groups at Saint Don's, outside Saint Don's. This is St. Don's here. We used to, as I mentioned earlier, we used to have our afternoon sessions here. Swamiji loved it. And you know the connection, we already know the connection between team and Swamiji. Here's one of the photo outside Penru. And this is the cathedral where team's experience took place. This is White Sands Beach. That's again St. Don's there, but these two photos, White Sands Beach, which is literally 5 minutes drive from Penru to the beach. And after every retreat, Swamiji used to love going there and sit there. And you know,
yes, it was that was lovely. And there was a seaside nearby as well, wasn't there? Next.
This is White Sands, yeah. And then we used to go cliff walking on top of the hills.
Yes, there was a seaside nearby, and Swamiji loved the environment and the nature that he used to love in Wales, didn't he? He talked about
absolutely. Wales was the second home. Like you know, every year he came and we went to Wales. And this photo here, there's a little story to this because he loved stones. Why he loved stones is because Tim. Vivian, as we know, Vivian used to help him run the center. The three of them went to this church, Landowell or something, one afternoon. So when they went there, there was a stone inside. Tim started, the edges were so high, so Tim started like going, you know, left and right, and we thought he was going to fall down like again, like what happened to in the church, in the cathedral. So Swamiji said the reason for that is because there was already a stone there which was already energized by another saintly person. So Swamiji then also energized the stone. So every time anybody who goes to Penru, used to go to Penru, used to take them there because there's a little story there. So Swamiji was so interested in this. So he said to Tim, you must bring a big stone, long stone, and place it in Penru, in the fields in Penru, and I will energize it, and it was energized. This is the stone he energized.
Wow, that's
so
beautiful.
It's still there.
Yes, we need to carve a Swamiji's photo on it or something. You know, like in India, they do all the little chisel things. So we remember this such a beautiful historic place.
So here again, the stones.
Yeah, we've got 4 minutes, Surendraji, just a couple more minutes before we move to Maria very shortly.
This is all this is St. Don's, so I won't go into that. We've already said it, but this is very important here. talked about Swamiji's relationship in the past life, you know, they were together kind of thing. And this is a stone up the cliff where Swamiji, according to Swamiji, this is where they parted company.
Oh,
Yeah, this is the stone here.
where they
To the
parted
right.
company? What do you mean by that? Where they?
Because he mentioned, you know, the he sensed the energies in the cathedral. It was Saint Caradoc, and you know, it was the stone where they were. You know, Swamiji said there's a lot of energy. So every time you see Tim going there, Tim will always find the energies are very high, and we always go there and sit there for a while.
Yes.
So it's very, very interesting. Yeah. So where do I go next? Just the pictures of them, you know, because they had such a wonderful relationship.
I like his lovely pose there. Swamiji's pose, very interesting pose there. He also loves nature, you know, so I find that he's always, when you take photos, he's always got like seaside behind him, you know, like nature behind him. Even when he goes on stage, the decor people do is normally quite
As I said, I can't show, because of the time, I can't show many pictures because we've been so many different places, Germany and Australia. We always found a good, fantastic place in the nature, and we always used to sit around and have a short discourse. Even if there was 5 people or 10 people or 15 or 20, we used to sit around him. We used to have discourse under the nice big trees, and you know, so yeah.
Yeah. So something very important for Samarpan meditation, just to share with our viewers as well, the fact that it's very much connected to nature, with Mother Earth, with, you know, universe. So it's about not just meditating for ourselves, but there's a real strong connection that you develop with the environment and the nature by regularly meditating.
So what we've got here is the Yoga Day event organized by our Leamington Spa ladies. This was a long time ago, and this was a gathering at Leamington Spa as well. So there's quite a few of us there, and we meditated and we went for a walk in the nature. There were some lovely photos for that, you know, and I can't share everything. And here, this is a group who did a dance for Swamiji and Guruma in 2016 when he was here in Leicester.
Right.
And this also is in Leicester. There's a discourse going on. This is a group again in Leamington Spa when we got together there. These 2 photos, you recall they visited you at your place.
Yes.
This is Anil Pagare and Rambai.
Oh yes, of course. Yes, Rambai. Yes.
They are standing there meditating by the stone you mentioned earlier in the previous slide.
Yes.
This one here again, St. Non beach here. St. Non. So this here is when he was interviewed by the local telegraph. I think it's called the newspaper was called Telegraph.
Yeah, this was the local where I organized this media tour for Swamiji at that time. Yes, it was amazing because the local journalists came and they asked such a very interesting questions to Swamiji when they were there. And then Swamiji said, "Why don't you just meditate and just experience it?" And they all went back so happy, thinking, "Wow, that was such a beautiful meditation, which they had never, you know, felt." So they went. He gave them the experience rather than just giving them the information only, which was really good. I remember that. Yes.
I think we're nearly there. Okay, this is the last one.
Okay.
So I'll just put this in because we are sadhaks, you know, meditating at Samarpan houses there, meditating yoga, doing a yoga there. And this one here in Cardiff, this is at the Samarpan house. This is at Samarpan house. Again, it's Samarpan house because we used to have JS to run classes in Queensberry Centre for adults and children. So this is one of the young girls who used to attend our center. And here, this is in Swamiji's kutir in the fields outside in the garden.
Yeah.
The UK Sadhaks in 2005 when they were doing yoga. So I thought I took some pictures. I've got many more.
I just wanted to share with everybody, Jaya Pisavadia, who's you can see in the purple on the top right-hand corner, is Surendraji's wife. So she's an amazing lady. She's actually looking after the Leicester ashram, the Samarpan ashram in Leicester. She manages it and she's been staying there for many, many years. She's had the privilege and the honor to spend lots of time in India with Swamiji. And of course, you know, she's a yoga teacher herself. So she's really, and she's one of my mentors as well. So very good to see that beautiful photograph of hers.
Okay, I think I have finished here. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, dear Surendraji. You may need to stop the sharing if that's okay with you. But thank you very much. That was an amazing, amazing journey through the history. And I know that there are so many more things that we can actually share, but you know, time limited, but what you showed was really, really brilliant. Hitendraji, what did you think before we move on to wonderful Maria?
I admire you, honey, for taking out this treasure from Surendra Bhai, because I have been running behind him to get this thing done for a long time, and he was always busy with something. He said, I have to share this, but I never get chance to compile everything. Today, by the grace of Gurudev, he really presented this treasure with us. Thank you very much, Surendra Bhai. I really appreciate it.
And he's been working very hard for it to put all in. You know, can you imagine the thousands of photographs he's taken? So it must be such hard work, you know, finding all these photos. So Surendraji, we all are very, very grateful to you and very appreciative that you've been able to help us, you know, get an insight into Swamiji's journey through these beautiful photographs. Thank you so much. And Hitendraji, I know that we are moving on to Maria next as well. But Surendraji, this is the meditation that we spoke about. Hitendraji, what do we have to remind everybody? What's happening on the 12th of February, just as a quick reminder?
The quick reminder is on 12th of February, we are going to have the introduction workshop for those who really like today's program and who think that we want to enjoy this too. So let's watch this video.
Yes, fantastic.
Inner peace, true happiness, and overall harmony are what we all seek and deserve. Can we achieve these in our fast-paced, stressful modern times? There is an exciting opportunity coming up soon to explore this possibility. Gurutattva, in association with Sri Sri Rupananda Swami Foundation of America, is hosting an introductory meditation workshop called Living in Harmony with Himalayan Samarpan meditation. Find out how powerful, ancient meditation practice can benefit everyone in current times. Learn how to practice it on your own with guided instructions during the workshop. Our vision being that the world is one family, hence this event is free for everyone, irrespective of race, religion, lifestyle, or nationality. It will be hosted online, globally, at 10:30 a.m. New York, 3:30 p.m. London, 7:30 p.m. Dubai, 9 p.m. Mumbai, and correspondingly in other time zones. This short 1.5 hour session can pave way for a big difference in life to bring wellness, balance, peace, and harmony. Many a times, people find it hard to start or sustain any daily meditation practice on their own. Realizing this, we will also offer a free immersion program for 45 days after the workshop. It is for all those who wish to develop a habit of regular meditation. This well-structured program will provide support by sharing useful resources and tips, answering spiritual questions, sending reminders for group meditations, and more. We have received great testimonials from participants in our past immersion programs. Detailed information about this program will be shared during the introduction workshop. So do take advantage of this unique opportunity. RSVP now for the Living in Harmony workshop by either scanning the QR code.
Yes.
Honey, I have just paused it so people can scan. So stay over, please, and I will continue.
Sure. Thank you. So there you go, everybody. We have, of course, Healing Our Earth is always supporting such good work being done. So any Anybody who's listening right now, watching right now, if you have friends, family, anybody interested to find out more about meditation, this will be a perfect time for people all around the world to come together to find out more about meditation. Thanks to Samarpan Meditation USA for organizing it, especially for all our Healing Our Earth viewers out there and anyone else who's interested to come and join us.
Or using the register now link that has been provided. You will receive online details via email one day before the workshop. If you have any questions or issues, simply visit our website at samarpanmeditationusa.org. Look forward to seeing you on Sunday, February 12th. Wishing you the best always. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hitendraji. And just to let our audiences know that, of course, on the 12th will be an introduction. And then after the 18th of February, there'll be a 45 days program starting every single day. You know, you can meditate. We'll be there. You'll be allocated a little buddy who can support you. So if you've got any questions, you'll also be sent a little video to help you, or little messages every single day to help you stay on the meditation path. And it's completely free of charge. So if you're
regardless of where you are coming from, in your country, we'll provide you the support.
Absolutely, wherever, whether you're in Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, in the Honolulu or Hawaii, it doesn't matter. Wherever you're watching from, just connect with us, and you've got the information already. We'll be sharing that one last time before we finish off today, the program. So just in case you've missed a little bit of it, then do stay tuned in. And now we have a very, very, very exciting little interview with a really lovely, gorgeous friend of mine and another sadhak, another wonderful, I think, soul, I should say, who's been on this Samarpan path for many, many years. So first of all, a global namaste to you, Maria.
Thank you, Hani, and everyone else. It's a real pleasure and privilege really to be here. It's been a fantastic session so far. I hope what I'm going to share today is going to add something new, different to everything that has been said so far. Very enriching, and hopefully everyone will enjoy. Yeah.
Oh, they will. But before they do that, we must find out who this wonderful Maria Almeida is. So I wanted to do a little quick introduction to this lovely, gorgeous lady. Maria Almeida first met Swami Shivkripanand Swamiji in London in 2003, just 2 years after I met him. And she's been practicing Samarpan meditation ever since. She's looked forward to sharing with others her incredible experiences over the years, and of course, how her spiritual path has unfolded into a journey of self-discovery and soul awakening. Wow, that's amazing. And she's also believed in the existence of the soul, but it was only when she met Swami Shivkripanand Swamiji that Maria truly had a glimpse of that divine spark within. And that was also her first experience of inner bliss and the happiness that she felt, the inner joy. And through the energy imparted by Swami Shivkripanand Swamiji, the words of wisdom contained in his speeches, and the daily practice of Samarpan meditation, Maria's life has undergone an incredible transformation, which has helped her to become happier, a more balanced individual, and also enjoy a life which is filled with purpose. Now, it's therefore, I would say, a great, I would say, immense honor, I should say, to find somebody like Maria to join us here today and to be able to share her wonderful pearls of wisdom that she's going to be sharing today. So, Maria, I know today you'll be sharing with us a little bit about the mechanics of Samarpan meditation, your understanding of how it works. You know, I would like to maybe highlight the fact that, you know, this may look like an Eastern philosophy or Eastern practice or so, but actually it's being practiced by people all over the world internationally, not looking into what faith you're following or what color you are, you know, what language you speak. It's for everyone. And you yourself come from a Western background. So I would be really, really interested to hear from you, your lovely story and the presentation that you have for us, as well as, of course, the platform is actually yours. So Maria, please go ahead, share your story with us.
Okay, so before we actually move on to the presentation, I think there have been so many wonderful, beautiful moments. undoubtedly the spiritual path is a thread, isn't it? It's a thread of events, a thread of moments. It's a daily occurrence. So I can say from the moment I started practicing Samarpan meditation, there have been so many wonderful experiences, but I just want to really share the one experience that for me marked that moment. You know, in Indian philosophy, we refer to it as ek moment, that one moment that stays forever. And for me, it was, and you were there, honey, it was in 2004. So effectively, I met Swami Kripananda Swamiji for the first time in 2003. And I think, like many people, I needed 1 year for that seed to be planted and grow. So I met him at the Theosophical Society in London in April 2003. Didn't come in touch again with Samarpan until exactly a year later at a retreat in 2004 at Teckles Park in Canberra. Yes, Surrender was mentioning earlier. And it was my one-to-one. Back then, I think we were very privileged that we were quite a small group, about 50 people, and we were given these immense, I don't know if I was naive or I was just so simple, you know, I didn't make anything special out of it. I had no notion or concept truly who, you know, I was meeting. And Srila Nag was there. So for many of you may still remember Srila Nag. At the time, she was, let's say, his translator, and of course, she accompanied him all over the world in all his tours. And I still remember it was a small room, and Swamiji was sitting on this couch, and I was told to come in. Srila is sitting on the floor. And I come in, and we were basically told to talk to Swamiji and tell him, let things out, basically tell him about any problem, any issue. Of course, he had picked us out from, he knew who needed to be there in front of him. So I clearly remember sitting down.
Can I just share that with Maria? Just you mentioned, just so the audience to understand. Maria, hello.
Looked at him.
Yes. Maria, I think Maria's. I think we just lost her a little bit with her. Hello. Can you hear me properly?
Sorry, honey. Can you? Yes, I can. I think my internet is a bit unstable, so I do apologize if I'm in and out, but I can hear you.
Maria, if you could close any other applications on your instrument that will actually improve the bandwidth, and then we can have as best as we can. Unmute yourself over, honey, unmute yourself over.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I have closed a lot of applications. It's just an issue I've been experiencing today, a bit with unstable internet, but hopefully we will be able to carry on.
It's okay, carry on, please carry on. It's no problems. Let's, so I don't want to.
And so I sat down and I looked at him, I looked into his eyes, and all I can say was that looking into his eyes, it was as if he pulled me. I felt pulled inside, and it was as if I was flying all the way into the universe.
You're having a little problem with your technical.
All the way into universal consciousness, and I'm closing my eyes now to speak with my eyes open because it's so tense.
Maria,
honey, can you hear me?
When Maria, your sound is, we're losing your voice. Is there any chance for your speaker to be a bit more cleaner, or maybe take out your speaker or put the speaker on or something? So if you were listening to a speaker, maybe take it out and use the laptop sound if possible, because I know you have some really incredible things to share with our audience members, and I don't want them to miss this. And whilst Maria's doing this, I just wanted to share when she said the 50 people were selected to go there to take part in the 2004 retreat. It's because normally we would apply to register to come and attend, and Swamiji shortlists people who can attend actually. So that's why only 50 people's names were selected, and we were some of those, right, Maria? Hello?
Honey, can you hear me?
Yeah, kind of. Yes, yes.
Can you hear me?
No, it's kind
Yes.
of. It's not very.
I'm sorry about the technical issues.
Going
It's not very clear, is it?
Now it's
Yeah?
going. It's
Can
going
you
good.
hear me?
Very good. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's good.
Good. Let's hope it will carry on like this.
It's all good now. It's all
So good, better. So basically, that moment was so strong and so intense, and it lasted a few seconds. And when it finished, I couldn't speak. There were no problems, there were no issues, and I just couldn't speak. Srila kept on asking me, do you want to talk about any problem? And all of a sudden, all the problems had dissolved. I had nothing to talk about. I had no worries. I had no concerns. I had no issues. And in that moment, I realized who was in front of me. And I realized that Samarpan meditation is that path whereby we grow in consciousness and we grow spiritually day by day. And it's not an easy path, but there is always growth. And I've never looked back since. And it's been now from really 2004 to now nearly 20 years. I've never looked for any other guru because I have met the one I've been looking for. And when I first met him, I had this initial glimpse that I had been looking for him, not just in this lifetime, but many past lives. And that is a process of grace. So it's a blessing, it's a grace. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today and share all this with
That's
everyone.
a very beautiful way to start off that lovely share. And again, I just wanted to share with the audiences, for some reason, every person that seems to be walking this path, they have some kind of a connection where they just feel this is the right place for them. And however much people try to say, no, this is not the right path, try this, try that, you just feel very much at home. You know, you just feel you've got your little mother or father, you know, spiritual mom and dad, you know, who's guiding you along the way, you know, on a spiritual level. Hitendraji, did you have anything to share there before Maria shared a little presentation?
Yes. It was wonderful to hear the story of Maria. I think I have seen her in the photos only, never met her personally or talked like this. But thank you very much for sharing your story and experience. And I was always watching that video, April 2003, because after that workshop, Swamiji sent that video to us in Canada. At the time I was living in Canada, and every full moon day, we were using that video to promote Samarpan meditation to newcomers. So some of the stories that Swamiji talks in that video, my kids have it by heart. They can tell me, now Swamiji is going to talk this, now Swamiji is going to tell this. That is the kind of love and connection we all have developed. Is that right, Maria?
She's frozen again.
I like that frozen smile.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think it was, yeah. It's a frozen smile. Yeah, I think, oh, we've lost her again. So she's going to join us very shortly again. But I think Maria's going to be doing a little presentation. She's put a presentation together, and she's going to also be sharing with us the importance of meditation, the mechanics of it, what happens actually from her point of view, and also the Western point of view of how Eastern philosophy and Eastern technique can be accepted in a very heartful manner, with an open heart.
One thing I noticed, as our objective was, Himalayan Samarpan meditation is no more limited only to Himalaya. It has spreaded all over the world, and people from all different background, race, ethnicity, are taking advantage of it. And that is the message we wanted to spread through today's program, that if you are open-hearted and open-minded person, this is for you, and this may work. It is not a question of this may or this may not. This will work. This is my confirmation to you. If you invest in yourself at least 2 months, from next week, introduction session, and then following 45 days for practicing to create a new hobby. not a habit, new hobby, then you will certainly benefit from everything that you heard today from all the speakers. So that is the power. We have Maria back. Let's hear
yes.
from her.
And I'm going to call you Guru Hitendraji from now on because I love what you share. Thank you
I
so
don't want to be Guru. I want to be one of you. I want to be your brother, sister, and son and father, because that is what Swamiji wants all of us to be. Soulful, loving relationship between us.
Honey, just before Maria starts, Maria, are you presenting a PowerPoint or a video?
PowerPoint, please.
So can you throw it on the chat here in case if you get frozen? We'll try to play it for you, and then maybe you don't take up the bandwidth. Just go into the chat, drop it on the chat.
Okay, so just attach it, yeah?
Or if you got Honey's WhatsApp, just throw it to her. She will try, or I will try.
If you can, or email it, whatever you wish to do, if you can, just in case.
As a backup.
If you wish.
And meanwhile,
let me just try.
Yes, meanwhile, go ahead and try. Over.
Yeah, well, yeah. So then, this is what I was going to say, because like I said, your style of speaking, your style of sharing things, the opportunity that we're bringing together. I want to also say thank you, and I'm very grateful at the fact that we did an interview together. We had a lovely chat, and we just decided that we should, with Neil Kumar's support, that he's always very supportive, actually. That, if you wanted to do a program on Samarpan meditation, and we spoke to him that we want to promote this meditation around the world, and all that thing came together.
It became possible so easily. Yes,
it's such a flowy way that everybody just came on board, and then the special guests that came to share about Samarpan meditation. And
one thing that I liked about this program today is healing our earth, Gurutattva, and Himalayan Samarpan meditation became one family today. And we are becoming supporters of each other. While we are doing all these things, we learn so many things from each other, and we want to bring more and more such humanitarian things for the entire mankind, entire human family. So this is the best thing that we are doing together, and I really appreciate Neil Kumar's support and your entire Healing Our Earth team support, because I have loved talking to Riddhi and your team members. I really appreciate that. Let's go on the next part.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Well, I was going to say, Maria, would you like me to play the actual, would you like me to play the PowerPoint presentation?
Or I can share it, and hopefully if anything happens, I've sent it to you on the chat.
Yes, I've got it. I've got it opened here from my side. So if you wanted me, if there's any issues, then I've got it on, and I'll just play the presentation from my side.
Okay,
thank you.
So
your presentation is all yours now.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
shall I just share it? Screen share it, okay?
Yeah. Yes. Your sound is going good now. There is no issues now at the moment.
Okay, good.
So with this, Maria is going to be sharing with you, and if those of you who are not still thinking about trying out this meditation, well, perhaps after hearing what Maria has to say and share with yourselves, that your minds may change. I'm a devout follower of meditation because I believe it's amazing. Sometimes when you meditate on a regular basis, your everyday becomes meditation. Oh, here you go. All yours, dear Maria, all yours. You may wish to open up the full page if you want for the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Perfect. So you can hear me and you can all see the presentation. So the title, obviously, the mechanics, or even we can say the mechanisms of Samarpan meditation, is going to build to a great extent on a lot of the information that was shared earlier, because of course this is just a snapshot of knowledge about how Samarpan meditation works. So I'd like to start with a saying, a sentence, something that Nikola Tesla once said, and I'm sure everyone knows or is aware that the great scientist Nikola Tesla, he was effectively the one that brought electricity to all our houses. And he once said, if you wish to unravel the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. My brain is merely a recipient. The universe has a core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, and inspiration. I have not yet tapped into the secrets of this core, but I know that that core exists. And it's such a beautiful saying and very deep. And for me, it just attests the notion that great minds and great scientists, we can also talk, for example, include Albert Einstein, they often referred to God. They were in search of God, that principle that is universal and that is above religion. And I believe that they didn't find it because they were not born or their time hadn't come yet, but they were very close, and hence this reference to the universe, frequency, energy, vibration, which are exactly principles so key to the practice of Samarpan meditation. So I would like by start referring to exactly what is Samarpan meditation. Now, there are so many different definitions. I think everyone has its own experience. Ultimately, that's what matters. So ultimately, Samarpan meditation is an experience, but there are certainly certain principles or certain common denominators that we can attribute to it. So what I like to do often is to let the words speak for themselves. So the word meditation itself means to reach a state of mental balance and inner peace, which can only be achieved when you do not allow the suffering or bad experience from the past or the concerns or worries about the future to affect you. So meditation can also be seen and defined as a healing process. And what I find interesting is when you look at the root words from the Latin verb medior, so the root words of both words, meditation and medicine, they actually come from the same root. So the verb means to help, offers occur to remedy, to facilitate. So it's interesting that both medicine and meditation find this common meaning in the sense of healing. Now, interestingly, Samarpan, of course, it's of Sanskrit origin, so it has nothing to do with Latin, and it has a sort of dual meaning or ambivalence. So on one hand, we are talking about surrendering our negative emotions. On the other hand, it's about delivering. Now, delivering in English, as you know, is associated to give birth. The delivery room is the room where obviously babies are born. So it's really interesting that in order for our soul to be awakened, in order for the Guru to give birth to our soul, we first need to surrender all our negative thoughts and anything that is negative. So I find these definitions are really interesting and I'll say useful to refer to when we think in the context of Samarpa meditation as a unique meditation that is so different from other types of meditation. So the other thing I'd like to say is that Samarpan meditation is a holistic process. So it aims to bring benefits to a person at every level of our existence. So at the physical level, we experience more vitality, more energy. It strengthens the immune system, amongst other benefits. At the emotional level, definitely I have experienced it. It helps eliminate inner states of anything that is negative, from depression to anxiety, fears, worries, feelings of guilt, anything that is negative. And the more we cleanse ourselves, the more we get rid of all this negativity, the more prolonged states of inner happiness, trust, and confidence we start to experience. Of course, at the mental, intellectual levels, it helps relax and soothe the mind. It helps increase mental clarity and our ability to focus and find solutions to problems. And our inner predisposition becomes gradually more positive as we gain more confidence to succeed in our life endeavors, such as academic, professional levels, endeavors, and so on. And of course, at the pure soul level, so in a spiritual level, very importantly, and this is what I find Samarpan meditation in comparison to other forms of meditation, and I have practiced other forms of meditation. But what I have found is it goes at one step, one level up. So it opens the doors and gateway of inner knowledge and awakens the qualities and the attributes of our soul. Now, of course, in the course of this session, we have mentioned on several occasions the soul, opening the soul. We talked about the chakras, all that comes into context. But crucially, it's the connection to that element of the guru that is so unique and so effective in the practice of Samarpan meditation. So the soul's nature is spiritual, and therefore Samarpan meditation connects us directly to the source of universal consciousness and helps us find our soul purpose and path to complete fulfillment and inner peace. So Samarpan meditation, when we talk about the guru element, we talk really about a 7-step approach. And this is all, of course, what we learned through Swamiji's discourses, through the books he has written, and through the knowledge that he imparts. And what I personally have found so amazing is that he has always been able to recognize the moment we are born and the people that we come in contact with, starting with our parents. They play a role in our spiritual growth. But let's start first with the concept of guru. So we understand, we know that the concept of guru is central to the practice and benefits achieved through Samarpan meditation. And it's therefore important to understand the meaning. What is guru? What does it mean? Now, the word guru derives from the Sanskrit, and it is in fact composed of 2 elements, gu and ru, which respectively mean darkness and light. So guru is that energy that leads us from darkness to light. Hence, guru energy refers to that cosmic energy present in the universe, which aims to develop consciousness within us and gradually help us be able to distinguish what is real, what is unreal, what is truthful, what is false, and guide us from the darkness of ignorance to the light of knowledge. Now, the inner connection to the guru energy is a process of transmission of knowledge, and it takes place, as Swamiji says, in a 7-step approach. So the first gurus are effectively our parents, from whom we learn the concept of unconditional love. Then come our second gurus, those who are part of our social circle, hence the importance of keeping always in good company throughout our life. Our third gurus become our teachers from primary education to university, so they allow us to grow in knowledge. We then have a 4th grade of gurus that talk to us about religion, about the concept of God, and other teachers valuable principles and values. The family we create and choose for ourselves. So when it comes to our very close relationships, those are considered the 5th stage, let's say, in the people we learn from. And then we come to the 6th stage, the 6th guru phase, which is the Satguru, from the Sanskrit Sat, that means truth. So Satguru is the one who has merged himself with universal consciousness and is able to impart in us the necessary spiritual seed that allow us to start our own spiritual journey and achieve our destination as a soul. And something crucial that Swamiji says, and it's why he says The guru isn't the destination. The guru is the means through which we achieve the ultimate goal of Samarpan meditation, that is the connection to our soul. So that is the seventh guru, our soul, that is that divine spark within us. That is the goal of Samarpan meditation, to help us achieve that connection with our true self, with who we are on the inside. So how exactly does Samarpa meditation work? So Samarpa meditation, of course, we frequently use the soul mantra, whereby we repeat the positive affirmation, I am a holy soul, I am a pure soul. And that helps us anchor our mind at the level of the soul. But what Swamiji has given, as Surendra said earlier in 2001, was the Guru Mantra. So in order for us to understand what the Guru Mantra is and the immense benefits and spiritual progress that it allows us to bring, we need to understand, first of all, that mantra is a sequence of words of high spiritual vibration, written in Sanskrit, in the Sanskrit language, which is by nature a divine, considered a sacred language of vibrations. So the words contained in a mantra are therefore, they are highly charged with high positive energy. And this is the key. Because they have energy, it is that energy that is going to set in motion a whole process of transformation. So these words, they have the ability to elevate our consciousness from our physical dimension, the physical surroundings that we are used to live and to gravitate in, up all the way to the spiritual dimension of the universe, which is where our soul is anchored, and help us channel that energy to us. So a mantra is therefore a group of living words, and the more we connect with it, the more we are able to capture and collect that energy within us. So it is worth reminding us at this stage that if the nature of God is that of universal consciousness, then the energy of God is that of pure, unconditional love. And this is why love is recognized as the nature of human beings, so humanity, and our spiritual growth can therefore be directly measured by our capacity to love. Therefore, the more we love, the more we do good, and the more we help others, the more we can say we have progressed spiritually. Okay, for those of you who are not familiar with the Guru Mantra, so the Guru Mantra has a meaning behind it. We know that the Guru Mantra, so we understand the principle of mantra. The Guru Mantra is composed of a series of words. Om Shri Shiv Krupananda Swami Namo Namaha. And every and each one of these words has a meaning. So it has not only energy, it's embedded in energy, but it also has a meaning, each one of them. So we can consider the Guru Mantra as a sort of passport that gives us access to the source of knowledge and wisdom that is universal consciousness. So it is compounded, let's say, by a number of words whose sound translates and transmits the different aspects of God in its entire cosmic, universal totality. So when we pronounce the word Om, Om is the vibrational sound of universal consciousness that gradually opens our hearts. We can feel it. When we pronounce Om, we can feel the sound comes from the middle of our chest, the center of our chest, where our heart and our heart chakra are located. Shri refers to the radiation of light. When we pronounce Shri, we can feel we are no longer pronouncing this word at the level of the heart. It actually comes at the level, we can feel it at the level of our mind. Shri. We then have the word Shiva that is associated to the destruction of negativity. So when we pronounce the word Shiva, followed by obviously Om Shri Shiva, we're actually helping to our mind to dissolve, to get rid of any negative element. So it helps us dissolve and eliminate all these negative tendencies of our personality. Krupa means blessing. We're actually asking the Guru, we're asking the Guru energy to bless us. And it is a sound that effectively translates our inner voluntary request to receive the blessings imparted by the Guru in the form of bliss. And bliss, the sense of bliss, the energy of bliss, is contained in the word Ananda. It is a state of pure, unconditional happiness that does not depend upon outer circumstances. This is then followed by the word Swami. We know Swami refers to the one that embodies all the elements above. Namo Namaha signifies the inner movement. Effectively, we are bowing down, and by bowing down, I don't mean physically, inwardly. We are confirming that we are receptive and we accept the to receive. We are open ourselves to that energy. So it's the movement of surrendering to the Guru energy. So by chanting the Guru mantra and using the correct technique, we are gradually, the more we practice it, or as we practice it, we are able to elevate our personalities, our physical consciousness to that level of the soul, our higher being and essence. And as we gradually start merging with it in a process that is of complete harmony, and it's effortless. So there is no effort in this process. So moving on, what I'd like to cover next is actually how the energy flows. So the flow and movement of energy within us when we chant the Guru mantra. So we know that the Guru mantra is composed of 3 verses that are then repeated 3 times in a set of 9 verses in total. So when we chant the first verse, we are elongating the Om. So we are elongated the sound Om, and this brings our consciousness inwardly. So it starts by bringing our consciousness to the level of the heart. So the energy starts entering our body through the heart chakra, which is again located in the middle of our chest, where the lungs are. And the chanting of the remainder verse propels the circulation of this energy from our heart to the energy channel in our body called Ida. So this is a channel of our emotions, and it helps cleanse it and flush out negative emotions out of us that eventually leave our body through the chakras located in our feet. So again, those energy centers, which are then absorbed by the earth. So this is something that came up in earlier sessions. Bihag and Amisha, I think they mentioned or made reference to this. And it's one of the reasons also as to why it's so important and necessary, ideally, to meditate on the floor, to have this connection with the earth, this direct connection with the earth, because Samarpan meditation is a process of pulling and pushing energy. So we try to bring forth positive energy, and for that to happen, then any negative energy, we need to become void. We need to flush out all the negative energy from us. So when we chant the second verse, this time it is the Shri that is elongated. So we come now from the level of the heart to the level of the mind. So the second verb, the second verse, pardon, is all about helping this luminous energy irradiate from our minds. So on a deeper level, on an energy level, what it actually does is to pull out all the negativity from the past, and it brings it forth to the conscious surface of our minds. Okay, so we know that we hold unconsciously many negative events from past lives, and it's a very gradual process because exactly there is so much to clean. So this repetition, this second verse, actually helps cleanse our minds, and this process helps flush out. So it pushes all the impure negative thoughts through another energy channel called Pingala. So this is the channel of thoughts. So first, with the first verse, we had it helps clean our emotions. The second verse helps cleanse our thoughts, our minds, and once again, it helps that negative energy be flushed out through our chakras, feet chakras, and they are which are then absorbed by the earth. And we finally have the third verse, whereby we elongate both Om and Shri. Now, by elongating both, by chanting both Om and Shri in a process of balance, equilibrium of these two aspects, the heart and mind. So the third verse helps bring about an inner state of balance, of equilibrium. And even if it's momentaneous, it allows for universal consciousness to enter our body through our chakras, our hand chakras. And effectively, many of us report to be able to feel vibrations, a certain movement in our hands when we meditate. And that's because exactly that energetic process is taking place as we meditate. So we have another channel located along the spine, Sushumna, and it is right at the base of this channel that energy called Kundalini lies dormant. And Kundalini refers effectively to the individual portion of spiritual consciousness. Once it is awakened, it is this cosmic consciousness that starts rising up all along our spine, all the way, purifying and opening all the main chakras on its way until it reaches the crown chakra, located, as you know, at the top of our head. And we know that the top of our chakra, so our crown chakra, is the gateway to our soul and is the gateway that allows us to connect with universal consciousness. And of course, the more our crown chakra opens up through the practice of Samarpan meditation, the more divine energy starts rushing in. It doesn't happen from one day to the other, but from my own experience, and I think from so many experiences I read and heard from other people, every day we feel that something is taking place. Every day we have a glimpse, every day we have an experience, and we realize that progress is taking place every day. So the term Kundalini, I think, because it's a Sanskrit term, can be often either misunderstood or not completely understood. So I'd like just to quickly delve very quickly on this term that, again, it's so central and key to the practice of Samarpan meditation. So, of course, Kundalini, we often refer to it. It has, in the last few decades, become popular. It has been popularized by the many yoga systems from the East. And of course, it refers once again to the divine energy, the energy of divine nature that lies dormant in every human being at the bottom of the spine. So Kundalini, in other words, is our own individual portion of cosmic energy. It is because of the awakening of Kundalini that we start to remember our past lives. We start to remember who we are, where we come from, and where we go to. And that is ultimately the purpose of this journey, the full awakening. And that is only possible through the medium of the Sadguru. The seed of spirituality has to be planted. And the planting of that seed is exactly, first of all, it stems from our own willingness to be able to accept the Guru, surrender to the Guru, and want to connect with God. Therefore, it is the ascendant movement of this energy that sustains the elevation of our mind, initiating within us the path towards self-awareness and perfection. And it is this energy that helps our mind gain stability and balance. And that ascending movement allows our consciousness to transcend the physical dimension of our being. So I personally, for example, practice transcendental meditation, TM as it is known, prior to coming in touch with Samarpan meditation. And what I found very early in the process, is that effectively Samarpan meditation, of course, it has to include transcendental, the element of transcendence. Otherwise, that would not allow us to actually be able to connect with the spiritual dimensions of the universe and with universal consciousness. And this aspect of transcendence is symbolically represented by the pair of wings, as we can see on the picture, that is included in the iconography. So in the symbolic representation of Kundalini, so the serpents here representing, of course, the two the channels that have to be cleansed, and then that eventually lead to a state of wisdom. The serpent in the west, east and west, being intimately associated to knowledge and wisdom. So moving on to the term consciousness, which is a key, again, concept associated to Samarpan meditation. It's very interesting to actually understand or realize that the term consciousness originates from the Latin, so that there's two words in here, cum, which means with, and the verb sira, which means knowledge. So spiritual growth represents a process of gaining consciousness, on one hand inwardly, and then being able to manifest that consciousness externally. That translates, of course, in us becoming more and more selfless and doing good deeds, good actions towards others, and so on. So it is a state of inner knowledge that compels us to live and act in line with our divine self, our higher self. So Kundalini is that vehicle of expansion of our consciousness that allows each person to fulfill its full potential in totality and move from the physical dimension of life and death to the level of divine consciousness. Kundalini, of course, derives from the Sanskrit word kundal, which means coiled. And this is interesting because it refers to the appearance, the coiled appearance of Kundalini in its location point when it's dormant, before it actually becomes awakened. And the location point in the human body is known as the sacrum, so that bone of triangular shape, which is located at the bottom of the spine. Now, the name sacrum, again, it's not by chance that it has been given this name, because again, from the Latin word, it means sacred. Now, this is a very interesting associated verb and term. We have intertwining the meaning of Kundalini to the actual meaning of sacred. And this obviously suggests that this is a point of our body where something sacred lies in, and so it is. So just to finish off, the term Kundalini, so cosmic consciousness, can be found not only in all the Vedic literature of India, and the word Veda, of course, also referring to knowledge. So all these terms are intertwined. But you can also say that Kundalini is therefore encompasses the totality of Godhead, the divine, in all its aspects of manifestation, whilst at the same time, fragmented aspects of its nature can be found in all religions from East and West. For example, in Buddhism, Kundalini is referred to as the middle path. In Christianity, it is reflected in the concept of the Holy Spirit. In Hinduism, it is associated to the energy of the Divine Mother. And for example, in Western astrology, is symbolized by the sign of Aquarius, the source that quenches the thirst of knowledge about the soul and the universe. And the healing qualities associated with the awakening of Kundalini energy have been registered subsequently in Western culture through the Greek and Roman legacy, represented through the rod of Asclepius and the caduceus of Hermes, which remain to this day as universal symbols of medicine. So we can refer to East and we can refer to West as separate cultures with separate, of course, many separate viewpoints. But I find personally, in the end, whether we belong to an Eastern or Western society, whether we brought up in one or the other, what Samarpan brings us is that concept that we as souls, we are well above any denomination, and that we need each other to be able to understand, to be able to practice, and ultimately to be able to reach what Samarpan meditation aims to help us achieve. So in a very short nutshell, this is what I wanted to convey today with regards to the mechanisms of Samarpan meditation. And thank you for the opportunity. I hope that something new, something positive has been passed on. And if there are any questions, please feel free to ask. Otherwise, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, dear
Jai
Maria.
Babaswami.
Jai Babaswami, thank you very much. If you'd like to stop sharing the screen, that would be great. We can get you back on there. And that the sound was completely perfect. We heard all the wonderful knowledge you shared with the rest of us. And do you know what? I have to congratulate you, Maria. It was absolutely, I think your video is off. You may need to switch that back on again. But Maria, I have to say, congratulations for sharing the information about Samarpan meditation in such an amazing way. I know that when we spoke, I said, would it be possible for you to share the mechanics of Samarpan meditation? I had no idea you were going to come back with such amazing in-depth knowledge like this. I was so proud of you. Well done. And just wanted to say a very big thank you, because I am sure the information that you have shared will make so much sense to people who are watching right now. And it'll help to answer so many questions that people may have, such as what is consciousness? Why is why is a guru important? What does this mean? What does that mean? But the way you've combined all the wisdom and the knowledge and information, it's just absolutely amazing. And to put it all together in this short time, that's a big, big congratulations to you. Maria, thank you very much.
Thank you, honey.
And I just wondered if you had any questions, because I mean, of course, with the lack of time, otherwise I would interrogate Maria like crazy with loads of lovely questions that I have. But are there any questions from your side, Hipendraji?
In fact, I don't have a question. I want to say that all this, what she is sharing, I have done my research also when I moved to Canada and lately in USA, when I have to deal with the Westerners. I think you presented it in such a nice, short and concise way that I took some screenshot. I'm going to refer to those information for presentation with your permission, of course. But this is very powerful thing. And Swamiji's mission is not about Occidental or Oriental. It's not about one group of people or one part of the family. It is for the global family. It is for everybody. And what Maria has done has connected two cultures, two terminology that we are bringing and we are unaware of, because we are so engrossed in the present moment, present time, present problems. 5 years before, 20 years before only, and we are looking only 5 years ahead, not too long ago. This kind of information brings us in the history, what our ancestors used to believe, what is the root of the words that we are using today. For example, Sanskrit or Latin language tells us all that. And the way you presented, I loved it. Thank you very much.
I
Maria.
thoroughly enjoyed it too, I have to say, Maria. Very nice presentation. Thank you so much. This today has been a really incredible journey. I've thoroughly enjoyed. I do many Healing Our Earth events and programs and meet fascinating people along the way. But today it was very, connected to my heart. It's a topic that I'm very interested in, keen to support, and also I know how powerful it is. But people have to be ready, to accept information. So of course, from our side, it's more about encouraging, inspiring, and educating, informing people about the information, and then of course inviting you to perhaps try it out for yourself and see what you think. And this is to the whole global family around the world, from any corner of the world that you're watching from. We are, I know, in 140 countries around the world, plus, I should say now. So all those people who are watching right now, tell your friends, families, and let them know. Just try it out. Come and join us on the 12th of February for an introductory session to meditation. And after then, if it's something of interest to you, then of course you can come and join us for 45 days. And
True happiness and overall harmony are what we all seek and deserve. Can we achieve these in our fast-paced, stressful modern times? There is an exciting opportunity coming up soon to explore this possibility. Gurutattva, in association with Sri
Oh, it's paused. The sound is gone. It's paused. Oh, you're in mute, dear Hitendraji. So
Yes.
I was going to say, did you want me to play that from my side here?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I will do that. No problems. So whilst we're doing that, if you would mention anything to our dear, thank you, dear Maria, for joining us again today. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you there. That was Maria Almeida, who joined us today, sharing and finishing off in such a powerful note, I should say, in a very big way. Thank you so much. So here's the actual video, everyone. So let's share this for you. There you go.
True happiness and overall harmony are what we all seek and deserve. Can we achieve these in our fast-paced, stressful modern times? There is an exciting opportunity coming up soon to explore this possibility. Gurutattva, in association with Sri Krupananda Swami Foundation of America, is hosting an introductory meditation workshop called Living in Harmony with Himalayan Samarpan meditation. Find out how powerful, ancient meditation practice can benefit everyone in current times. Learn how to practice it on your own with guided instructions during the workshop. Our vision being that the world is one family, hence this event is free for everyone, irrespective of race, religion, lifestyle, or nationality. It will be hosted online, globally, at 10:30 a.m. New York, 3:30 p.m. London, 7:30 p.m. Dubai, 9 p.m. Mumbai, and correspondingly in other time zones. This short 1.5 hour session can pave way for a big difference in life to bring wellness, balance, peace, and harmony. Many a times, people find it hard to start or sustain any daily meditation practice on their own. Realizing this, we will also offer a free immersion program for 45 days after the workshop. It is for all those who wish to develop a habit of regular meditation. This well-structured program will provide support by sharing useful resources and tips, answering spiritual questions, sending reminders for group meditations, and more. We have received great testimonials from participants in our past immersion programs. Detailed information about this program will be shared during the introduction workshop. So do take advantage of this unique opportunity. RSVP now for the Living in Harmony workshop by either scanning the QR code or using the Register Now link that has been provided. You will receive online details via email one day before the workshop. If you have any questions or issues, simply visit our website at samarpanmeditationusa.org. Look forward to seeing you on Sunday, February 12th. Wishing you the best always. Thank you.
Oh, that's wonderful. Look at that. And thank you, Hitendraji, for organizing that video for us and for our audiences. Thank you for that. And Maria, thanks once again. Now we're coming to the end of our program. Hitendraji, we may have a last 5 minutes or so if you wanted to maybe finish off with the last few messages for our audiences. It would be great.
Thank you very much, first of all, Healing Our Earth, for allowing us to come today at this platform and share the wisdom and love of Himalayan Samarpan meditation and our Gurudev's philosophy, our Gurudev's sanskara, what I call, or the values, because this is a gift from the Himalayan Gurus to the mankind in this society. And this has been sitting there for centuries. It has traveled in the past through different gurus in different ways, but in modern time, we need something that could be understood and pursued with open mind, open hearted with the people like you and me, who can practice and who can go to the state of consciousness that allows them to remain at the soul level, to remain in the constant peace, joy, and happiness. So this is Samarpan meditation. This is Himalayan Samarpan meditation. And all I can say is today, by spending this time with all these wise people from different parts of the world, I'm sure every speaker gave you something that you were able to connect. I'm sure every speaker brought some unique strength. It was about the same Himalayan Samarpan meditation, but different way of presenting the way we have perceived, the way we have understood. And that is the beauty of diversity in unity. That is the beauty of soul with different mind and different bodies. So how did you like it, Haniji? Today I want to ask you.
I thought it was amazing because I was just making little notes here. Actually, look, I was actually doing some.
Wow. I saw you writing down. I saw you writing down.
What I noticed is, from Nalini, we went from, Japan, where we spoke about, the work that's being done in Japan and of course other countries around the world, but she just gave us an insight of how it works in different international countries and how we overcome cultural barriers and things like that. Then we went on to Lavanya from Singapore, who is also equally beautiful. What a creative young lady she is. She's using her knowledge to dedicate her time, her efforts, and her knowledge to carry out Guru Karya, which we consider as volunteering and supporting, and helping to transform lives using what skills she has. So that's also a big congratulations to her and how she shared about all the events that they organized. That's brilliant. And then we went on, of course, to Amrish Modak ji. Unfortunately, we had a bit of an issue, and I think the timing went a bit here.
I appreciate your patience. All the audience was very patient and cooperative.
But I just wanted to again apologize to our audience members. There was a little bit of a program thing here and there, but we made sure that everybody you were meant to see, you did manage to see. After then, of course, we had Liz Jardin. Liz Jardin was brilliant. She talked about creativity, music, how you become extremely creative. When you're doing Samarpan meditation, it's like consciousness starts flowing through you.
What a beautiful song she presented. My goodness.
And her voice is like, she's a gorgeous voice Liz has. And then we had, of course, Bihag and Nimisha Lalaji, a lovely husband and wife team, very knowledgeable, very experienced in the field, who also presented such a fantastic, presentation on both how to, detoxify your mind using Samarpan meditation. And then, of course, understanding how the chakra system works and how auras and how healing takes place. I
would like to add one thing about Nemisha Ben and Bihag Bhai. I am in the Samarpan meditation family because of them, and I always consider Bihag Bhai as my mentor because of the wisdom and knowledge, the way he present, and he connect really our logic with the Samarpan meditation when he talks. So this is beautiful.
Absolutely, and they are, I think they are very elevated souls, both Bihag Bhai and Nimisha. And I also am very lucky to have them as my mentors, and they've always supported me every time I go to India. So, and they must have been doing this to hundreds and thousands of other sadhaks as well. I'm sure, you know, they're touching lives in such a positive way. But moving on from that, of course, we had Tim Syme as well, who joined us. He talked about his wonderful connection of Swamiji with St. David in Wales, and how he shared about his own experiences in the chapel, how he experienced the energy, and of course talked about the flow of consciousness, which is a book that he wrote, you know, with asking questions.
One thing I liked about Tim's interview that we came to know today, when he expressed his experience about sitting in front of Swamiji, and it was only one or two questions he went with, but the flow of consciousness became the real subject and title of his book, Flow of Consciousness. So that is the beauty.
Yeah. And if you understand spiritual signs and symbols, let's call it, then you will understand that what happens is that the flow pushes you in that direction. You know, it just takes you in the direction without you even realizing. You just move in that direction. Words just flow sometimes, or questions just flow, because that knowledge has to come out, you see, somehow, and it has to use a channel of some sort. And of course, it used such a lovely soul like Tim, you know, to get the information out to the rest of us.
Not like Jitendra Patwari. Tell me, who would not like the information from Jitendra Patwari?
Oh, and Jitendra Patwari, I mean, he did a beautiful, frequently asked questions. He talked about, of course, what kind of people require meditation, how it benefits. He talked about the brain waves that are included, which are scientific reasoning behind it. He's got the science behind him and spirituality there. And he also gives talks on science and spirituality. So, you know, very, very, I would say, knowledgeable people like him, you know, and the author of so many books. Psychic, you know, writing books on psychic, you know, phenomena and things like that. It's amazing that we've had such beautiful, fantastic guests. From there, we moved on to Surendra Pisavadia as well. And that guest was, again, a super guest of ours, because his photos and images that he has captured after 20 years, almost 25, quarter of a century almost, and showing those photos and sharing that with the world.
Every image has 1,000 words in it.
Yeah, and every photo actually says 1,000 words, doesn't it? That's, as they say, it tells 1,000 things, right? So every photo that he had something there that brought back nice, beautiful memories. And I think he did a fantastic job. I don't know how he did it, taking out those boxes of photos from every. He did a fantastic job, I have to say. We moved on then, of course, to Maria Almeida, who actually was an absolute cherry on the top of the cake, I would say. Finished off with such a fantastic.
Put her in the right sequence, because she really concluded everything that we learned from every speaker in her presentation, and really connected the Eastern philosophy with the Western world understanding. So this is beautiful, Maria. I really loved that part with you.
I have to say this because my dad always says this, that even in astrology, for example, when people write astrology, it sounds very complicated and it's really deep and very, you know, it is very meaningful, but very deep and complicated. But when a Western person comes in and studies it, you know, they have this ability of writing it down in such a structured format that it can be understood by not just the Eastern people, but Westerners too. So the way she's written it in a way that all Westerners who do not understand about meditation or the guru concept, etc., or consciousness, etc., she's explained it in such a beautiful way that everybody will be able to understand step by step.
I want to add one more thing that Swamiji has said about Oriental and Occidental, Eastern and Western people. Basically, people from the East have more Chandranadi weaken. Okay, they are more balanced that way. The Ida, the people in the West are more from the Surya Nadi or the right side. Okay, and this program really is talking about Himalayan Samarpan meditation that teaches us to be in the center, which is the Madhya Nadi or Sushumna. Okay, so we all bring something very unique, very special. In order to connect with the divine, we have to connect through our right brain, which is again our Ida or left side of the body. In order to connect with the logic, we have to connect through our left side, which is our left side of the brain that is connecting with the right side of the body. But when people from the West meets the people from the East, it helps to demystify the mystic. It helps to understand and logically present what we fail to understand and explain in words. So that is the beauty of our unity as one global Himalayan Samarpan family.
Absolutely. What a fantastic way to finish off in a lovely nutshell. And Hitendraji, I just wanted to just finish off to also let our wonderful public and our audience members and our Healing Our Earth family know that, you know, just in case I didn't get a chance to do a proper introduction to Hitendraji, we're running out of time now, but I just thought I'll just finish off by just letting everybody know that Hitendra Rana is originally from Navsari, Gujarat, which is where the our beautiful ashram is, the first ashram that was created for Samarpan. And he later, you know, moved on, of course, to Canada. He has studied a Bachelor of Science from Bombay University, and he also has a musical and a spiritual journey behind him because he sings as well. He sings beautiful songs himself, very creative gentleman. He sings lots of bhajans and spiritual songs, so I love listening to him. When he moved to Montreal and Canada, he married Kalpana, which is his wife, and also became a singer, you know, there. After then, he met 2001 Himalayan Guru, our Sri Shivkripanand Swamiji. And from there, he just dedicated his time to doing lots of Guru Karya.
Rest is history.
Yes, but you also run, of course, your lovely newsletters, don't you? You do your YouTube channel, Soul Satsang.
We use Spiritual Revolution as our e-newsletter, and our YouTube channel is Soul Satsang with Healing Our Earth. We have worked together in the past on Soul Satsang and Healing Our Earth, different interviews both ways.
Yes, so I just want to say thank you again. So today you co-hosted the whole event with me, and I just want to say very big thank you for that, and also helped to produce and put it all together and help me invite our wonderful guests. I just wanted to say big thank you. And finally, a very big, huge thank you, because without him this would not be possible, is our wonderful, the one and only Nil Kumarji, the founder of Healing Our Earth, who has brought this wonderful platform to the world. So I just want to say a very big thank you to him, because he has supported us. He really wants to help us to take this knowledge to the world and help
his idea
share the information.
It was his idea to bring today's program, and while we were going through all this preparation, he wants to bring more of this to the people all over the world. So
yes,
we work
all
together.
Good topics. Yes, all good. Always like Ayurveda. So with next week, I just wanted to finish off with our, what's happening next week as well. So just for you to understand that there are quite a lot of different oh gosh, where is this gone? If Neil G wants to share that for us on the screen, that'd be lovely. The various different programs that are coming up. If not, I will try to do this. Oh, there it is. Yes. Here are lovely programs that are coming up. On the 12th of February, we have Ayurveda specials, so do make sure you tune in, 2 p.m. onwards, as always. You'll be meeting some wonderful experts who will share Ayurvedic secrets, knowledge and tips, etc. for your health and well-being. We also move on for a second part of the Ayurveda special, which is on Sunday, 19th of February, again at 2 p.m. And the reason we're doing this is because there's going to be a special Ayurvedic organization that's been set up through Healing Our Earth, where we are supporting and organizing many more conferences in this area. From this, of course, we have got something very special for our wonderful women. On the 26th of February, Secret will let you know what's happening on that day. We're not going to tell you that right now. On the 5th of March, on Sunday, we have International Women's Day. All you women, you have to join us, because we have some really special women from around the world sharing their knowledge. And of course, other guests who are going to have topics that are of interest to the women around the world. And finally, we have women's self-care, which is Healthy Women, happy communities on Sunday, 12th of March. And that again will be a fantastic program for each and every single one of you women out there. And of course, all the men as well, so you can understand the women better and help to support their self-care.
In that case, we have Mitaji waiting here. I believe she wants to ask a question or share the comment. Please share your input, Mitaji.
Oh, yes, Mitaji, did you want to share any message for us here?
I saw a beautiful comment and sharing that you made in the chat box.
Oh, hello, Mitaji. A global namaste to you.
Thank you so much, Hitendra bhai. It's yeah, it's amazing because science and spirituality crossover, and I had shared something on the string theory and also on the aura, and growth hormone was taken into perspective as well, how meditation helps. And my vision is that we should also have some kind of talk or program on the importance of meditation for space travelers, because meditation, yoga, pranayama, everything is linked alongside Ayurveda in maintaining your body in a hostile environment. And space is very hostile environment where oxygen is low, food is repetitive food you have to take, like packaged food, because it's a very, very hostile environment when you are a space traveler. So in that case, if we can...
will be eye-opener, because many people who are thinking that we can leave the earth and we can go and settle in this space, they need to open up their mind and eyes that God has created our earth with so many resources. We have wasted those resources and we have not taken advantage of God's blessing. We are not grateful about God's blessing. That's why we need program like Healing Our Earth. That's why we need Samarpan meditation in our life. You are very right. And people need to understand what are the consequences of not using what is naturally available to us. And when we go into artificial environment, it is going to be very harmful. In fact, if with all these facilities we are getting sick, then going into artificial environment, you will be more sick and you will be damaging your entire natural system. That's why stay connected, stay grounded, keep meditating. We will try to get something on that wavelength.
Yeah, because, we can survive on low oxygen if we are good meditators. That way, we develop, and scientifically research has been going on that how yoga and meditation can help you survive on low oxygen, or so those things are very important. And we have got treasure, as you said, Hitendra bhai, we have got treasure of scriptural knowledge and other, the gurus who have been imparting all these things for the humanity. And we should be in the forefront for scientists from NASA and other places to prepare our youngsters for future, to be future, astronomers. So it's all in-house.
Yes, if you don't mind, share your number with us and we will try to get back to you, and we will try to bring similar programs on Healing Our Earth, as well as in the future, we will try to work together with the meditation program specifically for astronauts.
Oh, wow, that's fantastic. Thank you very much, Jardin.
Inner peace, true happiness, and overall harmony are what we all seek and deserve. Can we achieve these in our fast-paced, stressful modern times? There is an exciting opportunity coming up soon to explore this possibility. Gurutattva, in association with Sri Rupananda Swami Foundation of America, is hosting an introductory meditation workshop called Living in Harmony with Himalayan Samarpan Meditation. Find out how powerful, ancient meditation practice can benefit everyone in current times. Learn how to practice it on your own with guided instructions during the workshop. Our vision being that the world is one family, hence this event is free for everyone, irrespective of race, religion, lifestyle, or nationality. It will be hosted online globally at 10:30 a.m. New York, 3:30 p.m. London, 7:30 p.m. Dubai, 9 p.m. Mumbai, and correspondingly in other time zones. This short 1.5 hour session can pave way for a big difference in life to bring wellness, balance, peace, and harmony. Many a times, people find it hard to start or sustain any daily meditation practice on their own. Realizing this, we will also offer a free immersion program for 45 days after the workshop. It is for all those who wish to develop a habit of regular meditation. This well-structured program will provide support by sharing useful resources and tips, answering spiritual questions, sending reminders for group meditations, and more. We have received great testimonials from participants in our past immersion programs. Detailed information about this program will be shared during the introduction workshop. So do take advantage of this unique opportunity. RSVP now for the Living in Harmony workshop by either scanning the QR code or using the Register Now link that has been provided. You will receive online details via email one day before the workshop. If you have any questions or issues, simply visit our website at samarpanmeditationusa.org. Look forward to seeing you on Sunday, February 12th. Wishing you the best always. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. I think it's time for us to now close up the day and have just a very big thank you. We did it. We had a fantastic day today, haven't we, Hinderji?
Generally, the sun moves from east to west. Today, the night moved from east to west, from Japan to Singapore to India to the UK. It's beautiful. It's amazing.
And because of your beautiful voice that you have, and we started off doing a lovely prayer together. Maybe you can, finish off with one prayer for me, and I can finish off with another prayer. Do you know the Om Shanti Antariksha Gom Shanti for us? A peace.
I'll chant the Shanti mantra for all of
please,
us.
if you could
Let's pray together that by the grace of Gurudev and Almighty, let there be peace all over the world, and let there be a lot of love flowing from our heart from today onwards for the rest of our life. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Hitendraji. All yours.
Om Dhyo Shanti Antarikshagvam Shanti Prithvi Shanti Apah Shanti Aushadhayah Shanti Vanaspatayah Shanti Vishwe Deva Shanti Brahma Shanti Sarvagvam Shanti Shantireva Shanti Sama Shantiredi Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om